Chapter 4763. Although he still had the 9 transformations Devil-Ape bloodline ability, according to past practice, even if he was only at the Desolate Venerable Realm, he would still have the cultivation of the Heavenly Tao Realm. However, the Heavenly Tao Realm was different. Whether the 9 transformations Devil-Ape bloodline ability could reach that level, Yixian had no idea. Therefore, the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill had to be refined successfully no matter what. What he had to do now was to deduce the perfect pill formula. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated. Yixian instantly executed the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability. At the same time, he also executed the Blood Sea secret technique. Therefore, his cross-legged figure at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron did not change. He was still about 3 meters tall, but his cultivation had already reached the 6th order Desolate Venerable Realm. The 6th order Desolate Venerable Realm was already the peak of the initial stage. One more step and he would enter the late-stage Desolate Venerable Realm. His divine sense could be said to be extremely powerful. In addition to the full cooperation of the system's calculation ability, according to Yixian's deduction, it was very likely that he would reach level 30 this time. The perfect pill formula of the Heavenly Tao treasure pill had been deduced in one go. However, he had no idea how long it would take. After all, it was the Heavenly Tao treasure pill. One pill could allow a 9th order Desolate Venerable Realm existence to enter the Heavenly Tao realm. It was definitely not an ordinary pill. Naturally, one could imagine how difficult it would be. With this kind of expectation, Yixian adjusted his state of mind and quickly collected his thoughts. He combined with the devouring system in his body, and pushed the system's calculation and deduction ability to the limit. Then, with the help of the 6th order Desolate Venerable Divine Sense, he began to deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Not long ago, he had spent more than half a year to deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 29 Desolate Venerable Realm treasure pill. But this time, on one hand, Yixian's cultivation had reached the 6th order Desolate Venerable Realm, and his divine sense was much more powerful. Too much. On the other hand, because of the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, he had already instructed the devouring system in his body to deduce it at full speed. It was more or less a prototype, therefore, even though the Heavenly Path treasure pill was no small matter, Yixian only used 2 years to successfully complete everything. 2 years later, Yixian opened his eyes. His eyes glowed with excitement. Phew! Level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Finally, we've successfully completed it. At this moment, Yixian muttered softly as he heaved a long sigh of relief, and his heart suddenly relaxed. Moreover, his voice even carried a form of excitement and happiness that couldn't be concealed. Boom! Rumble. Just as Yixian was rejoicing in his heart, in the universe void outside the cave star under his feet, there was an earth-shattering sound of thunder in an instant, and a large number of black tribulation clouds surged over. When he turned around to look, he saw dense and pitch-black tribulation clouds gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath of time, there was already an area of over 100 million kilometers high in the sky that was completely filled with pitch-black tribulation clouds. This scene caused Yixian to be stunned, and confusion surfaced in his heart. Even in the desolate ancient great expert realm, if it was only a small breakthrough, there would definitely not be a lightning tribulation unless it was a breakthrough of a large realm. But now, Yixian didn't even cultivate at all. Although he had refined a batch of desolate sovereign pellets, he didn't take them out and instead left them in the Shinong cauldron. The chi of heaven and earth was isolated, so the pill tribulation that should have arrived was definitely pushed back. Only when he took out this batch of desolate supreme treasure pills in the future would the desolate supreme pill tribulation come. After all, it was the desolate supreme pellet. Just one pellet was enough to allow a desolate supreme realm cultivator to break through to the supreme realm of the ancients in a short period of time after swallowing it. It would be strange if there was no pill tribulation. The reason why Yixian didn't take it out now was because he was worried that it would attract unnecessary trouble. After all, it was too eye-catching. That was all. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a desolate supreme treasure pill to descend without taking out the Shinong furnace. Furthermore, it had been 2 years since Yixian refined this batch of desolate supreme treasure pills. If there really was a desolate supreme treasure pill, it wouldn't have waited until now. Could it be? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian's heart suddenly stirred, and his expression instantly changed. At that moment he instantly understood everything. What attracted the heavenly tribulation was not the 15 desolate supreme treasure pills that he had left in the Shenong furnace after refining, but the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill that he had just deduced. After all, it was the heavenly Tao treasure pill. A single pill could allow a desolate supreme treasure pill to step into the heavenly Tao realm. It was definitely not an ordinary item. However, Yixian had yet to refine the heavenly Tao treasure pill. Just by deducing the perfect pill formula, it caused a desolate supreme treasure pill to descend, attracting the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. This really made people speechless. It's normal when you think about it. The heavenly Tao represents the profound meaning of the great Tao that operates in the world. A single treasure pill can allow one to step into this realm. Naturally, it's heaven-defying. It's inevitable that the heavens will be jealous. After a moment of depression, a bitter smile appeared on Yixian's face as he muttered softly, "Although the heavenly Tao treasure pill has yet to be refined, the perfect pill formula for the treasure pill was deduced by me. Therefore, if there are no accidents, the target of this wave of heavenly tribulation is me." At this point, a bright light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Shenong furnace. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of the terrifying tribulation clouds in the void, the huge forbidden land of rising sun was already in an uproar. The green ox, the six-headed blood-flood dragon, Zhao Dong, and the other upper echelons all walked out of seclusion with a look of surprise on their faces. Color. However, when they saw that the center of all the tribulation clouds was the Demon Master's cave star, they heaved a long sigh of relief, and joy appeared on their faces. This was clearly the rhythm of the Demon Master's breakthrough. With his powerful cultivation of the Sixth Order Remote Ancient Supreme, how could he be afraid of this small heavenly tribulation? At this moment, a ray of light rushed out from inside the star at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it left the forbidden land of rising Sunday. The vast tribulation clouds that originally enveloped the cave star followed like a shadow and chased after it. The green ox, the six-headed blood-flood dragon, Zhao Dong, and the others understood that the Demon Master did not want to undergo heavenly tribulation in the forbidden land of rising sun to avoid being implicated. Immediately, they flew together with the other upper echelons of the magic hall, and followed the vast tribulation clouds, behind them looking from afar. Whoosh! Rumble! After a short while, Yixian came to a remote void nearly 10 billion miles away from the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Behind him, the vast tribulation clouds that covered a radius of 1 billion miles followed closely behind, and astonishing rumbling sounds were constantly heard. After all, this was a strange heavenly tribulation triggered by the heavenly Tao treasure pill's pill formula. It was no small matter, so the number of tribulation clouds was outrageous. Although Yixian was completely fearless, he had to consider the safety of his subordinates. Now that the tribulation clouds had been lured away, he was completely relieved. To him, the next wave of heavenly tribulation was just a baptism of heavenly tribulation. In the face of the heavenly tribulation that made cultivators pale, he had never taken it seriously. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4764. Hung Long Long. Gotcha. At this moment, as Yixian's figure abruptly stopped in this secluded void, the vast tribulation cloud that had been following behind him once again enveloped the sky above his head, and at the first moment a purple-gold lightning bolt descended. It was too thick, at least 30,000 meters in size. Judging from its power, even an ordinary star would be split apart with one strike. Roar! However, Yixian did not take it to heart. At this moment, he was still in the form of a violent ape that was about 3 meters tall. He raised his head and let out a violent roar. The aura in his body was completely activated, and his entire person was like the most blazing small star. Within the body of the violent ape that was only about 3 meters tall, endless treasure light seemed to erupt in an instant, bursting out through the 1.08 billion pores on the surface of his body. Gotcha! An ear-piercing crisp sound was heard, and the tribulation cloud in the sky surged even more violently in an instant. After a short breath, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt had already struck down. Rai seal. Almost at the same time, Yixian softly called out, and the Rai seal that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind shot out. Screech. The moment it was released, the Rai seal immediately flew up, and an incomparably high-pitched screech resounded from within the Emperor's seal. This was the Emperor's seal thunder spirit rejoicing. To it, this kind of tribulation lightning was the best opportunity for it to temper itself. The thunder spirit within the Emperor's seal had long since broken through to the universe master level during Yixian's tribulation. And after this period of nurturing and absorbing, the moment it appeared, its body was filled with a strong pressure of a universe supreme master. Aura. And this time, after sensing the powerful aura of the tribulation lightning, the Emperor's seal thunder spirit rejoiced again. Because this tribulation lightning was not only an opportunity for Yixian, it was also an opportunity for itself. After the baptism of the tribulation lightning, the Rai seal would become even more powerful, and the Emperor's seal thunder spirit would most likely break through to the primordial master level. This was a great opportunity, so naturally it was extremely excited, and it had a feeling that it could not hold back long ago. The feeling of coming. It has actually reached the universe supreme level. Seeing the appearance of the thunder spirit, Yixian was stunned for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said with certainty, "This wave of tribulation lightning is a little special. I wonder how many bolts of lightning will descend. Let's stick to the rules from before. I'll let you swallow the first 2 bolts, and whether you can take this opportunity to break through to the primordial master level will depend on your luck." Just as he finished speaking, the first wave of tribulation lightning above his head smashed down. Although it descended towards Yixian's head, it didn't leak out at all and was completely absorbed by the Thunder Emperor seal. Screech. Immediately, the Thunder Spirit's cheers came from the Emperor's seal again. This time it was very satisfied. After all, this was a special tribulation lightning, attracted by the Heavenly Path treasure pill. And the tribulation lightning contained a special kind of energy that was very beneficial to the Thunder Spirit. However, no matter how powerful the tribulation lightning was, it would not cause any harm to the Thunder Spirit. It was the Thunder Spirit, and it had always been nurtured in the Rai seal, which was the origin of all the lightning in the world. Rumble. Kacha. The Thunder Spirit's cheers had just ended when the second loud crack came from the sky above. This time a thicker bolt of purple gold lightning, reaching a height of 20,000 feet, suddenly rushed over. Facing this wave of tribulation lightning, Yixian still did not do anything. He put his hands behind his back and let the Rai seal above his head absorb the second bolt of lightning. Almost at the next moment, an even more cheerful and violent sound came from the Emperor's seal, revealing an even more powerful aura. It was the Primordial Master. "Your luck is not bad, you actually really stepped into the realm of Supreme Expert." Feeling the powerful aura emitted from the Rai seal, Yixian nodded in satisfaction, and a look of joy appeared on his face. This time, the Thunder Spirit of the Emperor's seal had a great fortune. Even though it was only at the first stage of the primordial era, it possessed the lightning spirit body, granting it fearsome battle prowess. Most likely, even a mid-4th stage cultivator would be no match for it. If they were to encounter it, they would have no choice but to flee in fear. Swish! Overjoyed, Yixian waved his hand, and the Rai seal hanging above his head instantly disappeared. It turned into a purple gold light that entered between his eyebrows, and once again hung above his sea of consciousness. The Thunder Spirit had only absorbed the energy of the 2 terrifying waves of tribulation lightning just now. Now that it was quietly nurturing it, it should be able to increase its strength by a few small levels. Crack! On this side, just as the Rai seal was put away by Yixian, an incomparably clear explosive sound came from the void above his head once again. In his line of sight, the vast tribulation cloud surged even more violently in an instant. In a short breath of time, an incomparably thick purple gold lightning bolt smashed down. Its might had actually increased explosively by several times compared to before. The diameter of the tribulation lightning had reached 300,000 meters. Moreover, as this bolt of lightning struck down, the jet-black tribulation cloud that enveloped an area of 1 billion kilometers in the sky instantly dissipated. It could be seen that all the power in the tribulation cloud had gathered in this bolt of tribulation lightning, and its might was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It was stronger than any of the lightning tribulations that Yi Xian had passed in the past. There was no comparison at all. It emitted an endless aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, Yi Xian was still fearless in the face of this. He currently had the terrifying strength of a sixth-order desolate elder, and his physical body had always been strong. Even if it was a terrifying tribulation lightning with a diameter of 100,000 feet, it would at most temper his physical body. After curling his lips, his figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that covered the endless void above his head. Screech! At this moment, under the agitation of his emotions, the violent ape let out a long howl. It did not dodge, but instead its figure shot out amidst the howl. In the blink of an eye, it entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Rumble! The next scene that occurred was too shocking. Within the extremely vast violet gold tribulation cloud, numerous terrifying rumbling and explosions resounded incessantly from the beginning until the end. A lightning bolt with a diameter of 100,000 feet exploded. A vast expanse of space within billions of miles was enveloped by a sea of purple gold lightning. The space trembled slightly, as if it could collapse at any moment. Although this was only a single bolt of lightning, it raged for dozens of breaths. Then, this vast sea of lightning that covered billions of miles of space completely disappeared. The vast expanse of space was thus cleared. Whoosh! As the entire sea of lightning disappeared, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was quickly heard. In the next moment, the violent ape walked out of the void high in the sky. There was not a single wound on its precious body. It was shining brightly, and it emitted an endless aura of an eternity lord. Its might spread in all directions. This wave of tribulation lightning made him feel extremely happy, unprecedentedly comfortable. Moreover, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested and integrated into his physical body and divine soul. In other words, if Yi Xian was willing, he could immediately start a new round of seclusion to break through again. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4765. Xiao. As the tribulation clouds dispersed, the violet gold sea of lightning that raged in the void and enveloped a vast area of several billion kilometers disappeared as well. Bao Yuan's figure flashed, and he instantly shot over from afar, arriving at the edge of the forbidden land of sunrise. Within his line of sight were the six-headed blood Wrm Zhaodong Qiannan Sun Shi Li Bei Elder Sangji, the Azure Ox Yu Linglong Long Ao Gong Jun, the Black Wind Tiger, the Howling Moon Mastiff, the three-clawed Flood Dragon Long Shantang, the Blood Wrm Ancestor, and the Azure Rock Ancestor. Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion were all emperors. There were a total of 1,000 figures, all of whom were emperors or above. They were all the higher-ups of the magic hall of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and they were all gathered here now. 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, everyone's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Six-headed Blood Dragon was still a universe supreme, but he had reached the late stage of that level. Zhaodong Qiannan Sun Shi Li Bei, the Four Beasts Blood Dragon Ancestor, and Green Rock Ancestor were all universe knights, but now they had all become universe masters. Even Green Cow, Yu Linglong, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shantang, and the elders of the Sangji remnant race, who were originally only Undying Emperors, had now become universe knights. Other than that, there were many new faces amongst the emperors. They must have broken through from emperor level to emperor level in the past 2 years, leaping into the upper echelon of emperor level. It could be said that in the past 2 years, all the higher-ups of the magic hall of the forbidden land of Rising Sun had improved by a huge level, which was a joyous occasion. The reason why they were all gathered here was because of the huge commotion caused by the Thunder Trial. Some of them were in seclusion, but they were all alarmed and rushed over to watch from the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun. The scale and might of this wave of lightning tribulation were terrifying. They had never seen anything like it before in their lives. Shock appeared on their faces as they were guessing in their hearts what level Yi Xian's cultivation had reached after transcending the tribulation. This was to be expected. If he hadn't broken through, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't have come for no reason. Besides, the Lord Devil Lord's talent was amazing. In the past 2 years, their cultivation had increased by a large realm. Even if the Lord Devil Lord's cultivation was too high and it was impossible for him to increase his strength by such a large margin, he could still make 1 or 2 small breakthroughs. But it was still very possible. 2 years ago, he was already a rank 5 Desolate Venerable. If he were to break through another 2 small ranks, he would be a rank 7 Desolate Venerable. He would only be 2 ranks away from the half-step Heavenly Way. Furthermore, the heavenly tribulation from before was so astounding that many of them were guessing if Yi Xian had broken through to the heavenly Dao realm in one fell swoop. This was not surprising. Generally speaking, the breakthrough of a small realm would not cause heavenly tribulation to descend. Heavenly tribulation would only descend when breaking through a large realm. In their impression, Yi Xian was already a late-stage Desolate Venerable. If he broke through a large realm, he would naturally be in the heavenly Dao realm. However, at this moment Yi Xian, in the form of a violent ape, shot over from afar and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. The cultivation aura emitted from his body was clearly only a rank 1 Desolate Venerable. Everyone was stunned, and a dull expression appeared on their faces. In 2 years he had only broken through a small realm? Moreover, it was only a small realm breakthrough, yet it attracted such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? What should they say? Was he a monstrous talent or something else? It was really hard to judge. Disperse. Those who should be in seclusion continue. It's just a small heavenly tribulation, what's there to watch? Yi Xian grinned. He understood what these fellows were muttering in their hearts, so he didn't delay any longer. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he directly headed towards the cave star. This lightning tribulation allowed him to fully integrate the gains he had gained from his breakthrough 2 years ago into his body and soul. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Yi Xian naturally would not let it go. He decided to return to the cave-dwelling star and begin another seclusion to break through again. At the same time, hundreds of billions of miles away from the rising sun Forbidden Land, in a secluded star field near the star field where the Fierce Beast Alliance was located. This star field was extremely remote, and there were no races or forces stationed here. This was because there was not a single life star in the vast universe void that spanned tens of billions of miles. All of them were worthless abandoned stars. There was not even a single plant on them, only some barren minerals. Even the fierce beasts of the starry sky hated them. However, the Fierce Beast Alliance of the Great Five Alliances was not far from the right side of this star field. The edge was only a little more than 20 billion miles away. Because it was too barren, there were only some minerals, and there was not even a single life star that grew plants. Therefore, in this remote star field, there were basically no starry sky powerhouses, unless they were deliberately looking for such an area to find a place for seclusion. Hiss! At this moment, in the deepest part of such a desolate and remote star field without any life, there was suddenly a clear sound of ripping silk, and the movement was not small at all. Looking carefully, in the depths of the universe void of this remote star field, a huge void crack had been torn open at this moment. It was thousands of miles long from top to bottom and hundreds of miles in diameter. It was like a vertical eye in the void, and it was horrifying. Boom! Rumble. This void crack was not the end, and everything was just the beginning. Almost in the next instant, rumbling sounds of thunder came from this crack in the void. It continued without end, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. And with these muffled sounds of thunder, this void crack that suddenly appeared was obviously expanding in all directions. Although the speed was very slow, it continued without stopping for a moment. At a glance, it was as if a small hole had been broken in the void, and then an invisible force was spreading out from this small hole, making it bigger and bigger. This scene was too strange, and the commotion caused by it wasn't small at all. If it was any other stellar region and not this remote stellar region where it was usually difficult to find, then it would have probably alarmed countless powers and experts from all over by now. But now no one was aware of all of this. And this void crack, which was originally only 1,000 miles long and only about 100 miles in diameter, was constantly expanding amidst the rumbling sound of thunder, growing larger and larger. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. At this time, the void crack that was originally 1,000 miles long had turned into a huge black hole. It was oval in shape, about 1,000,000 miles in diameter, and was about the size of a star. However, this huge black hole that had just been formed was obviously not as simple as an ordinary black hole. The aura emitted from the black hole was vaguely similar to the planar-level wormholes that connected the three main planes of space. Similar. Unknowingly, a stable wormhole had appeared in this void fragment of the primordial world. No one knew what this meant and no one could judge. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4766. In less than half a day, the void crack, which was only about 1,000 miles long, expanded into a huge black hole. It was oval-shaped with a diameter of about 1,000,000 miles. It was about the size of a star. The aura emitted from the black hole was vaguely similar to the plane-level wormhole that connected the three main planes of the starry sky. At this point, the black hole finally stopped expanding outward and completely stabilized. The low rumbling that had been going on for a long time had also disappeared. This originally extremely remote part of the universe had completely fallen into a deathly silence. It was exactly the same as it had been half a day ago. However, this deathly silence didn't last for long. In merely the time it took to eat a meal, it was shattered by the world-shaking roar of a ferocious beast that revealed boundless joy. Humph! Roar! Look, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of us. It seems to be emitting the aura of a wormhole, extremely stable. Old pig. This turtle suddenly has a very strange intuition. There seems to be a voice in the black hole calling me. Could it be my ancestor of the archaic turtle clan? I finally open my eyes. The opportunity has come. I must not miss it. Come on, what ancestor opened his eyes? Could it be that your ancestor is buried in the same place as this pig's ancestor? This pig also felt the call. No matter what, let's go in first. Anyway, we have no way to go with this group of people behind us. I don't know if that kid surnamed Yi ran away or not, but we can't find his shadow. That's right, we have been searching for so many years. This is already the 17th fragment void that we have descended to, and we haven't found anything. Maybe there is really some opportunity in this black hole. Little ones, cheer up. There is a fat sheep in front, follow closely. Roar! Roar! Screech! As soon as the two voices finished speaking, there were overwhelming roars and howls of fierce beasts coming from the black hole. There were too many to count, and all of them revealed endless ferocity in their excitement. Only just by hearing the roars of these fierce beasts, one could judge that the army of fierce beasts on the other side of the wormhole was definitely fierce and cruel. Swoosh! In the next moment, with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a figure rushed out of the wormhole. To be precise, there were two figures, but it seemed that there was only one. It was a black boar and a green turtle. The black boar was enormous, over 1,000 zhang long. However, the green-haired tortoise on its back was only the size of a palm. It looked like a silhouette, more like a green-haired tortoise riding a huge black boar. But, in fact, this possibility was almost impossible because the cultivation strength of the two was basically equal. No, whether it was the enormous black boar or the palm-sized green-haired tortoise, the aura emanating from their bodies was at the first level of the Desolation era. These two guys were the archaic turtle and the archaic porcupine. Not long after the cage star field, which was connected to the ancestral land of the Demon Kin and the Demon Emperor star, replaced the Demon Emperor star field and arrived in the first universe, the primordial turtle and the primordial porcupine led the army of ferocious beasts from the source of all evil star field into the cage star field. In the cage star field, there were a large number of bloodline descendants of ancient creatures, and from time to time, there would be some bloodline atavism. For many fierce beasts in the source of all evil star field, this was the best delicacy. The fierce beasts in the starry sky originally relied on devouring each other to improve their bloodline and cultivation strength. In order to quickly improve the cultivation of the fierce beasts they led from the source of all evil star field, the archaic turtle and the archaic porcupine finally all entered the cage star field. From after that, they never saw Yixian again. Even when Yixian had left the third universe and entered the second universe, he had gone through the enormous spatial rift in the Shadow Devil Star region and entered the void of this fragment of the great desolate world. The primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the entire army of evil beasts under their command were still trapped in the cage star region and had yet to come out. Calculating the time, that was something that happened almost 100 years ago. In fact, as early as 20 years ago, the primordial tortoise and the primordial porcupine had already led their army of ferocious beasts out of the forbidden land of confinement. First, in the past few decades, the army of fierce beasts had unified the caged star field, and almost all the fierce beasts in the caged star field were eaten. Therefore, the strength of all the fierce beasts in the army of fierce beasts was greatly improved, not much slower than that of Yixian. After all, these fierce beasts had devoured a large number of descendants of primordial creatures, and the bloodlines in their bodies had been undergoing transformation and evolution time and time again. Originally, there was a doppelganger of the green eyes of the Way of Heaven in the untainted land, guarding all the ferocious beasts in the caged starfield. However, more than 20 years ago, something happened to the green eyes of the Way of Heaven in the untainted land, or there was a different arrangement. Unexpectedly, the doppelganger of the primeval heaven's eye that was guarding the caged starfield was suddenly summoned away. Taking advantage of that opportunity, the archaic porcupine and the archaic turtle led the entire army of fierce beasts out of the caged starfield. After that, they went to the Shadow Devil starfield in the second universe, and entered a wormhole that connected to the void fragment of the Chaos starfield. Unfortunately, although the wormhole was connected to the void fragment of the untainted land, it was rather winding. As a result, the army of ferocious beasts had passed through more than a dozen void fragments of various sizes in the following 20 years. Among them, some of the void fragments were barren, and there was not a single strand of hair. However, there were also some fragments of void fragments with the remains of primordial creatures. It was these remains of primordial creatures that allowed the strength of the entire army of fierce beasts to rise to another level. More than 20 years ago, when Archaic Porcupine and Archaic Porcupine led the army of fierce beasts out of the caged star field, they were only universe supreme beings. However, after more than 20 years, their strength had skyrocketed to the level of supreme beings in the chaos star field. In addition, the army of fierce beasts led by the two of them still had more than a dozen universe supreme beasts, close to 100 universe masters, hundreds of universe knights, and thousands of undying emperors. Their overall strength was absolutely terrifying. However, as the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise charged out of the wormhole that had suddenly appeared, the massive and powerful army of 10,000 ferocious beasts under their command would not be left behind. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon be following closely behind the two of them, swarming over like a swarm that would cover the sky and cover the earth. The army of ferocious beasts that had walked out of the star area, the source of all evil, was finally going to descend on this fragment of the untainted land. Moreover, all the ferocious beasts that had survived in the army were far more powerful than before. They were extremely violent. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4767. Roar. Roar. Screech. Rumble. In the void. The wormhole that looked like a gap in the void still existed, and it was extremely stable. As the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise shot out of the wormhole, there was a brief silence in the wormhole, and in an instant, there was an earth-shattering roar, roar, and rumbling sound. A small part of the void was in an uproar, and the void was slightly trembling because the aura from the wormhole was too majestic. There were countless ferocious beasts in the entire All-Evil Legion, and every one of them was extremely powerful. At this moment, as they passed through the wormhole, the aura in their bodies surged to the extreme, and the aura gathered together to form this incomparably terrifying aura that even made the void tremble. Soon, some figures of ferocious beasts appeared in the wormhole. They were of different races, different bloodlines, and even their sizes were different. But without exception, the aura emitted from every ferocious beast revealed an incomparably fierce and ruthless intent of blood and iron. This army of ferocious beasts had already experienced endless slaughter in the depths of the source of all evil star region. Later, when they entered the cage star region, which replaced the demon emperor star region, they killed endlessly and devoured the countless caged ferocious beasts in the entire cage star region. Then, after leaving the cage star region, this army of ferocious beasts wandered in the void fragments of different sizes, experiencing countless dangers and victories, and had long been tempered into a true iron-blooded army. In the distance, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise had retreated hundreds of millions of miles away, and they turned around to look. In the wormhole, ferocious beasts roared and rushed out, and gathered in the void of the universe outside the wormhole. This scene lasted for an entire day. A day later, the wormhole was still as stable as before, but there were no more ferocious beasts rushing out from it. All the ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil legion had finally gathered. As far as the eye could see, there was a large black mass spread out in the void, and the total number was at least hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts. This number was far less than the Big Five Alliance's Ferocious Beast Alliance. After all, the ferocious beasts in the Ferocious Beast Alliance had reached billions. However, the entire army of evil was superior in terms of its elites. Everywhere that met the eye, the aura of every single ferocious beast within the army was extremely violent, ferocious, and oppressive, of which there were more than a dozen Universe Supreme Beasts, close to 100 Universe Masters, hundreds of Universe Knights, and over 1,000 Emperors. Their overall strength was terrifying. Putting aside the core combat strength of the Primordial Age Almighties and above, just the ordinary combat strength of the Almighties and below was definitely not weaker than any of the Great Five Alliances. Even the Demonic Palace couldn't compare to it. Roar! Screech! As the army gathered, the Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Hairy Tortoise raised their heads and let out a ferocious roar. Shortly after, a voice was transmitted through the spirit consciousness, and it spread throughout a small part of the void. All the ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil legion could hear it clearly. Little ones, this void is very lively, and there are countless energies. It's not like the fragments of the void we encountered before. After so long, we've finally come to an end. There's a large amount of life energy in the void on the right in front of us. I've already detected it. Little ones, it's time to hunt. When the locusts pass through, leave nothing behind. When the locusts pass through, leave nothing behind. Little ones, sing the battle song. It's time to eat. The last sentence came out of the Primordial Hairy Tortoise's mouth. It was extremely sharp, and there was endless excitement in it. It was as if this damn tortoise had just been injected with chicken blood. As soon as the shriek ended, it immediately took the lead in singing the battle song of the All-Evil Legion. We are pests. We are pests. On this side, as one of the two commanders of the Legion, Primordial Hairy Tortoise, had already started singing. Naturally, the hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts in the void in front of them were not willing to be left behind. Besides, this so-called battle song of the Legion had been practiced countless times, and they had great chemistry with each other. Almost in the next instant, the battle song resounded in this part of the void. We are pests. We are pests. Hong long long. As the battle song continued to resound, the entire all-evil legion instantly moved. Under the leadership of the Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Hairy Tortoise, they rumbled through the void toward the void on the right where the life energy was coming from. Luokuan Star Area. This was originally a senior forbidden land, and the most powerful being in charge of this forbidden land of ferocious beasts was a Luokuan at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Supreme, which was also a half-step supreme being. This Luokuan had the bloodline of the Luo demon and the Kuan fish in his body, and he was extremely powerful. Even when the various races and powers of the three main planes of the universe invaded this void fragment of the universe several times, Luokuan Star Area did not fall into enemy hands. Later on, when the magic hall appeared under pressure, Luokuan, who was in charge of this place, had no choice but to form the Ferocious Beasts Alliance with the other remaining Ferocious Beasts Forbidden Lands. Since then, Luokuan Star Area had become a member of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance, and Luokuan, who was a half-step supreme being, had become one of the representatives of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance. This time, in the Battle of the Magic Hall, the only 7th-level supreme being of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance had been killed, and now, like the other 4 alliances, they had become an external power of the Magic Hall. All of this was infuriating. Luokuan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. After returning from the Forbidden Land of Rising where the Magic Hall was located, he went straight to the Lair Star in the depths of Luokuan Forbidden Land. Originally, he wanted to go into seclusion and try to break through to the primordial great power in one fell swoop. However, just as he prepared everything and was about to go into seclusion, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the outer void of Luokuan Star Area. Accompanied by the earth-shattering roar of thunder, there was also an extremely strange ballad-like roar of ferocious beasts. We are pests. We are pests. Luokuan was stunned. It was clearly the roar of ferocious beasts, So why did it call itself a pests? Then his expression changed dramatically, because at this moment, two extremely powerful auras passed through the atmosphere of the star area and descended with a boom. They instantly locked onto him, and his aura was firmly locked on. Primordial great power? There are actually two of them? What is going on? Luo Kuan suddenly exclaimed in shock. Without any hesitation, his shoulders shook, and he immediately rushed out of the lair star under his feet and came to the outer void of the universe. As far as the eye could see, a huge army of ferocious beasts was swarming in from outside Luo Kuan's star area. The leader was clearly a pitch-black space porcupine, and on its back was a palm-sized green-haired turtle. Chapter 4768. Who are you? Seeing the army of ferocious beasts swarming into the star field with terrifying killing intent, the first thing they did was to start a frenzied slaughter. As for himself, his aura was locked onto by the space porcupine and the green-haired tortoise, who both had terrifying cultivation at the level of a great being from the primordial era. An incomparably shocked expression immediately appeared on Yu Kuan's face. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted out, revealing a deep sense of confusion. I didn't see any of you in the army of the demon palace. Even in the void space of this fragment of the universe, I've never heard of such a group of ferocious beasts. Where are you from? You're all ferocious beasts from forbidden lands. Why are you slaughtering my Ikuan star field? Howl. You talk too much. A mere half-step great being is not qualified to talk to me like that. Li. Old pig, swallow him. The moment Ikuan's voice was heard, the primordial porcupine let out a furious roar, and the primordial tortoise on its back let out a shrill shriek. The next moment, the primordial porcupine's body expanded to 100 million feet in the blink of an eye. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Ikuan, whose expression had changed drastically, into its belly. After a round of chewing, blood splattered everywhere. Ikuan, a half-step great being at the level of a 9th-level universe supreme being, was caught off guard and didn't even have the chance to escape. Within a few breaths of time, he was reduced to a pile of crushed bones and flesh, which was swallowed by the primordial porcupine. Li. This scene was too bloody. Countless ferocious beasts from Rockstellar region witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and all of them were terrified to the point of trembling. They instinctively raised their heads and howled fiercely while revealing boundless terror. Apart from this half-step great being Ikuan, there were several other ferocious beasts at the level of Universe Supreme level in this star field, including some Universe Masters and Universe Knights. However, almost all of them were targeted. After all, apart from the two supreme beings, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, there were many Universe Supreme beings and Universe Masters in the all-evil army. The higher-ups of the ferocious beasts in Luo Kuan's star area were the main targets of their attention, and their auras were locked down immediately. Other than a few Universe Masters who were the furthest away, the rest were all targeted and caught in a bloody battle. The entire Kuan star area used to be extraordinarily powerful. They had more than 200 million beasts, which was more than the 10,000 evil legion. However, their individual strength was far weaker than the Kuan star area, and their ferocious chi couldn't be compared to the Kuan star area. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. The entire Yongkuan galaxy was transformed into an underworld because of this. Space was filled with various kinds of ferocious beasts of different bloodlines. It was impossible to tell which side they belonged to. Only they knew that a bloody battle had broken out. Primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise only attacked occasionally, and they spent most of their time searching for treasures within the giant stars. Even though the most powerful beings within Luo Kuan's starfield were only a few Universe Supremes, they were still extremely powerful. However, this fragment of space was extremely vast, and it was rich in all kinds of resources. Primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise had been to a dozen smaller fragments of space that were relatively barren, so they didn't have enough resources at hand. Hence, at this moment, even though they were great beings of the primordial era, they still couldn't be satisfied. They raised their heads and roared excitedly. The fierce battle lasted for 2 whole days. Only about 10% of the over 200 million ferocious beasts of the Yukuan Forbidden Land managed to escape. The remaining 90% were all killed and eaten by the brutal ferocious beasts of the all-evil army on the spot. More than 200 million ferocious beasts sounded like a lot, But there were nearly 100 million ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Evil Legion. On average, each ferocious beast ate less than 2 ferocious beasts, so it wasn't full at all. At this level they didn't feel hungry, but the feeling of hunger was even more torturous. After devouring the remains of the nearly 200 million ferocious beasts, the 10,000 Evil Legion's ferocious beast army ransacked all the life stars in Inkuan Galaxy. Whether it was the flesh and blood resources, all kinds of precious materials or other treasures, without exception they took everything and kept it for themselves. 2 days later, when the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise led the rest of the 10,000 Evil Legion and set off again, the entire vast Inkuan Galaxy had been completely transformed into a desolate dead zone. Even if the real Space Locust clan army had passed through, they probably wouldn't have been able to do this. On the surface of countless life stars, there wasn't a single bit of green left. All the plants had been eaten up. This was really an army of pests. Wherever they went, the place turned into a barren land. In the core star of the Human Clan Federation, where D-Air was in charge. At this time, D-Air and the other 8 primordial great powers of the Human Clan Federation, a total of 9 high-level great powers, were gathered together. Their expressions were extremely solemn and revealed a hint of confusion. The change in Inkuan Galaxy was immediately known to the 5 alliances. Now D-Air had summoned the other 8 primordial great powers of the Human Clan Federation precisely because of this. In the past 2 years, whether it was the Human Clan Federation or the other 4 alliances, they had been extremely quiet and didn't continue to jump out. On the surface, it seemed that they were really willing to submit to the Magic Hall and become its subordinates. But in fact, this was obviously impossible. Whether it was the Human Clan Federation or the other 4 alliances, they all had their own plans. Among them, the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance had already made arrangements to try to summon the Great Powers' ancestors who were still in hibernation in their respective ancestral lands, and even the desolate Venerable Ancestor. The major clans and forces of the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Human Clan Federation all had their ancestral lands in the 3 main star planes. There were also many great powers and even desolate Venerable Bloodline ancestors, who were in hibernation in their ancestral lands. Almost all of the major clans and forces of the 3 alliances had used secret methods to send messages to their respective ancestral lands, requesting the higher-ups of the clans to stay in their ancestral lands to try to awaken the great powers and even the desolate Venerable Ancestors. However, it was obvious that this level of existence couldn't be awakened at any time. That would cause accidents. Therefore, 2 years had passed, and the major clans and forces of the 5 alliances hadn't had a single desolate Venerable Ancestor descend. But calculating the time, it should be soon. If there are no accidents, the desolate Venerable Ancestor of the Human Clan and the Senate of the Federation will descend here within a year. Turning his head to look at the other 8 great powers of the ancients, a cold light flashed in D-Air's eyes. He then said, "But in the past 2 years, the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, have been quiet and haven't made any moves. This isn't a good thing, it makes people uneasy. Now that this beast army has appeared, we can use them to test the Master of the Magic Hall's current cultivation and state." Chapter 4769. Hearing this, the eyes of the 8 human powerhouses lit up at the same time. Dong Xiaotian from the Federation Senate nodded and said, "This is a good idea. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. According to the latest report, the strongest beings in this army of beasts are a space porcupine and a green-furred tortoise. They're both primordial rank 1 almighties. Do you still remember? Back in the origin of all Evil Star region, when that Yi guy transformed into the primordial little ape demon, he had a primordial porcupine and a primordial tortoise with him. Later on, those 2 fellows led the entire army of evil into the Cage Star region of the first universe. If I'm not mistaken, this army of beasts that suddenly appeared should be the army of evil that entered the Cage Star region of the first universe. In other words, this army of beasts is in cahoots with that Yi guy. But now, that Yi guy is hiding somewhere and enjoying himself. This army of evil doesn't know what happened before, and they don't know that the Master of the Magic Hall and that Yi guy are in cahoots. If we can lure them to the Magic Hall and start a fight with the 4 armies under the Magic Hall, At this point, a ferocious look appeared on Dong Xiaotian's face. He paused for a moment before continuing. In that case, not only has there been no news of the Master of the Magic Hall for the past 2 years, But we also don't know what his current cultivation base and condition is. It's even very likely that he'll fall out with the master of the Sky River planet, Yixian. After all, back in the origin of all Evil Star region, the master of the Sky River planet, Yixian, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise had an unusual relationship. Moreover, this person is very protective of his own people. At this point, Dong Zhaotian stopped talking and turned to look at Dair and the rest. It had to be said that this plan was perfect. Although the bad idea was originally from Dair, he had only mentioned it briefly. The rest of the plan was thoroughly deduced by Dong Zhaotian. Everyone looked at each other, exchanged glances, and nodded in agreement. The host's plan is indeed perfect. Seeing this, Dair immediately nodded and glanced at Dong Zhaotian. In that case, I'll leave the task of luring this army of evil to the magic hall to fellow cultivator Dong. After all, you didn't show your face in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun battle. Even if you're exposed, don't worry about the Human Federation. Of course, I didn't show my face. But I can't be in the Federation headquarters. There were 7 great beings from both sides of the human tribe. They were in a disadvantageous position. Even if they raised their hands to vote, it wouldn't change anything. Thinking of this, Dong Zhaotian glanced at Dair and did not say anything else. He snorted coldly and immediately stood up. Whoosh! Dong Zhaotian merely shook his shoulders before his figure disappeared, disappearing without a trace. Roar! Screech! We're pests! We're pests! In the void, a huge army of ferocious beasts was advancing slowly. From time to time, roars and howls could be heard. The army's battle song was even more ridiculous. The tragedy in the Yingkuan galaxy had spread throughout half of the Eldritch universe fragment. Therefore, all the great beings in the surrounding galaxies hid their auras in fear. They were afraid of being detected by this army of ferocious beasts, which was like a swarm of ferocious beasts. Coincidentally, the all-evil army was advancing in the direction of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. This was because the Yingkuan galaxy was not too far away from the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. They were in the same galaxy. However, Dong Zhaotian was still worried. After leaving the Human Tribe Federation, he used his great power to capture a large number of ferocious beasts from the ferocious beasts he passed by. There were more than 10 million of them. Although their cultivation was weak, they were all ferocious beasts with vigorous vitality and rich qi. These 10 million weak but vigorous ferocious beasts were the bait that Dong Zhaotian had prepared for the all-evil army. He had imprisoned all the ferocious beasts in a storage Dharma treasure. However, Dong Zhaotian could change the power field of the storage Dharma treasure at any time. He could magnify the qi and blood of these 10 million ferocious beasts and spread it out. The all-evil army was a powerful ferocious beast army. Since they were ferocious beasts, they were very sensitive to the qi and blood of various ferocious beasts. They were eager to devour the ferocious beasts because this was the main way to improve their bloodline and cultivation. Although the 2 commanders of the all-evil army, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, were extremely powerful and were also primordial great beings, they were only rank 1 great beings. However, Dong Zhaotian was a rank 8 great being. He was only 1 step away from becoming a complete rank 9 great being and a half-step desolate supremacy. In addition, he had deliberately made ample preparations and used the 10 million ferocious beasts as bait to lure the primordial porcupine, the primordial tortoise, and the entire all-evil army to the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. It was not difficult at all. In fact, everything was progressing smoothly. Dong Zhaotian first concealed himself. After restraining the qi and blood in his body, he waited in the void in front of the all-evil army. When the entire army was a certain distance away, he suddenly activated the storage magic treasure in his body and changed the power field of the storage magic treasure. He magnified the vigorous qi and blood of the 10 million ferocious beasts and spread it out. Although it did not last long, only a few breaths, it was enough for the countless ferocious beasts of the all-evil army to sense it. Roar! Screech! In the void in the distance, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise raised their heads and let out an angry roar and a violent howl respectively. Then their divine sense voices were transmitted, revealing a strong sense of joy and brutality. Over there, to the right in front, there is a large amount of ferocious beasts. The qi and blood are too vigorous. There must be a powerful forbidden land in this direction. I'm afraid its scale is not inferior to the one that was just massacred. Little ones, a new hunt is about to begin. Cheer, full speed ahead. Roar! Roar! Screech, screech, screech. Almost in the next moment, the cheers and howls of the ferocious beasts that covered the sky and earth sounded one after another. Under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, the entire all-evil army instantly accelerated. All the ferocious beasts seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, as they roared excitedly, and set off toward the forbidden land of rising sun where the magic hall was located. Chapter 4770. Roar! Roar! Roar, roar, roar. For 2 whole days, the void was filled with the roars and cries of the ferocious beasts. Under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, the entire army of evil sped up in these 2 days. All the ferocious beasts seemed to have been given a shot of adrenaline, as they roared excitedly and charged toward the forbidden land of rising sun where the magic hall was located. Far in front of them, Dong Zhaotian had been concealing himself. From time to time, he would activate the storage treasure in his body to change the power field of this storage treasure. He would amplify the vigorous aura of the ferocious beasts and spread it out to attract the ferocious beasts behind him. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise were not idiots. They had vaguely sensed that something was amiss, but because their cultivation base was too weak compared to Dong Zhaotian's, they were unable to find out the truth in a short period of time no matter how attentive they were. This ignited the flames of anger in their hearts. Almost all the ferocious beasts in the army of evil felt the same way. After 2 days of rapid attacks, all the ferocious beasts' patience had been worn thin. They had been excited for so long, but they had not seen a single prey. However, the dense aura of the ferocious beasts in front of them would occasionally spread out. This made them go crazy. As the ferocious beasts of the stars, the ferocious beasts in the army of evil, including the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, were on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, if an army appeared in front of them, whether it was ferocious beasts, humans, or other star races, the army of evil would definitely charge forward and tear it to pieces. At this moment, after 2 days of rapid attacks, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, as well as the army of evil behind them, were only 10 billion miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just 10 billion miles away. The roars of the ferocious beasts of the army of evil were loud enough for the powerhouses in the magic hall in the forbidden land of rising sun to hear. At this moment, with the faint sound of breaking through the air, several figures shot out from the edge of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. For the past 2 years, Yi Xian had been deducing the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly path pellet. Half a month ago, he had just completed the terrifying heavenly tribulation triggered by the pill formula. The higher-ups of the 4 armies in the magic hall were all in seclusion and did not come out at all. It was as if the entire magic hall was sealed off from the world. Therefore, the higher-ups in the magic hall were unaware of the happenings in the outside world over the past few days. At this moment, the figures that rushed out of the forbidden land of rising sun were the higher-ups of the magic hall who had just been alarmed by the commotion caused by Yi Xian's heavenly tribulation half a month ago, and hadn't had the time to enter seclusion again. In his line of sight were the 6-headed blood dragon Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sangji, and the other survivors. There were also Green Cow, Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed dragon, Long Shantang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, and Green Rock Ancestor. There were also the Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the Battle Lion Ancestor. There were a total of more than 1,000 figures, and all of them were at least emperors. They were also the higher-ups of the magic hall in the forbidden land of rising Sunday. They were all alarmed by the commotion caused by the commotion 10 billion miles away. At this moment, after the higher-ups of the devil halls rushed out of the forbidden land of rising sun, they immediately looked towards the direction where the evil army was rumbling towards. Their faces were filled with a wisp of dense suspicion that couldn't be dispelled. For the past 2 years, the entire void space of this vast fragment of the universe had been peaceful. The magic hall was a powerful force, and it had the Sky River sector as its ally. Behind the Sky River sector, there was the Sky River sector master, Yi Xian, whose battle strength was not weaker than the master of the magic hall. Under the alliance of these powerful forces, the Magic Hall and the Sky River sector had become existences that no one dared to provoke in this fragment of the universe. At least until the powerful beings of the ancestral lands and the desolate venerables of the five alliances woke up from their deep slumber and gathered here one after another. Under such circumstances for the past 2 years, the Magic Hall seemed to have closed itself off from the outside world. All the subordinates of the Magic Hall, from top to bottom, were trying their best to improve their cultivation through one quick update. But now the peace that had persisted for 2 years had been broken. In the distant void of the universe 10 billion kilometers away, there was actually an army of ferocious beasts with extremely violent auras and monstrous baleful auras that were charging over here. There were close to 100 million ferocious beasts in the entire army, and they were all roaring and roaring. They were in a frenzied state, and their auras were bloodthirsty and violent. This was clearly the sign of a new battle in the forbidden land of the rising sun. But where did this army of ferocious beasts come from? Who gave them the guts to come to the Magic Hall, which had long ruled the world, and behave atrociously at such a time? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the six-headed blood dragon, Green Ox, Xiaodong Qiannan, Sun Shi Li Bei, and the other higher-ups of the Magic Hall were all dumbfounded. When they turned to look at each other, they were all extremely confused. Then all kinds of soft exclamations and discussions rang out like a tide. What happened? Where did this army of ferocious beasts come from? It's definitely not the Ferocious Beast Alliance. Those guys definitely don't have such a fierce aura. Although this army of ferocious beasts is not large, only about 100 million of them, every ferocious beast in the army is as if they have just crawled out of the blood sea of hell. Their auras are so violent that it makes one's hair stand on end. What's the use of having a violent aura? Combat power is what gives confidence. The two existences at the front of this army of ferocious beasts are clearly only stage 1 mighty figures. They have just entered this realm, but they dare to be so arrogant and bring an army of 100 million ferocious beasts to suppress the Magic Hall. Are these two fellows crazy? These two fellows are a starry sky porcupine and a starry sky hairy turtle. This combination seems a little familiar. Have I seen them somewhere before? Let's not care about this. No matter whether we've seen them before or not, since they dare to suppress the forbidden land of the rising sun, they are the enemies of the Magic Hall. Now that the Demon Master is still in seclusion, there's no need to alarm him. Although the two stage 1 mighty figures are more troublesome, the reputation of the Magic Hall is not just for show. That's right. Mobilize all 4 armies and kill all the invading ferocious beasts. These two stage 1 mighty figures might not dare to continue acting presumptuously in fear. At this point, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall did not hesitate any longer. They immediately used their divine senses to convey the order for the army to assemble. Boom! Rumble! Roar! Violent, 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 violent! Almost in the next instant, from the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun behind everyone, the rumbling of thunder could be heard. There was also the sound of a large number of ferocious beasts roaring and roaring. The forbidden land of the rising sun had been peaceful for 2 years. Now that an army of ferocious beasts dared to invade, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall were enraged. The 4 armies quickly assembled and prepared for battle. Chapter 4771. Hong. Hong long long. Howl. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Deep within the forbidden land of rising sun, the rumbling of thunder resounded, and a large number of ferocious beasts roared and howled. Following the orders of the higher-ups of the Magic Hall, including six-headed blood dragon, Green Ox, Xiaodong, Qiannan, Sun Shi and Li Bei, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall were fully assembled. As far as the eye could see, countless battleships, and massive beasts could be seen everywhere in the vast void of the Forbidden Land. Everything was tense but orderly. All the subordinates of the Demon Hall were brimming with fighting spirit. The ferocious beast army was the first to assemble, and with a shocking roar, a huge army of ferocious beasts rushed out from the right side of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. This army of ferocious beasts was made up of ferocious beasts that had been living in the space fragment of this desolate land, including the ferocious beast army of the original space nomadic army, and the space beasts of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The current commanders were Green Ox, Yuling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and a few other emperors of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. There were a total of 40 of them. As for the space beasts of different levels within the army, there were about 100 million of them. At this moment, as the army arrived, Green Ox, Yu Ling Long, and the other higher-ups of the ferocious beast army immediately flew out and stood in front of the army. Hong! Hong Long Long. In less than half an incense's time, the second army arrived, and its aura was extraordinary, causing the space to tremble slightly. This time it was the remnant army of the 4 armies of the Magic Hall, and it was made up of the Sangji tribe and the remnant tribes of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. The commanders of the army were Zhao Dong, Qiannan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other 3 Universe Knights, as well as the over 20 Undying Emperors of the Sangji tribe. The total number of the remnant tribes in the army was also about 100 million, but there were only about 10 million battleships. However, all of them were extremely huge, with a volume of over 300,000 feet. As the army of battleships arrived, the elders of the Sangji tribe immediately flew up and rushed into their flagship battleships. As for Zhao Dong, Qiannan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, they stayed behind and stood in the space before the 2 legions. Half an hour later, the last 2 legions of the Magic Hall arrived at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The size of the legion was even larger, and as far as the eye could see, endless battleships of all kinds stretched as far as the eye could see. These 2 armies were the Nomadic Army and the Captive Army under the Magic Hall. The composition of the members of the 2 armies was very mixed. All of them were experts from the 3 main planes of the current universe. There were humans, the second universe, and even some of the servant races from the first universe, as well as experts from the original Wanluo Federation. The current commanders of the Nomadic Army were the 3-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other representatives of the council who had been captured. They had all become Universe Knights. The number of soldiers in the army was shocking, with a total of more than 1 billion. The battleships were all huge fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Originally, there were only 50 million of them, but now there were more than 100 million of them, covering a large area of space. As for the Captive Army, although it was only made up of captives from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races, it was the largest army in the Magic Hall. However, their total military strength was the largest among the 4 Demon Hall's armies, numbering more than 20 billion. They had all kinds of battleships and fortresses of various sizes, as well as small fortresses of 50,000 meters in length. The current commanders were Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and hundreds of Undying Emperors from the 3 races, as well as a small number of Universe Knights. Hong Long Long. At this moment, with the arrival of the 2 battleships, the entire space was in an uproar. More than 1 billion battleships of all kinds started to charge their cannons at the same time. The rumbling sound of thunder shook the space slightly. Within the time it took to eat a meal, the 4 battleships under the command of the Magic Hall had all assembled and arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. They lined up in a row and were ready for battle. In the space opposite them, the all-evil army, which was still close to 10 billion miles away, had rushed forward at an extremely fast speed during this period of time. Now it was already more than 1 billion miles away. The atmosphere in the space immediately froze, and it was incomparably heavy. An earth-shattering battle in space was about to break out at any moment. One had to admit that, in terms of the scale of the battle, the 4 battleships of the Magic Hall were indeed much larger than the all-evil army. The all-evil army only had close to 100 million ferocious beasts in total. However, in the 4 battleships of the Magic Hall, which were lined up in a row at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, there were more than 100 million ferocious beasts, more than 10 million gigantic battleships, and more than 100 million fortresses with diameters of more than 100,000 meters. Even the smaller fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters and the smaller fortresses and star-level battleships with diameters of less than 10,000 meters were more than 1 billion. The ferocious beasts, the battleships of the survivors, and the 2 battleship armies of different levels. Their attack patterns were all different, but their advantages complemented each other. Now that they were lined up in a row and coordinated with each other, their battle power was definitely not to be underestimated. As for the high-end battle power, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall army were far from what they used to be. Zhao Dong, Qiannan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the 4 ferocious beasts, as well as Blood Dragon Ancestor and Green Rock Ancestor, were originally only Universe Knights, but now they had all become Universe Masters. Even Green Cow, Yu Ling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the elders of the Sangji remnant race were originally only Undying Emperors, but now they had all become Universe Knights. With the addition of close to 1,000 Undying Emperors, it could be said that the high-end battle power of these three levels was almost negligible compared to the ferocious beast army. Only at the high-end level of the Universe Supreme Beings and the Great Beings of the Primordial Era, the Magic Hall army was still in an awkward position. There was not a single Great Being of the Primordial Era, but the All-Evil army had Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise, two Great Beings of the first stage. As for the level of Universe Supreme Beings, the four armies of the Magic Hall army only had Six-Headed Blood Dragon, who had reached the late stage of this level. However, the All-Evil army had dozens of ferocious beasts with supreme-level battle power. Hence, Six-Headed Blood Dragon, Green Cow, Xiaodong, Qiannan, Sun Shi Li Bei, and the rest of the higher-ups of the Magic Hall army would definitely not give the top-tier battle power of the enemy a chance to make a move. Although the All-Evil army had two Great Beings, they were only at the first stage of this level. In addition, there were dozens of Universe Supreme Masters. Although their combat power was terrifying, their numbers were of little significance in such a large-scale battle in the starry sky. More than 1 billion battleships, big and small, launched their attacks at the same time. Countless battleships roared, and the energy light beams intertwined to form a net. Even the void space of the universe was about to be torn apart, inch by inch. The dozens of Universe Supreme Beings and the two Great Beings of the first stage definitely did not dare to recklessly take the attack head-on. They could only retreat temporarily. At this moment, the last to arrive was the Nomadic Army and the Captive Army. The cannons of more than 1 billion battleships of various types had clearly been fully charged. Chapter 4772. Howl. Howl, howl, howl. Screech. The army's camp is not bad. I didn't expect there to be a battleship army from the three main planes. It's a pity that there's only one Universe Supreme Being in such a large force, and it's the Six-Headed Blood Dragon from the Blood Dragon clan. Since that's the case, all of you will die here today. Little ones, it's time to hunt. Devour all of you. Leave nothing behind. We're pests. We are pests. With the roar of the ferocious beasts, the Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Hairy Tortoise's voice came out. Through the warship fleet in front of them, they had basically guessed who their opponent was this time, and the strongest person in the front of the opposite camp. Their opponent was clearly a six-headed blood dragon. Hence, Immemorial Porcupine and Immemorial Tortoise were certain that this huge enemy force was most likely related to the top 10 races of the second universe. Previously, Yixian had been on bad terms with the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion races. When they were in the origin of all evil star field, Immemorial Porcupine and Immemorial Tortoise led the ferocious beasts in the depths of the origin of all evil to engage in fierce battles with various powers. They had fought many battles with the Blood Dragon clan. Hence, at this moment, old hatred welled up in their hearts, causing their killing intent to become even stronger. They immediately issued the order to annihilate all the enemies. As their godly consciousness transmitted their voices, almost in the next instant, the ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil army roared the battle song of the all-evil army at the same time. Their aura was too brutal, and the degree of their iron-bloodedness was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, this army of ferocious beasts, which was so dense that it was almost impossible to disperse, had once again traveled hundreds of millions of miles and arrived at the four great armies of the Magic Hall, which were arrayed at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. In the void space about 300 to 400 million miles away, this was considered to be within the shooting range of the large and small fortresses and the giant starships. Although the cannons on the stellar-level battleships with a diameter of 3,000 meters and the large and small fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters couldn't reach this shooting range, the aura of this army of ferocious beasts was too brutal. They couldn't let them get too close. A safe distance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the six-headed blood dragon. The voice of his divine sense was immediately transmitted. Ferocious beast army, captive army, stand by. Nomadic army, remnant army, fire the first wave. Boom. Boom. Rumble. As soon as the last word was roared out, an earth-shattering explosion rang out in the void. More than 10 million giant battleships of the remnant army, each with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters, and more than 100 million nomadic army, each with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters at this moment, all the cannons on the ships were activated at the same time. As they fired, countless energy light pillars whizzed out, weaving into a net in the void. In an instant, the momentum of the army of evil, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, stagnated, and they all dodged, roaring furiously. Xiao. In the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun, inside Yixian's abode star. Rumble. With a wave of his hand, Yixian instantly took out the Shenong cauldron. It hung behind the giant peak where the magic hall was located, floating in mid-air. Then, with a flash of his body, he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he sat down cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. In the past 2 years, he had been deducing the perfect elixir formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. During this process, his state of mind had unknowingly reached perfection. Moreover, he had just experienced a strange and shocking lightning tribulation. Although his physical body had not directly broken through under the baptism of the last terrifying lightning tribulation, he was not far away. This was the best time to take the opportunity to go into seclusion and start a breakthrough. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a large number of faint air-breaking sounds could be heard. Rays of light shot out from Yixian's body and hovered in front of him. This included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. There was even a large canopy of gray chaos herbs. They were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to start this breakthrough. Immediately after, Yixian activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain, and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, Yixian swallowed this nascent soul fist-sized round pearl into his stomach and rapidly dissolved. Whoosh! Rumble! Almost in the next instant, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from his body. All the cultivation resources melted in his mouth and gathered into a majestic river of energy. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it continued to circulate in the 100 meridians of his body until it was completely refined. When the great river of energy disappeared and completely fused with his soul and body, Yixian had only accumulated enough energy to launch a single attack before the shackles snapped. The anticipated system notification soon sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. 6th Order Primordial God. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. 6th Order Primordial God. 6th Order Primordial God. Before this breakthrough, Yixian's original body was at the first level of the primordial era. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape's bloodline in his body, he was able to instantly rise to the 6th level of the primordial era. After using the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle strength would immediately soar to the 6th Order Primordial God level. Only with the addition of his physical body's boundless chi and blood to his cultivation level, could his true battle strength reach the level of a 7th-rank desolate supremacy. This time, with the arrival of a new breakthrough, Yixian would instantly have the strength of a 7th Order Primordial God level, after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he used the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape bloodline power, and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle strength would instantly reach the 7th Order Universe Supremacy level. If he was in the form of a 60 million miles long fleshly body, the tremendous power of blood essence would add another level to his actual combat prowess. At that time, the strongest battle strength he could display would reach the unprecedented level of a 8th Order Desolate Master. And he still had the Blood Sea secret technique. If he used the Blood Sea secret technique's power of clones, he could instantly condense 3 Blood Sea clones, all of which had terrifying battle strength comparable to a 8th Order Desolate Master. In the situation of 3 against 1, even a 9th Order Desolate Master would be able to fight head-on. Although there was almost no chance of winning, it would not be a loss. However, if he were to use the Fallen Sky Bow and other ultimate abilities and trump cards, even the peak desolate supremacy of the 9th rank, which was the Void Tortoise, who was a half-step heavenly path existence, could be killed by his arrow if it was caught off guard. Just like that, he would fall. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly agitated. There are only 3 small levels of breakthrough away from the 9th Order Desolate Master level, required to consume the level 29 Desolate Master level treasure pill. Muttering softly, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of light. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4773. This closed-door training only took 17 days. It's not too long. It must be because of the baptism of the lightning tribulation earlier. I'm not far from the edge of the breakthrough. After calming down, Yi Xian let out a long sigh and murmured softly. Now, ever since he finished refining the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill, and even successfully deduced the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill, his heart that had been tense all this time suddenly relaxed by half. Now that he had broken through again, there were only 3 small breakthroughs left before he swallowed a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill, and officially stepped into the Primordial Supreme Realm. Therefore, his mood could be said to be incomparably happy. However, although 3 small breakthroughs did not sound like much, this was the Primordial Supreme Realm after all, and it was the late stage of this realm. Previously, because of the baptism of the lightning tribulation, he was already close to breaking through, so it would be difficult to easily break through after a short period of closed-door training. If there were no accidents, the last 3 small breakthroughs before swallowing the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill would not be achieved in the near future. It was very likely that it was only a small breakthrough, and the time it would take to calculate in years. After all, from the 7th level onwards, one would enter the late stage of the Primordial Supreme Realm. It was far from the middle stage of the Primordial Supreme Realm. Boom! Rumble! Just as Yi Xian was thinking, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from outside the star, resounding endlessly. Not only was the movement loud, but it also seemed to be endless. It seemed to be coming from the edge of the void outside the rising sun forbidden land. Could it be that the ancestors of the various clans in the Great Five Alliance have descended again, so they have formed a group to invade again? As he frowned and whispered, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his body was instantly filled with a thick killing intent. This is just right. I can kill some more powerful beasts, and I can go back and refine some more Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills. In addition, the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill has been successfully deduced. Although the refining materials required for the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill are more complicated than the previous level of treasure pills, the blood essence of the Desolate Supreme is still a necessary item. I hope that this time, there will be a few more powerful beasts of the Primordial Supreme Realm. Swish! Shio! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand and stored the farmer god's cauldron into his body. With a shake of his shoulders, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. At the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun, boom! Rumble! Roar! Roar! Screech! As the 6-headed blood dragon gave the order, the more than 10 million battleships of the Magic Hall's remnant army, each with a diameter of more than 300,000 meters, and the large fortresses of the nomadic army, each with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters, instantly moved. At this moment, all the cannons of the 2 legions were activated at the same time. Countless energy beams whizzed out and interweaved into a net in the void. In an instant, the 100 million ferocious beasts in the army of evil that were hundreds of millions of kilometers away froze in their tracks, and they dodged while roaring furiously. The giant battleships of the remnant army were extremely large, more than 300,000 meters in size. They were about the same size as the superstar fortresses of 1 million meters in diameter that the Human Federation and the Sky River sector had developed in recent years and had achieved mass production. Under the activation of the power of the domain, even if it was just a single energy beam, it was tens of thousands of feet in diameter. If a small star was hit by it, it would instantly turn into nothingness and turn into ashes. The remnant army had a total of 10 million such giant battleships, each with 10 main cannons. When they fired at the same time, 100 million energy beams whizzed out. The black antimatter energy beams fired by the large fortresses of the nomadic army were only about 30,000 to 40,000 meters in diameter, and each large fortress only had one of these giant main cannons. However, the large fortresses of the nomadic army had the advantage of more than 100 million of them. At this moment, more than 100 million energy beams were fired at the same time, and all of them were terrifyingly powerful black antimatter energy beams. Even if the mighty beings of the Desolation era were hit, although they would not be seriously injured, they would still cry out in pain. Under such circumstances, the roaring all-evil army that was roaring in the void hundreds of millions of kilometers away naturally did not dare to face them head-on. At this moment, with a series of earth-shattering roars and howls, the nearly 100 million ferocious beasts in the all-evil army all moved and dodged. As ferocious beasts in space, this was where they had the most advantage in a large-scale space battle. In the face of the energy beams fired by countless enemy battleships at the same time, it was basically very difficult for a spaceship to dodge. They could only activate void jump or activate their energy shields to resist the energy beams. However, the ferocious beasts were different. They directly exposed their physical bodies to battle in space, so in the face of the interweaving energy beams of the battleships, they were naturally very agile in dodging. Even so, when the first wave of more than 200 million energy beams of the battleship's cannons reached them, many ferocious beasts still failed to dodge in time. It was too dense and the speed was too fast. Such a result was expected. In a short period of time, hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts were hit. Although most of them were only injured, more than 200,000 ferocious beasts died because of this. Seeing this scene, the various upper echelons in the Magic Hall's array palace were immediately invigorated. This was only the first wave of fire, and it had already caused the invading enemy to panic. It seemed that as long as a few more waves of fire were fired, they would be utterly defeated. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the six-headed blood flood dragon. The voice of his divine sense immediately sounded again. The ferocious beast army, the captive army, still on standby. The nomadic army, the remnant army, all members bombard the second wave of fire. Boom! Boom! Rumble! As soon as the voice of the divine sense fell, an earth-shattering roar once again sounded in the void. More than 10 million giant battleships of the remnant army, as well as the hundreds of millions of large fortresses in the nomadic army, once again fired hundreds of millions of cannons in unison. More than 200 beams of energy poured out, interweaving into an incomparably dazzling energy light net in the void. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, in the cosmic void above the 4 legions of the forbidden land of rising sun, a faint sound of breaking through the air suddenly came. Under the flash of a dim light, a figure appeared. It was Yi Xian in the form of a violent ape. As soon as Yi Xian descended, he subconsciously turned his head to look at the void in the distance opposite the forbidden land of rising Sunday. At this moment, an extremely familiar army of ferocious beasts entered his line of sight. There were clearly 2 figures at the front. They were the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise that he had not seen for a long time. Suddenly seeing these 2 fellows, Yi Xian was caught off guard and immediately froze. Then his expression suddenly changed. He rolled his eyes and cursed softly. A bunch of idiots. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4774. Originally, Yi Xian thought that it would be the Great Five Alliance that would invade this time. He was even prepared to kill a few more powerful beasts of the Desolate era or even the Desolate Supremacy level. However, he never expected that what would appear in front of him at this moment was actually such a scene. The army of evil beasts that had entered the cage star field had actually come out and came to this void fragment of the desolate world. Furthermore, when he was in seclusion, they invaded the forbidden land of rising sun and fought with the 4 legions of the Magic Hall. What the hell was going on? Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, now was clearly not the time to be depressed and entangled. The battle between the 2 sides was already in full swing. If he did not stop it, the losses and casualties would only increase. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately sent a voice transmission to the 6-headed blood dragon, asking him to retreat. The 4 legions of the Magic Hall, as well as all the higher-ups, were to retreat to the forbidden land of rising Sunday. It was not until he heard the voice of his divine sense that the six-headed blood dragon realized that the demon master had come out of seclusion. He subconsciously turned his head to look and was stunned. Although he was puzzled, he did not dare to disobey. He immediately ordered all the troops to retreat. The order to return to the camp. Boom! Rumble! In the void, an earth-shattering roar instantly sounded. The 4 legions moved together. All the beasts, the battleships of the survivors, and all kinds of starships, without exception, began to retreat in an orderly manner, heading toward the forbidden land of rising sun behind them. Even the higher-ups of the magic hall, such as the six-headed blood dragon, did not stay any longer after exchanging glances. They all turned around and followed the army back to the base camp. Roar! Roar! In the void hundreds of millions of miles ahead, the nearly 100 million beasts in the entire evil army were still roaring like thunder. The vast void of the universe trembled slightly because of this, and their ferocity was monstrous. This second wave of attacks caused the all-evil army to lose another 200,000 vicious beasts. Although this amount of damage was nothing compared to the army of nearly 100 million, it had been a long time since they had suffered such a loss. Now, the ferocity in their hearts had been ignited. Aroused, all the ferocious beasts only wanted to choose a person to devour right at this moment. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise raised their heads and let out a few angry roars. They turned their heads and looked over, just in time to witness the scene of the 4 magic hall legions retreating. The 2 old fellows instantly became ferocious, and their eyes burst out with a blazing bloody light that seemed to have materialized. We've only fired 2 volleys in a row and that's it? Leaving after firing 2 shots? What do you think Grandpa Turtle's and Grandpa Pig's beast army is? Little ones, it's time for a bloody massacre. Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them escape. What are we? We are pests? We are pests. In an instant, along with the angry roars of the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, the nearly 100 million beasts in the evil army all roared loudly, roaring the war song of the evil army. The void was horrified, and the ferocious aura was too fierce. Murderous aura soared into the sky. Hearing this war song, Yi Xian, who was in the distance in the void because his figure was only about 10 feet tall and he had deliberately restrained the aura in his body, looked extremely inconspicuous. For a moment, he was not noticed by the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise at all. He almost fell into the void. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, when he looked at the 2 old fellows again, the expression on his face was already incomparably strange, revealing a helpless expression. These 2 old fellows were really too good at tormenting people. These 2 old fellows actually came up with such a shocking battle song. When he heard it suddenly, he almost flipped over on the spot. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Yi Xian immediately said through divine sense, "All right, stop tormenting people. We're all family, so who do you want to kill?" Although he was now in the form of the violent star ape, and the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise could not recognize him, they could still recognize his voice. And the truth was indeed so. As Yi Xian's divine sense voice entered their ears, the 2 old fellows who were about to leap over trembled, and their expressions changed drastically in an instant. Subconsciously, their gazes followed Yi Xian's voice at the same time, and their eyes widened so much that they almost fell out of their sockets. "Stop howling, this Star Master doesn't want to reveal his identity yet." Seeing that the 2 old fellows seemed to be about to speak, Yi Xian immediately said through divine sense again, "If there's anything you want to ask, just use divine sense again. In addition, tell those fellows behind you to stop howling. They're so noisy." "It's really you, kid? Holy shit. You Scourge, you're actually still alive." As soon as his voice fell, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise's divine sense voice had already been transmitted, revealing a strong sense of surprise that couldn't be dispersed. At the same time, they had obviously also issued orders to the higher-ups of the legions under their command. The nearly 100 million beasts that were roaring in the void behind them all quieted down. Although they were all confused and didn't know what was going on, they were quiet. In the void behind the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, they gradually gathered. "Your cultivation." Hiss. 7th Order Desolate Venerable? This is impossible. In the next moment, the 2 old fellows' divine sense voice sounded again. They finally noticed Yi Xian's cultivation, and their expressions changed wildly as they gasped at the same time. Although Yi Xian concealed his cultivation, he didn't deliberately do so. Now he was in the 9th state of the 9 changes of the demonic ape, and he just used the Blood Sea secret technique to shrink his body size. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise were now first-order mighty figures. Even if they were hundreds of millions of miles away in the void of the universe, they could clearly sense it. It's not that scary. My real cultivation is only 6th-order mighty figure. It's just that I use some kind of bloodline ability to forcibly raise my cultivation by a large realm, Yi Xian casually explained. In addition, my current identity is now the master of the Magic Hall, and the Forbidden Land of Rising behind me is the headquarters of the Magic Hall. The ones who were fighting with you just now were the 4 legions under the Magic Hall, and now I've ordered them to withdraw. By the way, when did the 2 of you come to this piece of void of the Chaos World fragment? Why haven't I heard anything about you before? In addition, speaking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and the topic of discussion suddenly changed. What's going on with the battle just now? Why did the 2 of you suddenly fight? Hearing this, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise turned their heads and exchanged a look, and the divine sense voice instantly transmitted. How would we know that you're the boss of this magic hall? It hasn't even been a month since the entire ferocious beast army entered this void. They were originally in another area, but then they were lured here. It seems that there's a mastermind behind this matter. Who did you offend? Someone actually wants to trick you. Someone deliberately lured you here. Hearing this, Yi Xian was surprised, and then his face sank. His eyes were as gloomy as water, and the terrifying divine sense of the 7th Order desolate supremacy surged and quickly extended to the surroundings. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4775. Dong Zhaoran did not go far. After successfully luring the all-evil army to avoid more than 20 billion miles away from the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, he quietly retreated to the right side of the void. From a distance of 40 to 50 billion miles, he secretly paid attention to the progress of the battle on this side. His mission this time was not as simple as just luring this army of ferocious beasts to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Although this army of 100 million ferocious beasts was extremely ferocious and ferocious, it was not enough to cause any substantial trouble to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. The commanders of the army were only 2 first-stage supreme beings. As long as the master of the Magic Hall appeared, he would be able to blow them up on the spot. This was exactly what Dong Zhaotian wanted to see. Calculating the time, it had been 2 years since the master of the Magic Hall last appeared. In these 2 years, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun did not appear much outside. The master of the Magic Hall seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and was hibernating in the depths of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. However, according to the news received by the Human Federation half a month ago, in the void not far from the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, there was a shocking heavenly tribulation. No one knew who was going through the heavenly tribulation. Today, the Demon Hall had long ruled the world in this fragment of the primordial world. Even the 5 major alliances had been forced to submit 2 years ago, becoming an external force under the Demon Hall. The 4 extremely powerful primordial supreme beings, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Skyrock, completely disappeared after the battle 2 years ago and never appeared again. If there were no accidents, they should be hiding in a secluded place, recuperating or cultivating. In short, the Magic Hall was now the dominant force and no one dared to provoke it. Therefore, in the past 2 years, the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun where the Magic Hall was located was basically the border of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, and no external forces or idle starry sky powerhouses dared to set foot in it. In this way, the truth of the shocking lightning tribulation that occurred in this star region more than half a month ago was unknown to the outside world, and they even had no way to guess. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. That lightning tribulation was most likely related to the master of the Magic Hall. 2 years ago, his cultivation had already reached the 6th Order Desolate Venerable. If this astonishing lightning tribulation was truly because of him, then the Demon Palace Master's cultivation had most likely already broken through to the 6th Order. In other words, It was extremely likely that the Demon Palace Master's cultivation had already broken through to the Sixth Order. He successfully stepped into the Heavenly Tao realm. That was definitely not an existence to be trifled with. Even if all the slumbering bloodline ancestors in the ancestral lands of the various races and forces of the Great Five Alliance were to awaken, they would probably still not be a match for him. If that was the case, they could only give up on the idea of rebellion and submit to him. However, if not, some of the slumbering bloodline ancestors in the ancestral lands of the various races and forces would awaken and descend upon this star region. Then it would be time for the Great Five Alliance to rebel against the Magic Hall and overthrow it in one fell swoop. The reason why Dong Zhaotian stayed behind was to wait for the Master of the Magic Hall to appear. He wanted to see what kind of cultivation level the Master of the Magic Hall had reached. This goal was completely achievable because the four major armies under the Magic Hall were definitely not a match for the two first-order powerhouses of the Evil Army. If the Master of the Magic Hall did not make a move, then the four major armies under his command would most likely be wiped out. Although it was indeed too dangerous to stay behind to see the true situation of the Demon Hall Master, Dong Zhaotian was confident in his powerful cultivation of the Eighth Order. Under the circumstances of deliberately concealing his aura, and the distance of 40 to 50 billion kilometers in the void, he just had to be careful. However, it was still quite safe to leave immediately after obtaining the information that he wanted. However, what he didn't expect was that although the Master of the Magic Hall had appeared as he expected, what happened next was completely out of his expectations. It was so strange that he couldn't understand it. Both parties were about to start fighting, but at the most crucial moment, the four armies of the Demon Palace suddenly stopped. Before he could react, all of them retreated into the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Immediately after that, even the Beast Army that was roaring endlessly stopped. They no longer charged forward but gathered behind the two almighty beast commanders. Everything was strange. Everyone knew that something must have happened. With this kind of bewilderment, Dong Zhaotian subconsciously extended his divine sense and immediately captured a faint fluctuation of divine sense in the void. At the same time, he finally saw a figure that was only about 3 meters tall and completely unremarkable in the Magic Hall. Master. It was only then that Dong Zhaotian finally realized that this was all because of the Master of the Magic Hall. He seemed to be communicating with the two almighty beast commanders through divine sense. Furthermore, he was deliberately hiding it. This was clearly not something that could be seen. At this moment, Dong Zhaotian suddenly understood. He had a strong intuition that the Master of the Magic Hall and the two almighty beast commanders were most likely old acquaintances. They knew each other. Only this could explain everything that had just happened. Thinking of this, his breathing immediately quickened. Although the Master of the Magic Hall's cultivation aura wasn't too strong when he appeared, he could vaguely confirm that he wasn't at the Heavenly Tao realm. It was most likely that he had only broken through a small realm. He had only attracted the shocking lightning tribulation from before. To Dong Zhaotian, this was the result of his investigation. His mission was considered complete. Moreover, they had received even more shocking news. The Demon Hall Master and the two Almighty Realm Ferocious Beast commanders in this Ferocious Beast army were most likely old acquaintances. If that was the case, it would not be long before he could deduce the origin of the Hall Master of the Demon Hall. As these thoughts flashed through Dong Zhaotian's mind, he immediately wanted to leave. He no longer hesitated and had no intention of staying. After withdrawing his extended divine sense, his figure flashed, and he instantly turned into a ray of light as he sped away at full speed. He was heading in the direction of the Human Federation's star sector. Rip, rumble. At this moment, a clear sound of ripping cloth suddenly came from 100 million miles ahead of him. A small crack was torn in the void. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, a figure walked out of the crack. It was the Master of the Magic Hall. How dare you do such a thing behind my back? Are the upper echelons of the Human Federation tired of living? Yixian guessed Dong Zhaotian's identity the moment he saw him. This guy wasn't a remnant. His body had the aura of the three main dimensions of the universe. This meant that he must be from the Human Federation. The Master of the Magic Hall? Dong Zhaotian's body shook violently. His expression changed drastically as he gasped and exclaimed in shock. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just passing by. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of this book. Chapter 4776. Do you think I'm retarded? Bang! Rumble! A cold light flashed in Yixian's eyes. Before he could finish his words, he had already disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Dong Zhaotian. Without saying a word, he punched out. A shocking explosion was heard. Dong Zhaotian's expression changed drastically once again. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to explain, but before he could say anything, his entire body was hit by a terrifying force. He exploded into a cloud of blood mist and spread out. Whoosh! Yixian acted as if he had just done something trivial. With a casual wave of his hand, he gathered the blood mist from Dong Zhaotian's body and compressed it into a blood ball, which he kept into his body. Although he was not a ferocious beast, and the blood mist that exploded from his body could not be used to condense ferocious beast blood essence, it was almost useless to Yixian. However, to ferocious beasts, even the flesh and blood of humans were food. After all, Dong Zhaotian was a rank 8 mighty figure. He was only one step away from entering the half-step desolate venerable realm. This blood ball would be of great help to the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise. This was what he deserved. Previously, he had schemed against the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise. Now he had ended up in the stomach of a ferocious beast. Hiss! After doing all of this, Yixian waved his hand, and another spatial crack was instantly torn open in the sky above his head. His eyes flashed with a light as he stepped into it, and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun in front of the army of all evil. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the compressed blood ball was sent out by Yixian. It shot toward the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise. At the same time his voice was heard. This is the guy. He should be an old monster from the Federation's Senate. He has a rank 8 cultivation base. His flesh and blood will be of some benefit to you. Just eat it. He was destroyed so quickly? That's a rank 8 almighty. You killed him instantly with a wave of your hand. You brat, I haven't seen you for a few decades, but you've become so strong. You're a freak. Shock appeared on the faces of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. They looked at Yixian strangely but didn't hold back. With a wave of the primordial hairy tortoise's hand, the ball of blood that shot out was instantly split into two. The two of them directly opened their mouths and swallowed it. Their spirits were suddenly lifted. Alright, now that we've dealt with this tale, there are no more outsiders within an area of 100 billion kilometers, so there's no need to communicate via divine sense anymore. As he spoke, Yixian pointed at the forbidden land of the rising sun and grinned. That is the forbidden land of the rising sun. It is also where the magic hall is located. Now that I am the master of the magic hall, this place will naturally be your headquarters in the future. After that, Yixian didn't stay any longer. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a ray of light and blasted away in the blink of an eye. Roar! Screech! Seeing this scene, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise raised their heads and let out a wild roar. The voice of divine sense also instantly spread out. Little ones, go home. Roar! Roar! In the void behind them, countless star beasts in the army of evil raised their heads and roared wildly, revealing endless joy. Although Yixian didn't communicate with them via divine sense just now, and he wasn't in the form of the primordial little demon ape, nor was he in his original human form, they instantly guessed the identity of the starry sky beast just now from the words of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. The identity of the violent ape. The entire army of vicious beasts was originally led by the primordial porcupine, the primordial hairy tortoise, and the primordial little demon ape. Together with the demonic ape, they were brought out of the source of all evil's star field. In the eyes of all the vicious beasts, there were only 3 of them. However, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise had always been with them. Only the primordial little demon ape was not by their side. Now that they were going home, it was enough to explain everything. Rumble! Boom! We are pests! We are pests! Amidst the endless roars, The entire vicious beast army marched forward under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise while singing the battle song of the army of evil. Soon they entered the forbidden land of rising sun. Inside the forbidden land of rising sun, in the void there was silence. But as far as the eye could see, the scene was extremely majestic, giving people a strong sense of pressure. Although the four major armies under the command of the Magic Hall withdrew from the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun under the command of Yi Xian, they did not disperse. Now the four major armies were all in the void inside the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Among the four major armies, the vicious beast army of more than 100 million star beasts was hibernating on the left side of the starry sky, quiet and silent. Next to them was a giant starship with a diameter of more than 10 million feet, which was more than 1,000,000 meters. As for the right side, more than 1 billion battleships of the nomadic army and the captive army were spread across the void, so vast that there was no end in sight. And in front of the four Magic Hall armies were six-headed blood dragon, Zhaodong Qiannan, Sun Shi Li Bei, Elder Sangji and the other survivors. Along with Green Cow and Yuling Long Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shantang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, as well as the emperors of the three races, a vast amount of over 1,000 figures, all of whom were emperors and above, and all of whom were the upper echelons of the Magic Hall. Without exception, they were all gathered here. At this moment, everyone saw Yi Xian bring this incomparably ruthless army of vicious beasts into the forbidden area from outside the forbidden area. As for the two supreme expert-level beasts in this army of beasts, they were clearly following behind Yi Xian. They seemed to be extremely familiar with each other. The expressions on everyone's faces instantly became even more strange. They were completely baffled by Yi Xian's order just now, not knowing why it was like this. After all, both sides had already started fighting. The nomadic army and the remnant army had already launched 2 waves of attacks at each other from their hundreds of millions of fortresses and tens of millions of gigantic battleships. Under such circumstances, even if the Demon Hall wanted to stop the battle, the invading army of ferocious beasts would definitely not give up so easily. All the ferocious space beasts in this army were extremely violent and ferocious. They were not easy to fool at all. But now they had just retreated to the forbidden land of rising sun, and less than half an hour had passed, and the Demon Master had returned with the entire army of ferocious beasts. He seemed to be enjoying himself. This was simply incomprehensible. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all of this. He turned around and looked at the 6-headed blood dragon and the rest of the upper echelons of the Demon Palace. He immediately said, "From this moment onwards, they are the 5th army under the Demon Palace." The 5th army? The all-evil army? The upper echelons of the Magic Hall, including the 6-headed blood dragon, were stunned when they heard this. Then they were enlightened. Since they were called the all-evil army, they were obviously the vicious beast army that had walked out from the source of all evil star field. They were very close to the Sky River Star Master Yi Xian, so it was no wonder that they were so close to the Magic Hall. In the previous battle, it was clear that the flood had hit the Dragon King Temple. Thinking of this, the 6-headed blood dragon, the green ox, the 3-clawed dragon, Long Shantang, and the others looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4777. This time the Magic Hall had gained a lot. With the addition of the All-Evil Legion, the original 4 legions of the Magic Hall would become 5 legions from now on. The 5th legion was the All-Evil Legion, and its commanders, Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Turtle, were first-stage supreme beings. Apart from them, there were dozens of Universe Supremes, hundreds of Universe Masters, and 200 to 300 Universe Knights. As for Undying Emperors, there were more than 1,000. It was definitely the most powerful legion among the 5 legions of the Magic Hall. All this made the higher-ups of the Magic Hall, including 6-headed blood dragon and green cow, extremely happy. Because before this, other than the master of the Magic Hall, who was extremely powerful, the most powerful being in the Magic Hall was 6-headed blood dragon. However, even he was only a late-stage Universe Supreme. In the entire Magic Hall, there was not a single powerful being from the primordial era. Even Universe Supremes were so few that they could not be brought out. This made Six-Headed Blood Dragon and the other higher-ups of the magic hall feel extremely pressured and embarrassed. However, now that everything was finally resolved, they let out a long sigh of relief. The stone that had been weighing on their hearts instantly disappeared. Soon, the higher-ups of the 5 legions were familiar with each other. Yixian did not stay there for long. He ordered Six-Headed Blood Dragon to arrange a place for the All-Evil Legion to set up camp and assign them a life star. Then after that, he brought Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Turtle back to the cave-dwelling star. Swoosh! 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 After entering the atmosphere of the star, Yixian led the 2 old guys directly to the magic hall. After taking a seat, he told them about his experiences over the past few years. He told them about the Hongmeng Star Domain, the Milky Way Star Domain, and the base camp of the Source Nest Star Domain. Yixian did not hide anything from them. After all, these 2 old guys were still reliable, so there was no need to hide anything from them. I did not expect you to experience so much over the past few years. Even so, he didn't die. He's really lucky. After listening to Yixian, the Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise immediately sighed. However, these 2 old fellows had always had bad mouths, so their words were not pleasant to the ears. Yixian rolled his eyes. While feeling depressed, he suddenly thought of Old Boar, and his spirits were instantly lifted. He turned to look at Primordial Porcupine, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Old Boar, if we didn't mention this, I would have almost forgotten that I've prepared a huge surprise for you in the Primordial Starfield Source Nest Starfield's base camp. What the hell? The Primordial Porcupine immediately became vigilant. Its eyes flickered with vigilance as it stared at Yixian and sized him up. You're smiling so slyly, you're definitely up to no good. Tell me the truth. Since it's a surprise, there's no point in saying it out loud. Xian immediately shook his head, and his expression was extremely firm. Don't even think about it. I won't tell you. You'll naturally understand once you get there. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, 2 rays of light shot out and stopped abruptly in front of Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise, quietly hovering. The 2 old fellows were startled. They subconsciously extended their divine sense into it. In an instant, their expressions changed drastically as they gasped. The 2 rays of light were 2 storage magic treasures. They contained a large number of cultivation resources, including 9 colored divine medicines and chaos great medicines. However, there was no purple gold treasure medicine. After all, with the cultivation level of these 2 fellows, if it wasn't the best, it really wouldn't be of much use to them. Of course, in addition to these, there was also a level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure pill in each of the 2 storage magic treasures. These 2 fellows were now First Order Almighties. They would need it sooner or later, so it was better to give it to them now. The Grey Great Medicine is a Chaos Great Medicine. Its medicinal effect is better than the 9-colored Divine Medicine. It's best to consume it at the moment of breakthrough. Forget about it during normal cultivation. After nodding his head, Yixian continued, as for that medicinal pill, it is a level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure pill. Consume it after reaching the 9th Order Great Perfection. It will allow you to smoothly break through to the Desolate Sovereign Realm in a short period of time. Previously, Yixian had only refined a total of 15 level 29 Desolate Sovereign pellets. Such as today, he gave 1 to Primordial Porcupine and 1 to Primordial Hairy Tortoise. There were only 13 level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure pills left in his hands. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. As for Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise, after hearing his words, they were immediately dumbfounded. For a moment they were completely speechless. It was obvious that they were thunderstruck. They never expected that after not seeing each other for decades, Yixian had already refined a supreme resource like the Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill, that could allow one to break through to the Desolate Sovereign Realm in a short period of time. At this moment, a familiar throbbing came from Yixian's body. It was the movement of the Yanluo, which made his heart skip a beat. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Soon, Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise hurriedly left. They had not tasted the 9-colored Divine Medicine and the Chaos Great Medicine, so they could not wait. After they left, Yixian waved his hand and directly took out the yen luo. Swoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Bao Luo whistled out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth that was 100 feet in size. It slowly rose and fell in the void in front of Yixian, revealing an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. While the moment Bao Luo was taken out, corpse ancestor Ho Qing's voice sounded, revealing a strong sense of joy. Master, we are awake. Before entering hibernation this time, the cultivation of the 7 beautiful cultivators had already reached the 6th stage of the desolate era. They were only 3 stages away from the peak of their previous life. Again, before entering hibernation this time, the cultivation resources that Yixian provided them were no longer the 9-colored divine medicine, but the chaos great medicine. Its medicinal effect was obviously far superior to the 9-colored divine medicine. Could even be said that there was no comparison at all. They were not on the same level. At that time, Yixian was already certain that after ending this hibernation, the 7 girls would definitely step into the peak of the 9th stage of the desolate era. However, he did not expect that the 7 girls would wake up again in just over 2 years. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as his heart was surging, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out continuously. 7 figures rushed out from the yen luo fluttering in the wind in front of him. In the void in front of Yixian, there was a row of 7 beautiful cultivators, including corpse ancestor Ho Qing, who were in hibernation in the Bao Luo. They were all existences whose names shook the desolate era. No matter which one it was, they were all people with outstanding appearances and figures. Greetings, Master. After their figures appeared, the 7 beautiful cultivators smiled and bowed to Yixian at the same time. They called out Master softly and laughed continuously. It was obvious that they were in a good mood, and the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was just as Yixian had guessed. They had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the desolate era in his previous life. In other words, half-step desolate supremacy. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website Chapter 4778. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a weak sound of breaking through the air, Yixian waved his hand and sent out 7 rays of light. They stopped abruptly in front of Shizhu and Han Ba, and turned into 7 balls of light. Light in the balls, other than the 9-colored divine medicine and the chaos medicine, there was also a level 29 desolate supreme pill. As a result, there were only 6 level 29 desolate sovereign pellets left in Yixian's hands. Other than the one he had, there were at most 5 that he could distribute to his subordinates. It was truly a bit of a case of too many monks and too little porridge. In addition, there were not many 9-colored divine medicine and chaos medicine left. He had to find time to refine a few more batches. In the balls of light, other than the 9-colored divine medicine and the chaos medicine, there is also a level 29 desolate supreme pill. The 7 girls habitually waved their hands and put away the ball of light in front of them. Yixian faintly smiled, then continued. Now your cultivations have recovered to the peak of the 9th step of the supreme expert realm from your previous life. The next step is to break through to the desolate sovereign realm. As it is no longer recovering your previous life's cultivation, you will definitely need a level 29 desolate supreme pill. And this matter cannot be rushed. You have just completed a closed-door training. If you rush for quick success, you will not achieve it. It is better to rest for a while and adjust your state of mind. When everything is ready, you can start the breakthrough. Once you succeed, you'll become true primordial sovereigns. Even if you encounter that old geezer Xingbo, you'll definitely be able to protect yourself if the 7 of you work together. So this might be the last time I'll provide you with cultivation resources. In the future, you will have to rely on yourselves. Thank you, Master. The 7 girls' eyes were filled with tears, and their voices were choked. Thinking back to the time that Yixian had accompanied them, their hearts were already filled with emotions. Master, we plan to go out and travel, but we will not go too far. We will walk in the surrounding star fields. Master, can you accompany us all the way? Or you can send a clone to accompany us. One of the clones said. After lamenting for a while, the 7 girls slowly calmed down and proposed the idea of going out for a walk. This was Yixian's idea. They had just finished a closed-door training, so they should go out for a walk and stabilize their state of mind. I still have to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough. so I'm afraid I don't have time to accompany you guys for a stroll. Xiao. Nodding, Yixian suddenly waved his hand as he spoke. In an instant a ray of light shot out. It was none other than the demon dragon mount. After that he continued. When traveling outside, it's inconvenient for female cultivators. The demonic dragon imperial chariot is yours to carry. During this period of time, you can use it as a means of transportation. In this way, if I need to contact you, I can send a message through the carriage immediately. After all, this is a primordial treasure that I made myself. With my current level of cultivation, as long as it is in the void of this primordial world fragment, I can sense it at any time. Thank you, Master. When the 7 girls heard this, they were overjoyed and immediately thanked Yixian again. Then they quietly left with the demonic dragon. Xiao. After the 7 girls left, Yixian walked out of the magic hall and arrived at the valley behind the giant mountain. This time he was not going into closed-door training but to make medicine. He did not have much purple gold medicine, 9-colored godly medicine, and chaos medicine left. Taking advantage of this breakthrough, he was going to make more of these 3 medicines as backup. Rumble. Xiao xiao xiao. After entering the valley, Yixian waved his hand and took out the shrunken Shenong treasured cauldron. Then, with a thought, he took out the remains of 108 primordial creatures from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. The remains of these primordial creatures were the main ingredients he was going to use to refine the great medicine. However, at the same time, he also took out a large amount of top-grade precious medicines of all kinds. There were too many to count. The first thing he needed to refine was the chaos medicine. Therefore, the remains of the treasured bodies of primordial creatures he took out were not weak. There were 108 of them, and all of them were at least universe supreme beings. Among them, 18 of them were treasured bodies of ferocious beasts. Similarly, the spring water used to make medicine was also extravagant this time. He took out a mixture of innate cold liquid and dark furnace lotion as a substitute. Rumble. Rumble. Xiao. After everything was ready, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, all the materials that were floating on one side of the void automatically flew into the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, they melted under the temperature of the 9-colored flame and mixed together. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. After taking a deep breath, Yixian's hands danced like butterflies, and obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain. Straight after entering the Shenong treasured cauldron, the runes covered the sky and covered the earth, densely packed. The refinement of this cauldron of chaos medicine began. At the same time, at the edge of the void of this fragment of the universe, rip. In the originally tranquil space of the universe, the extremely clear sound of ripping suddenly resounded. An enormous black rift was torn open in the horizon, and then a figure flashed out from this rift. It was a ferocious beast, a ferocious lion that was over 10,000 feet in size. Its entire body was as red as blood, and its aura was ferocious. Its aura had reached the 7th order of the Desolate Era. This blood-colored lion was the bloodline ancestor of the Lion Clan, which ranked 3rd among the top 10 clans in the Second Universe, the blood-devouring lion. In the desolation at the very beginning of the ancient era, there was a blood-slaughter lion in the camp of the Green Eyes of the Heavens. Its 9 transformation of the Berserk lion was incomparably powerful, and had once shone brilliantly in the battle of the primordial era. It was a bloodline divine ability called the 9 changes of the Berserk lion. It was no less powerful than the sky-falling bow, the most powerful divine ability of the Desolate Era Yaksha. Every one change could make the body size soar by 10 times, and the strength of one's cultivation increased by 1 level. After 9 changes, the strength of one's cultivation increased by 1 level. Hong in the early stages of the Desolate Era, even though the Bloodslaughter Lion was only a 3rd-order sovereign, when he executed the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, even the Void Tortoise, Golden Divine Dragon, and Desolate Ancient Yaksha, who were all at the perfection stage of the 9th-order sovereign realm, were afraid of him. Once they fought, unless they used the sky-falling bow, they were almost no match for him. The Blood-Devouring Lion was the bloodline descendant of the Blood-Devouring Lion. At the end of the Primordial Era War, the Blood-Devouring Lion also belonged to the camp of the Green Eyes of the Heavenly Way. He had fought side by side with the 9-headed Blood-Devouring Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock. After the battle, The three of them were seriously injured and went into hibernation to recover from their injuries. Back then, the blood-devouring war lion was the weakest among the three of them. The nine-headed blood dragon and the azure skyrock were already half-step desolate supremes at the peak of rank 9. While the blood-devouring war lion was merely a rank 1. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4779. But in fact, his actual combat power was the strongest among the three. There was no doubt about that. Even the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure skyrock could not compare to him and could only admit defeat. This was because the bloodline of the blood-devouring lion came from the blood-ferocious lion. Slaughter the blood-ferocious lion was the same as the blood-sea devil dragon and the Kuan Pong. It was a powerful primordial supreme, and its combat power was extraordinary. It was in existence on the same level as the void tortoise, the golden divine dragon, and the primordial Wuxia. No, like the blood-sea devil dragon and the Kuan Pong. The blood-ferocious lion had disappeared before the end of the primordial war. No one knew whether it was dead or alive. Until now, no one knew whether it was dead or alive. But the blood-ferocious lion's 9 changes of the berserk lion was continued by its direct descendant, the blood-devouring lion. After countless years of reproduction, the battle lion clan of the second universe was born. Not long ago, the blood dragon clan and the azure skyrock clan's first-generation ancestors, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure skyrock, had successfully broken through to the primordial supreme realm. They left the ancestral land immediately and went to the primordial world fragment void together. But the battle lion clan's first-generation ancestor, the blood-devouring lion, stayed behind. In the past 2 years, the blood-devouring lion's injuries from the battle at the end of the primordial war had finally recovered completely. Moreover, it had improved even more, breaking through to the current primordial supreme 6th stage in one fell swoop. Although it was only a 6th-stage mighty figure on the surface, it was inferior to the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure skyrock, who were already 1st-stage Baron Supremes. In fact, even if the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure skyrock joined forces, they were far from being a match for the blood-devouring lion. Since as the first-generation descendant of the blood-ferocious lion, who was able to contend with the golden divine dragon, the void tortoise, and the primordial Wuxia, and was the first-generation ancestor of the battle lion clan, the blood-devouring lion had obviously completely comprehended the 9 changes of the berserk lion bloodline. In other words, as long as he was willing, he could enter the 9th transformation of the berserk lion at any time. Under the state of the 9th transformation, the blood-devouring war lion was the same as Yi Xian. His cultivation level would increase by a large realm. Now that he was already a 6th-rank mighty, once he entered the 9th transformation of the berserk lion, he would instantly become a 7th-rank desolate supremacy. This was a late-stage desolate supremacy. Even the current Yi Xian's strongest combat power was not comparable to this. It was enough to show how powerful the blood-devouring war lion was. And this time he clearly didn't come alone. Here at this moment, his body, which was only 100,000 feet tall, rushed out of the spatial rift. Immediately after, all kinds of battleships appeared one after another. Previously, when the nine-headed blood flood dragon and the Cyan Rock left, they had already told the 2 clan leaders in the ancestral land that the blood flood dragon clan, the Cyan Rock clan, and the warrior lion clan would migrate together under the leadership of the blood-devouring war lion. This time, when the blood-devouring war lion left the second universe and arrived at the void fragment of the Chaos Land, other than himself, all the members of the blood flood dragon clan, the Cyan Rock clan, and the warrior lion clan were all mobilized to migrate. In the ancestral land of the 3 clans, there were still some bloodline ancestors whose cultivation levels ranged from the universe supreme level to the primordial supreme level, and even the primordial supreme level who were in deep sleep. But this time, these hibernating higher-ups of the 3 clans were also kept in a special storage treasure and migrated together. Hong! Hong long long! The earth-shattering roar continued to resound and did not stop for even a moment. Here at this time, the blood-devouring war lion had already retreated hundreds of millions of miles away. Its body was suspended in the void space. Its expression was calm, but there was a dim light in its eyes. Obviously, it was not in a hurry. It was quietly waiting for the armies of the 3 clans to gather behind it. All of this lasted for 3 whole days. During this process, the spatial rift that was torn open slowly closed several times. However, every time the blood-devouring war lion would attack and tear it open again. After 3 days, no more battleships rushed out from the huge spatial rift and it began to close slowly. But in the universe void space in front of the spatial rift, there were already 3 enormous battleship armies gathered. The 3 armies were gathered in clans. They belonged to the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. Among the major clans and powers of the 3 main planes of the universe, these 3 clans were the only ones who had migrated to this fragment of the universe. From now on, the second plane of the universe, and even the 3 main planes of the universe, had nothing to do with them. Since the clans had migrated, everything in the past would become history. To these 3 clans, such a decision was tantamount to cutting off all means of retreat. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. If they were unable to gain a foothold in this primordial world fragment, the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan would most likely completely decline, drifting everywhere like rootless duckweed. Because of this, all the clansmen of the 3 clans were filled with the solemn and heroic feeling of a hero severing his arm, and when all of this converged together, it imperceptibly transformed into an indescribably solemn aura that suppressed the entire expanse of space. As far as the eye could see, each of the 3 armies had more than 5 billion battleships of various types. Combined, the total number of battleships was close to 20 billion. They were spread out in the void, and there was no end to them at all in terms of high-end battle strength. Aside from the blood-devouring war lion, there were 7 or 8 figures in front of each of the 3 battleship armies. All of them were powerful figures of the primordial era and above. Plus together, the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan had already awakened and migrated here. There were a total of 25 powerful figures of the primordial era. This, although the 25 powerful figures of the 3 clans had not reached the supreme master of the primordial era, it was not impossible for them to have the battle strength of a desolate master for a short period of time if they used some kind of secret bloodline technique at all costs. 10 billion battleships, 25 powerful figures of the primordial era, and the blood-devouring war lion, whose strongest battle strength could reach the 7th-ranked desolate master realm. The battle strength of this newly arrived army was absolutely shocking and incomparably powerful. Roar! The blood-devouring war lion looked up and let out a shocking roar as it scanned the 3 armies gathered in the void space ahead. At the same time, it activated a secret technique that only it, the 9-headed blood flood dragon, and the green sky rock knew. Through this secret technique, the blood-devouring war lion could keenly sense the divine sense imprint left by the 9-headed blood flood dragon and the green sky rock even from a long distance away. The 3 old fellows had fought side by side since the end of the primordial era. In this aspect they had a tacit understanding. Roar! Soon as the secret technique was activated, the blood-devouring war lion immediately sensed it and let out a roar. Its body turned into a ray of light and shot toward the void space on the right side. Boom! 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 In an instant, an earth-shattering roar filled the air. The battleships of the 3 clans behind all activated their kinetic energy cabins and followed the blood-devouring war lion as they sped forward. In this direction they were heading straight for the Star Alliance's star sector. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version website. Chapter 4780. The Star Alliance was made up of the races of the second universe, one of the 3 main planes of the universe. Among the top 10 races of the second universe, the Dark Turtle clan had always been a lone wolf. After entering the void fragment of the universe, they broke away from the other races of the second universe and joined the Milky Way sector. Therefore, in fact, there were only 9 of the top 10 races in the Star Alliance. They were the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, the Warrior Lion clan, the Inji clan, the Raging Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan. This, the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Warrior Lion clan, which were the top 3 of the top 10 races, had all been captured and became captives of the Magic Hall. They had always thought that the 9-headed Blood Dragon clan and the Cyan Sky Rock clan were the only commanders in the Star Alliance. As for the other 3 races, although they would come later, there was no sign of them now. After the last battle against the Magic Hall, the 9-headed Blood Dragon clan and the Cyan Sky Rock clan were nowhere to be seen. The entire Star Alliance only had a few Universe Supreme beings to keep up appearances. Their days were extremely awkward, and they had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. During this period of time, the races of the second universe of the Star Alliance had been holed up in the star sector that the Alliance occupied. Almost no one dared to leave the star sector and show themselves outside. If they ran into the subordinates of the Magic Hall, they would definitely be bullied and could only swallow their anger. There was no need for that. The 6 universe supreme beings of the Inji clan, the Raging Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan were gathered in the palace of the Alliance headquarters. Since, after being forced to submit to the Magic Hall, the frequency of these meetings had become less and less. Previously, they had only met once every 3 to 5 days. After they only met once every 10 days. Now, the 6 universe supreme beings only came once a month to gather in the palace of the Alliance headquarters. The committee, it's too awkward to meet, and no matter how much we discuss, it's pointless. That's why this situation is so natural. Alas, it's been 2 years. What a cowardly life. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man in a silver robe. Of course, this was his human form. Basically, every race in the second universe had the bloodline of a dire beast, but it was more convenient for them to transform into humans. This is the middle-aged man in the silver robe was named Ji Tao, and he was an elder of the Inji clan. He was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Supreme realm. Among the 6 Universe Supremes present, he was the most powerful. With the 9-headed Bloodrakes and the Azure Rock in seclusion, the entire Star Alliance was under his control. But just as he said, Ji Tao's life has not been easy. Ever since the Big Five Alliance was forced to submit to the Magic Hall, their lives have been extremely miserable. Even he, a 9th Order Universe Supreme and a half-step Supreme being at the pinnacle of the Alliance, could only hole up in the star sector occupied by the Alliance. Normally, he wouldn't even dare to go out. It's so depressing that it makes one speechless. Counting the time, the army of our races left in the second universe will be here soon. He sighed. After a sigh, the Universe Supreme of the Barbarian Bull Clan took over the conversation and said with anticipation, "This will be the last batch of battle power of our races to arrive. All the races will migrate one after another, including the bloodline ancestor who is still sleeping in the ancestral land. Let's not talk about the others. Just my Barbarian Bull Clan alone has 1 Primordial Ancient Supreme and more than 10 Primordial Ancient Supreme beings. Basically, the top 10 races in the second universe are all like this. All of them have bloodline ancestors at the level of Primordial Ancient Supreme. Not bad." When the Barbarian Bull Clan ancestor finished speaking, the Universe Supreme of the Colored Python Clan took over the conversation, and a cold light flashed in his eyes from time to time. Even his tone was extremely cold. "Let's not talk about the Dark Turtle Clan. There are 9 of the top 10 races in the second universe. Among the 9 races, there are Primordial Ancient Supreme beings in hibernation. Previously, the ancestors didn't know the situation, so they didn't wake up easily. But now it's different. Which of our races doesn't have a long history? Now that we've formed an alliance, we're being suppressed by the Magic Hall of the Raging Ape. Even if we can tolerate this grievance, the bloodline ancestors in our races who are still in hibernation won't be able to tolerate it. That's what it should be." The Universe Supreme of the Greedy Wolf Clan was excited to hear this, and a fierce aura burst out of his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's about time. We just need to wait for the last batch of our army to arrive in this space fragment of the ancient universe. Then, we'll definitely wake up the ancestors in our races." Humph, humph. Although that violent ape is powerful with just its own strength, it can already fight against the 4 powerful Desolate Supremes, the Blood Chelan, the 9 Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock. And that Sky River Star Master Yixian, I don't know what kind of luck he has. In just a few decades, his combat power has increased to such a terrifying level, and he's even colluding with the Master of the Magic Hall. However, even if the 2 of them were to join forces, they would at most be able to deal with 8 primordial sovereigns or even fewer. After all, the Heavenly River Star Lord Yixian doesn't have the secret blood technique of the Demon Palace Master, so he can condense 2 Blood Sea clones with the same battle prowess. Under such circumstances, we only need to wake up at least 5 Barbarian Saints. Then, with the help of 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile and Bloody Unicorn, we'll be able to crush the high-end combat power of the Magic Hall. This is our only hope. Beside him, the Tree Spirit ancestor nodded. And this time there won't be any more accidents. Don't forget, other than our Star Alliance, the other alliances also have their own primordial ancient supreme beings, and even the supreme primordial ancient supreme is still in hibernation. We're not the only ones who want to get out of the Demon Hall. The other 4 alliances won't stay out of this either. This time the Demon Hall will definitely be annihilated. It's only a matter of time before this day comes. Boom! Rumble! His words made everyone present nod repeatedly. The haze that originally shrouded their hearts seemed to have dissipated by quite a bit. The expressions on everyone's faces became much better, and their eyes revealed the light of hope. Suddenly, without warning, an earth-shattering rumble erupted from the atmosphere of the planet where the Star Alliance's headquarters was located. Their auras were too shocking. Even the entire planet beneath their feet trembled slightly. Just by releasing their suppressive auras and not officially launching an attack, it was already so shocking. The existences that suddenly descended from outside the planet were definitely at the level of a desolate supremacy. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Jitao and the others' faces suddenly changed. Their bodies shook violently, and they stood up in shock, gasping in horror. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of this book. Chapter 4781. Hong. Hong Long Long. Outside the atmosphere of the star where the headquarters of the Star Alliance was located, an earth-shattering rumble could be heard without any warning. The power was too shocking. Even the entire star under their feet trembled slightly. Jitao and the other 5 Universe Supremes who were in the middle of a discussion suddenly changed their expressions. Their bodies trembled violently as they stood up in shock, exclaiming softly, "A desolate master? Not good, it must be the master of the Magic Hall. We're done for, we're done for. We were too arrogant. We actually thought that by hiding in our own nest, we could talk about a powerful desolate venerable. From the looks of it now, we were clearly discovered by him and he came in anger. With the temper of that raging ape, I'm afraid he won't let us off easily. We were too careless and forgot our place for a moment, inviting a fatal disaster. Everyone, should we escape immediately, or should we go out and admit our mistakes and beg for mercy? Where there's life, there's hope. From what I see, we should go out and admit our mistakes to the Demon Master. He's a magnanimous person. He won't be too calculative with ants like us. At most, he'll punish us and we'll just grit our teeth and bear with it. Alright. Hong. Hong Long Long. A bunch of trash, listen to what you're saying? With such virtue, such cowardice, do you still deserve to be the elders of the top 10 races? Where's the Blood Dragon? Where's the Green Rock? Where are they? Why did you leave them alone? Howl. Without waiting for Jitao and the others to finish their words, outside the atmosphere of the star, another rumble could be heard, accompanied by angry roars and roars. This was clearly the sound of the blood-devouring war lion. The elder of the war lion race? That's right, it must be him. Damn it, we made a mistake. What a disgrace. The one who came is not that raging ape, but the elder of the war lion race. He's as famous as the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock. Another powerful desolate supremacy has descended? I wonder if the army of the tree spirit race has come along with the war lion race. Fellow Taoists, we've been stifled for so long. The days of vexation are finally here. Our Star Alliance will soon be able to hold our heads high. Let's go out and welcome Patriarch War Lion. From the sound of his divine sense just now, it seems like he's not close yet. He's most likely just arrived at the edge of the star field. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. At the end of their speech, all 6 of them looked agitated. They leaped into the air and dashed out of the great hall of the headquarters of the Star Alliance. Around them, several Universe Knights and Universe Masters came forward to greet them. They followed them as they made their way toward the star sector controlled by the Star Alliance. At the edge of the cliff, he sped away. After a short while, the 6 of them led the elite troops behind them and rushed to the edge of the star field. Outside of the Star Alliance's territory, 3 massive fleets were rumbling toward them. Each of the fleets had more than 5 billion warships of all types and types. The total number of warships in the 3 fleets was close to 20 billion. They were spread out in the void space, and there was no end in sight. In terms of high-end combat power, aside from the blood-devouring war lion, there were still 7 or 8 figures in front of the fleets. All of them were at least as powerful as the primordial era. This time the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the War Lion race had awakened and migrated to the star field. There were a total of 25 powerful beings from the primordial era, and all of them were in front of the three fleets. Although there were only 25 powerful beings from the primordial era, and their combat power had yet to reach the level of a primordial era supreme, it was not impossible for them to have the combat power of a desolate master for a short period of time if they performed some kind of bloodline technique at all costs. However, the combat power of a desolate master was obviously not comparable to that of a primordial era supreme. It was basically equivalent to a half-step desolate master. The scene was too shocking. 20 billion warships, 25 powerful beings from the primordial era, and the blood-devouring War Lion, whose combat power could reach the 7th-ranked desolate master, the entire army spread out in the void, and stretched as far as the eyes could see. The overall strength of this army was absolutely shocking. It was incomparably powerful, and made Ji Tao and the others tremble slightly. They were really too excited. Roar! At this time, as the three fleets gathered in the void space in front of them, the blood-devouring War Lion, who had maintained a distance of 10,000 feet, raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, the blood-devouring War Lion's voice rumbled through, frightening Ji Tao and the rest of the Star Alliance's higher-ups and experts. A bunch of trash, what did you just say? Where is the Blood Dragon? Where is the Green Rock? Where are they? Why did you ignore this? You are a disgrace to the top 10 clans. Roar! At the end of the sentence, the blood-devouring War Lion roared again, his anger soaring to the sky. Compared to the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, his temper was the most violent. The words he heard just now were unbearable, and he was already infuriated. After roaring violently, he immediately continued. Where is the violent ape that you mentioned just now? What bullsh *T master of the Magic Hall? I will go and destroy him immediately. Hearing this, Ji Tao and the others trembled in fear. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately tried to persuade the blood-devouring War Lion. Blood-devouring War Lion ancestor, we should consider this matter at length. Yes, that violent ape is too strong. The Blood Unicorn, the 9-headed demon crocodile, the 9-headed demon ancestor, and the Azure Rock ancestor were not his match even when they joined forces. They have already been defeated twice by him. There is no way they can contend against him. It's not only the master of the Magic Hall, but the Sky River Star Master Yixian is also a supreme primordial. His battle strength is not weaker than the violent apes. With the two of them joining forces, they are now ruling over the Chaos Fragment. It's not only the Star Alliance formed by the clans of the Second Universe, but also the Myriad Race Alliance formed by the slave clans of the First Universe, the Human Race Federation formed by the two human camps, and the original Thousand Luo Federation Senate, as well as the Ferocious Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance that originally existed in this fragment of space. All 5 alliances have now submitted to the Magic Hall. Even if the 5 alliances join forces, the 4 Supreme Primordial and the 12 Supreme Primordial are not Magic Hall's opponents. That's right, both the Violent Ape and the Sky River Star Master Yixian are too strong. Now, the other Desolate Supremes have not yet arrived, and the 9-headed Demon Ancestor and the Azure Rock Ancestor are still recovering in seclusion. The matter of overturning the Magic Hall can only be considered at length. Consider. Blood-devouring War Lion Ancestor, please calm down for now. This is a serious matter, so please don't be rash. Impulse is the devil. What? Even the combined forces of the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, the Blood Unicorn, and the 9-headed Demon Crocodile are not a match for that violent ape? Could it be that he is at the peak of the 9th rank? These words caused the blood-devouring War Lion's expression to change drastically. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Roar! Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4782. Up in the air, Ji Tao and the other leaders of the Star Alliance looked at each other. Bitter smiles appeared on their faces, then they sighed. Finally, one after another they began to speak. Of course not. But that ape possesses the Blood Sea secret art. Zhang Xian muttered to himself. Once he uses it, he can form 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant. Each one has the same combat strength, and he is now a late-stage 7th stage Baron Master. In this way, once the violent ape uses the Blood Sea secret technique, it is equivalent to splitting into three, becoming three late-stage desolate venerables of the seventh order. What is even more outrageous is that this secret technique seems to have been completely comprehended by him, and he has not been able to use it in 2 consecutive battles. At the very least, even if the 9-headed ancestor Green Rock, the Blood Chelan, and the 9 Hell Devil Alligator work together, they would never be able to force him to the end of the secret technique's time limit. Every time Bao Yuan's 3 Blood Sea clones were still breathing fiercely, the 4 of them would be beaten up. They ran away. When he spoke up to hear, Ji Tao and the others turned their heads once more and exchanged glances with each other. After that, they didn't make another sound, and their faces revealed aggrieved and indignant expressions as they shook their heads and sighed without end. A late-stage 7th-stage Baron Master? This kind of strength is not weak, but it's only on par with me. And I haven't heard of him in the primordial age. He must have cultivated to this level in later generations. Since he's a late-stage Baron Master, he naturally doesn't have the primordial fortune from the beginning of heaven and earth. This causes him to be congenitally weak. Even if his strength is on par with mine, I can definitely kill him under normal circumstances. At this time, the blood-devouring war lion had also calmed down, and a proud expression appeared on its face. It nodded and said, "However, that's only under normal circumstances. Since Bao Yuan has the Blood Sea secret technique, it's not fair. Although I'm not afraid of him, I have to admit that if all 3 Blood Sea avatars were to attack at the same time, I wouldn't be a match for Bao Yuan alone. In that case, I can't be too impulsive. That's tantamount to giving Bao Yuan a chance to defeat us one by one. That would be too easy for him. However, this kind of method is no different from cheating. I'm really shameless." When the blood-devouring war lion said those words, its face was filled with pride and righteousness. He made it sound as though although his strongest battle power could reach the 7th-ranked desolate venerable realm, it was not achieved by using a secret technique. Across from them, Ji Tao and the other Star Alliance leaders exchanged glances. The corners of their mouths twitched as they realized what had happened. They were embarrassed. Roar! Since that's the case, why don't you first lead the 3 clans' army into the star field and distribute the life stars and settle them down first? After raising its head and roaring, the blood-devouring war lion turned around and shot towards the void to the right. Its figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, but its voice still echoed in the void. "As for this senior, I'll go find the 9-headed beast and the Azure Pong first. These fellows must have been waiting for this moment for quite some time." Boom! Rumble! As the blood-devouring war lion left, the countless battleships of the 3 clans, which had been hovering in the void, once again opened their kinetic engines. Amidst the thunderous rumbles, they slowly made their way towards the star field occupied by the Star Alliance. With the addition of 20 billion battleships, the Star Alliance's combat power had increased tremendously. Besides the blood-devouring war lion, the 3 battleships alone had 25 powerful beings from the primordial era in front of them, including universe supreme beings. There were more than 100 supreme beings, all of whom were as strong as Ji Tao and the other Star Alliance leaders. Besides, the 3 battleships also had powerful beings from the Blood Dragon, the Azure Pong, and the War Lion race who were still in hibernation. There were even desolate venerables. The Star Alliance did not dare to be careless. At the same time, on the other side of the Chaos Fragment, on the left side of the vast star field occupied by the alliance of 10,000 races, for the past 2 years, the leaders of the former slaves of the first universe in the alliance, like the Star Alliance, had not dared to show their faces outside. The Magic Hall was the dominant force in this part of the world. They were powerless to resist. Even if they encountered the wandering battleships of the Magic Hall, they could only avoid them and take a detour. Rip! At the edge of the star field, there was a sudden and clear sound of ripping silk. The sound was loud and clear. When one looked closely, one could see a gigantic crack in the void of the universe. It spanned over 1,000 miles from top to bottom, and had a diameter of over 100 miles. It was also 100 miles wide, and it was like a vertical eye in the void, causing people to feel a sense of horror. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Almost in the next instant, a thunderous rumble came from the spatial crack. It continued without end, causing one's heart to tremble. The spatial crack that suddenly appeared also began to expand in all directions from this moment on, although its speed was very slow. However, it continued to expand without stopping for a moment. It was as if a small hole had been torn open in the void, and an invisible force was spreading out from the inside of this small hole, making it bigger and bigger. It was extremely strange, and the commotion was not small at all. Not far away was the alliance of 10,000 races formed by the races of the first universe. Now that such a change had happened near the star sector, a large number of battleships and high-level members of the alliance rushed out from the star sector occupied by the alliance of 10,000 races. More and more experts and battleships gathered, and this void crack, which was originally only 1,000 miles long and 100 miles in diameter, kept expanding with low rumbling sounds. Time passed slowly, and after half a day, the void crack that was originally 1,000 miles long had become a huge black hole. It was oval-shaped and about 1,000,000 miles in diameter. It was like a star that had appeared in that remote star area, causing tens of thousands of people to fall. The crack in the void where the army of evil had arrived was exactly the same as the one in the star field. Moreover, this huge black hole that had just been formed was obviously not as simple as an ordinary black hole. The aura emitted from the black hole vaguely revealed the strong aura of a plane-level space wormhole. At this moment, the continuous low rumble finally disappeared. At this time in the cosmic void not far from the black hole, the experts from the alliance of 10,000 races had already surrounded it. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces, but they did not make a sound. The entire void had completely fallen into a dead silence. Boom! Rumble! Roar! Roar! The dead silence in the void did not last long. In less than half a meal's time, from the depths of this huge mysterious black hole, there was an earth-shattering rumble of thunder. There were also endless roars of beasts. Their auras were very powerful, as if they were all ancient mighty figures. There was even the aura of desolate supremacy mixed in. Every roar of the beasts revealed endless joy. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4783. Hong. Hong long long howl. Howl howl howl. There was a dead silence in the void space, but it didn't last for long. After about half a meal, from the depths of this mysterious black hole that suddenly descended and condensed, there were earth-shattering rumbling sounds of thunder coming out. In addition to the thunder, there were endless roars of beasts. Although they couldn't see their figures, the auras coming from the black hole were very powerful, as if they were all great beings from the primordial era. There was even the auras of desolate masters mixed in, and there were quite a few of them. However, the strange thing was that every roar that came out of the giant black hole seemed to be filled with endless joy. All of this was too unexpected and inexplicable. Not far away in the void space, countless great beings from the Myriad Races Alliance who had just come out of the base camp were stunned. All of them looked surprised and doubtful. They turned to look at each other, and there was suspicion in their eyes. The Myriad Races Alliance was formed by the original slave races of the first universe. As for the most powerful forces, they were the Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Alligator. However, these two powerful primordial supreme beings had disappeared after the battle in the Magic Hall 2 years ago. No one knew where they were hiding to find a place to recover and cultivate. They didn't return to the Myriad Races Alliance, because they had nothing to do with the slave races of the first universe to begin with, and after this unforeseen event, they had abandoned the Myriad Races Alliance. Therefore, from a certain point of view, the Myriad Races Alliance, the Blood Kirin, and the 9U Demon Crocodile were basically separated. It didn't matter. The Myriad Races Alliance was in the same situation as the Star Alliance. The most powerful beings in the base camp of the Myriad Races Alliance weren't even great beings from the primordial era. They were only Universe Supreme beings. In terms of numbers, there were now more than 20 Universe Supreme beings in the Myriad Races Alliance, and most of them were at the initial stage of this level. Only a few races such as the Giant Ferocious race, the Hell Ant race, and the Space Rat race had a few 7th level or 8th level Universe Supreme beings. A late-stage Supreme being. Now these 20 Universe Supreme beings were all here, but they didn't dare to get too close. They were hundreds of millions of miles away from the giant black hole that suddenly formed. Their eyes were filled with suspicion as they watched everything with rapt attention. Hung long long howl. Roar. Within the black hole, The earth-shattering roars continued without stopping for even a moment. Moreover, it was filled with a sense of welcome. This scene continued for about half an incense stick of time. The roars coming from the black hole became clearer and clearer. It was as if a large number of powerful existences were rushing out from the depths of the black hole, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the black hole. It was huge, and its body was filled with an incomparably dense aura of a mighty figure. Moreover, it was not an ordinary early-stage mighty figure. This figure was actually at the peak of the late-stage 9th-stage Great Perfection realm, which was half a step. Venerable Bu Huang. What was even more surprising was that this half-step desolate supremacy was clearly a gigantic spatial rat. Seventh forefather? You've awoken from your slumber? The surprise came too quickly. In the void space far away from the giant black hole, the late-stage universe supreme elder of the Space Mouse clan was stunned at first. Then he cried out involuntarily. There was a strong sense of ecstasy in his words that could not be dispersed. Screech! Howl! Almost in the next moment, without waiting for the late-stage universe supreme elder of the Space Mouse clan to finish his words, more than 20 figures rushed out of the mysterious black hole hundreds of millions of miles away along with violent roars and howls. These figures. There were both ferocious beasts, hell ants, and all kinds of space beasts of different races, but without exception they were all ancestors of the slave races of the first universe. In just a short time, a total of 24 figures rushed out of the mysterious giant black hole, including the Space Mouse at the beginning. Without exception, all of them were late-stage mighty figures. Ancestor. What did I see? The 5th-generation ancestor of my slime clan has awoken from his slumber and descended. More than 20 ancestors of various races, all of whom are late-stage or even pinnacle mighty figures. This is clearly the rhythm of the prosperity of the various races. Our alliance is finally rising. As these 24 figures rushed out of the mysterious giant black hole one after another, the expressions of the great beings and the upper echelons of the various races of the alliance, who were hundreds of millions of miles away, changed again and again. Finally, it turned into an earth-shattering sound. The sound of exclamations filled the air. Because of this, the entire expanse of the void was thoroughly boiling. Hong! Rumble! Everything did not end there. As the 24 almighty patriarchs of the various races in the first universe descended, after a short period of silence in the giant black hole behind them, in just half an incense stick's worth of time, sounds came again in an instant. The rumbling sound of thunder was earth-shattering, and it was even louder than when the 24 great beings of the various races had arrived. Hiss! What's going on? Could it be that more ancestors of the various races have arrived? Judging from the sound, it seems to be the rumbling sound of battleships. Could it be that the ancestors did not come alone? Have all the clansmen left in the ancestral land of the first universe migrated here? It seems that the commotion is not small. At least tens of billions of battleships are rumbling here. Even if not all the races of the first universe migrated here, I'm afraid that at least half of the forces or half of the races have arrived. Xiao! 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 Along with the cries of surprise, a large number of battleships rushed out of the giant black hole. There were all kinds of battleships, and most of them were 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters in diameter. There were also quite a few of them that were 50,000 meters and 100,000 meters in diameter. This scene lasted for 2 full days. During these 2 days, a large number of battleships, fortresses of various types had been rushing out of the mysterious giant black hole without stopping for a moment. At first, the high-level officials of the various races of the Alliance of the 10,000 races cheered excitedly, but later, they gradually became numb and ordered the army to retreat, because the vast void hundreds of millions of miles ahead of them was full of battleships and troops of various races. Half a day later, the mysterious giant black hole gradually came to a stop. No more battleships rushed out. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the total number of battleships gathered in the void had actually reached a total of 350,000 battleships. There were around 40 billion ships, a terrifying number. Roar! Screech! Roar! When the higher-ups of the Alliance thought that it was over, another 4 earth-shaking roars drifted from the depth of the mysterious black hole. Their chi was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4784. Roar. Screech. Roar. An earth-shattering roar sounded, and from the depths of the giant black hole in front of them, 4 figures rushed out. These 4 figures were not very large. Obviously, they had not fully displayed their bloodline true body, and were only about 10,000 feet tall. However, the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was extremely powerful. They were all in the Supreme Desolation realm, and they had reached the mid-stage of this realm. All of them were at the 4th Order Supreme Desolation realm. A space rat, a hell ant, a giant ferocious, and a purple-gold evil spirit slime. This time, the original slave clans of the first universe that migrated from the first universe were only space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime. For this migration, each of the 4 clans had awakened a mid-stage desolate venerable ancestor, who was in a deep sleep, and 6 late-stage desolate venerable ancestors. Now, all the clans of these 4 clans were resting in various types of battleships. The 4 clans had an army of 40 billion, and each battleship had countless clans at this moment. As they arrived, the 4 powerful desolate venerables slowly swept their eyes across the crowd, and the voice of divine sense was instantly transmitted. I heard that the slave clans of the first universe are now united in this piece of the void of the Chaos World fragment, forming a myriad release alliance. Is this true? Now the other clans have not migrated yet. Only our space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime are here. From this moment on, the myriad release alliance will be temporarily led by our 4 clans. The other clans must listen to our orders unconditionally. Roar! Children, all of you, go to the base camp star field, and be assigned to your own star field. As for the senior clans of the original Myriad Release Alliance, gather at the Alliance headquarters immediately and report to us the battle situation. Before the voice fell, the 4 powerful mid-stage desolate venerables had already shot toward the depths of the star field where the Myriad Release Alliance was stationed. The 24 late-stage supreme venerables from the 4 clans also followed closely. Seeing this scene, the higher-ups of the various races of the Myriad Races Alliance were overjoyed. Without any delay, they hurriedly followed behind. They had to report everything related to the demonic palace to the 28 patriarchs of the 4 races, who were all almighties and above. Then they would release the news that the Myriad Races Alliance would withdraw from the demonic palace and become independent again. In just a few days, the void of the primitive world fragment had undergone a drastic change. Of the 5 great alliances that had submitted to the Demon Palace, 2 of them had actually experienced a sudden surge in their combat strength. As for the Star Alliance, the Blood Wyrm, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans had all migrated to the Star Alliance. The Alliance's military strength had increased by 20 billion battleships, 25 Primordial Era experts, and the blood-devouring War Lion, which could reach the 7th-ranked Desolate Sovereign Realm when activated by a secret technique. As for the alliance of 10,000 races, the Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Slime had all migrated to the Star Alliance. The alliance's military strength had increased by 40 billion battleships, 24 late-stage Supreme Venerables, and 4 mid-stage Supreme Venerables. The commotion caused by this sudden change was simply too great. Just the sudden appearance of the 2 giant mysterious black holes was enough to alarm everyone in the surroundings. In fact, there were more than 2 such giant black holes. Including the one that first appeared and allowed the army of 10,000 evils to descend, there were actually 3 of them. These 3 giant black holes that had unexpectedly appeared did not dissipate or close up after they were formed. Instead, they continued to exist like stable wormholes in the void. In just a month or 2, 3 mysterious giant black holes had appeared. All of them were extremely large and stable. They had condensed into wormholes that could be used to travel back and forth. All of this was obviously not simple. Although no one knew the cause of this change and how it was formed, one thing was certain, and that was that the void of the primitive world fragment had clearly started some unknown change. This change might be the prelude to the end of the primitive world. Although it was only a guess, it caused the various forces and countless experts to panic. The entire vast and boundless void strangely fell into silence. Even the Magic Hall, which had just been included in the army of 10,000 evils and had the 5th army under its command, remained silent and did not do anything even though they knew what was happening outside. Within the Human Clan Federation and the Federation headquarters in the star, inside the Federation Hall at the peak of the towering mountain now, there were only 8 Human Federation experts sitting in the hall. Dong Zhaotian had been here not long ago, but now he had fallen and never returned. The various changes that had happened in the outside world these few days were immediately known by the 5 major alliances. Naturally, the Human Federation was no exception. Now, DR had gathered the other 7 Human Federation experts because of this. For the past 2 years, whether it was the Human Federation or the other 4 major alliances, they were extremely quiet. They did not continue to jump around outside. On the surface, it looked as if they were really willing to submit to the Magic Hall and become its subordinates. However, in reality, this was obviously impossible. It could be said that the 5 major alliances were temporarily dormant. Everyone was quietly waiting for an opportunity. They were quietly waiting for the core forces of their respective clans to descend before they could make changes. If there are no accidents, the desolate sovereign patriarch from the 2 camps of the Human Clan and the Federation Senate will descend here within a year. A cold light flashed in DR's eyes as he turned to look at the other 8 primordial experts. He continued, however, in the past 2 years, the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yixian, have been quiet and have not made any moves. This is not a good thing, and it makes people uneasy. We originally thought that Dong Zhaotian could use the Beast Army to lure the Master of the Magic Hall out, and even trigger a war between the Beast Army and the Magic Hall. It was not entirely impossible that the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yixian, would turn against each other. Perhaps. But now, it seems that this plan has clearly failed. This time, not only did we not gain anything, we even lost an 8th level expert. And now the Magic Hall has a 5th evil army. This is simply... DR's eyes flashed with hatred as he said this. He sighed unwillingly. Then he changed the topic and continued. Apart from this, I'm sure you have all received news of what has happened in the outside world during this time. The 5 major alliances were originally quietly waiting for reinforcements to arrive, but now the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races have finally arrived. As for the Star Alliance, the Blood Dragon Clan, the Azure Rock Clan, and the Battle Lion Clan have all migrated here. The Alliance's military strength has increased by 20 billion battleships, and as many as 25 primordial experts. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4785. With the addition of the Blood-Devouring Lion, which can reach the 7th rank Desolate Supremacy, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Cyan Rock, the Star Alliance now has 3 powerful Desolate Supremacies. The Alliance of 10,000 Tribes has also made a lot of movements. The Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime have also migrated here. The Alliance's military strength has increased by 40 billion battleships, and 24 late-stage powerful figures have arrived, as well as 4 mid-stage Desolate Supremes. Speaking of this, DR's eyes flashed, revealing a touch of worry. Among the 5 alliances, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes have suddenly increased their battle strength, and most of the other tribes in these 2 alliances are also migrating here. Gradually, their strength will become stronger and stronger, and it's only a matter of time before they surpass the current dominant Magic Hall. In addition, the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance have also made changes. Although we can't speculate what it is, according to the intelligence, the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance, who have always been enemies in the starry sky, have recently been communicating with each other. They are secretly communicating with each other. This is not a good sign. The Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance are not simple. In their respective ancestral lands, there are also powerful figures in Desolate Supremes in hibernation. If necessary, they can join the battle after paying a certain price. Now it seems that among the 5 alliances, only the Human Federation is still at a standstill. Although the follow-up reinforcements are expected to arrive soon, it's still unsettling that they haven't arrived yet. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, this old man has made a decision. Speaking of this, DR's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath and paused for a few breaths. Then he continued, as you all know, this old man is not a human, but a mechanical life created by the human technological pioneer Xing Bo. Like the leader of the Tianji clan. To be honest, this old man doesn't know the situation on Di's side. After all, he was created by Xing Bo first, and this old man is second. But on this old man's side, after Xing Bo created this old man, He left layers of fields in my body. These fields are both potential and seals. Over the years, this old man has broken through layer by layer, and his cultivation has also increased. Now, I still have 3 domains left in my body, and my cultivation has reached the late stage of the primordial age. Therefore, according to this old man's prediction, if I can break through another layer of the seal, my strength will definitely increase tremendously. It shouldn't be a problem for me to break through to the early stage of Supreme Master of Desolation in a short period of time. Although the early stage of Supreme Master of Desolation is not very useful to the Human Race Federation in our current predicament, and is far from being able to compete with the Magic Hall, I can use a secret technique to let the reinforcements of the Human Race Federation arrive at this void fragment faster. Nearly half a month ago, when the armies of the 3 clans of the Blood Dragon clan of the Starry Sky Federation arrived, this old man has already used a secret technique to pass through the void and send a message back to the immortal star. Over there, the 2 camps of the human race and the headquarters of the former Wanluo Federation have already made preparations. Once this old man breaks through this layer of seal and breaks through to the Supreme Master of Desolation, I can use the secret technique to take advantage of the upheaval in the void fragment that has already begun in this void fragment to open up a stable space around the star area, where the Human Race Federation is located. Then I can lock onto the coordinates of the immortal star and lead the reinforcements here. At this point, the dim light in D'Air's eyes appeared again. He looked around at the other 7 Federation's powerful figures, who had already been stunned by his words, and then stood up. Everyone, this time I will be in seclusion for about 3 days. During this time, the Human Race Federation will be in charge of everything. I will leave it to you. After he finished speaking, his shoulders shook and his entire figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. For the Starry Sky Masters, a short 3 days was negligible. In the blink of an eye it would pass by. 3 days later, D'Air's figure flashed and reappeared in the main hall of the Human Race Federation. There was a smile on his face and he was calm and composed. The cultivation aura in his body, which was originally at the late stage of the Almighty Realm, had now reached the 2nd order of the Ancients. Previously, he had said that there were 3 layers of seals in his body. Now, only 1 layer of the 3 seals had been broken, and he already had the cultivation of a 2nd-order Desolate Venerable. It could be seen that if the remaining 2 layers of seals were broken, his cultivation strength was very likely to skyrocket to the late stage of the Desolate Venerable realm, or even the peak of the 9th order. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 7 powerful figures of the Human Race Federation in the main hall turned pale with fright. When they looked at D'Air again, the look in their eyes changed instantly. Previously, they had only thought that D'Air was very mysterious, but they had never thought that his foundation would be so terrifying. Everyone, everything is ready. Next, we will open a stable wormhole at the edge of the star field occupied by the Human Race Federation. Let's bring in the reinforcements. With a faint smile, D'Air finished speaking and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the star field occupied by the Human Race Federation. The other 7 powerful figures of the Human Race Federation did not stop and quickly followed. However, they only stood in the void behind and did not approach. Whoosh! As a cold light flashed in his eyes, D'Air urged the power in his body and fully activated an unknown secret technique. With a shake of his hand, a fine light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of millions of miles away to the right. In an instant there was a burst of light. Hiss! In the next instant, as the fine light bloomed with endless light, there was suddenly a clear sound of silk ripping in that void. The movement was not small at all. Looking over, a huge crack in the void of the universe in the distance had been torn open. It was thousands of miles long from top to bottom and hundreds of miles in diameter. It was like a vertical eye in the void. It was horrifying. Boom! Boom! Immediately after, from this crack in the void, there was a continuous rumbling sound of thunder, which made people tremble in fear. Moreover, as these muffled sounds of thunder continued, this crack in the void that had suddenly appeared was clearly expanding in all directions. It was expanding. Although the speed was very slow, it was continuous and did not stop for a moment. At a glance, it was as if a small hole had been opened in the void. Then there was an invisible force that pushed out from this small hole, making it bigger and bigger. And this void crack, which was originally only thousands of miles long and hundreds of miles in diameter, continued to expand in the midst of the low rumbling sound of thunder, becoming bigger and bigger. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. The void crack, which was originally thousands of miles long, had become a huge black hole. Its diameter was terrifying, and it was hundreds of millions of miles wide. It was far bigger than the 3 mysterious black holes that had appeared before. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4786. This piece of Eldritch World Fragment Void had already started some kind of unknown mysterious change. The 3 starry sky wormholes that were like giant black holes that had unexpectedly appeared one after another previously were proof of this. However, those 3 starry sky wormholes were naturally formed. And now this starry sky wormhole that had appeared outside the star sector occupied by the Human Clan Federation was caused by D-Air, whose cultivation had already reached level 2 desolate supremacy, using some kind of secret method to make use of this piece of Eldritch World Fragment Void to start the change that had already started. Thus, it was artificially located and forcibly torn apart. Therefore, under the influence of human factors, its formation was obviously faster. After only half a day, this black hole no longer continued to expand outwards. Instead, it completely stabilized. The low rumbling that had been going on all this time also disappeared. This piece of Eldritch World Void, which was originally extremely remote, completely fell into a dead silence. It was exactly the same as half a day ago. However, this huge black hole that had just formed was obviously not as simple as an ordinary black hole. The aura that was emitted from the black hole was not only extremely similar to the plane-level starry sky wormholes that connected the 3 main starry sky planes, but it was also extremely large. Even its diameter was extremely terrifying, reaching tens of millions of miles, close to 100 million miles. Even a giant star could pass through this starry sky wormhole. This scene was really too shocking. The other 7 almighty experts of the Human Clan Federation who were standing in the void far away were already stunned, their faces full of horror. They did not understand why D-Air had made this starry sky wormhole so vast that even stars could pass through it. It was simply speechless. However, there was one thing that they could be sure of. That was, even if D-Air had used some kind of power of law that had already started to change in this piece of Eldritch World Fragment Void, and he was now a level 2 desolate supremacy, but this one was so terrifying and stable. It was absolutely impossible for him to build such a starry sky wormhole with his own strength. Without a doubt, on the other side of the starry sky wormhole, there must be the Human Clan's technology camp, which was the upper echelons of the everlasting dynasty, helping. Moreover, the cultivation level of the person who helped was definitely not weaker than D-Air, or even stronger. There was more than one person. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 7 almighty experts of the Human Federation were suddenly invigorated. They turned their heads and exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with a strong sense of surprise. Now the Human Federation already had D-Air, a second-order early Baron Master. If they could get 2 more Baron Masters, they wouldn't be any weaker than the Star Alliance or the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes. Furthermore, if the 3 alliances reached an agreement and joined forces, with the addition of the 4 Desolate Supremes, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, the pinnacle of the Magic Hall, suppressing the Master of Magic Hall and the Master of Sky River Yixian, would not be a problem. Boom. Rumble. Behind them, in the star area occupied by the Human Federation, a large number of battleships were sailing out. Some of the star area experts with high cultivation bases were crossing the void with their physical bodies. The commotion that happened outside the star area was too big. The experts of the Human Federation who were in the stars with life in the depths of the star area were alarmed. When they arrived, they saw the giant space wormhole standing in the void. After being stunned for a moment, a look of horror appeared on their faces as they exclaimed, "Oh my God, what happened? Why would such a vast space wormhole suddenly appear outside the star area? The diameter is close to 100 million miles, and the aura of the wormhole is extremely stable. This is obviously a giant plane passage that can even pass through a giant star." Hiss! Look, the State Preceptor's cultivation base. Second Order Supreme Ancient Master? How is that possible? In just a few days, the State Preceptor's cultivation base has increased by a few small levels. Is he now a early Baron Master? It's like a dream so unreal. No matter what happened, at least the State Preceptor's cultivation base is real. The Human Federation finally has a supreme ancient master. Compared to before, we have more confidence. And this space wormhole with a terrifying diameter. I heard that the Star Federation and the Alliance of 10,000 races have undergone great changes. Several large races left in the three main star areas have migrated here. Could it be that the reinforcements of the Human Federation have arrived? Boom! Rumble. Just as the edge of the star area behind them was filled with endless exclamations, an earth-shattering roar came from the giant space wormhole in front of them. This was clearly the rhythm of a large number of battleships coming from the other end of the wormhole. At this time, the 8 supreme experts of the Human Federation, including D-Air, were all present. It seemed that they had been prepared for this. Perhaps the appearance of this giant space wormhole had something to do with them. Then, there was no need to guess which camp the battleships coming from the wormhole belonged to. It must be one of the 2 camps of the human clan, or the army under the jurisdiction of the former alliance of 10,000 races, which had always had a close relationship with the human clan. In addition to a large number of battleships, there must be many supreme experts and even supreme ancient masters among them. After all, both the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races each had more than 20 primordial experts and several primordial supremes. The 2 human factions and the Council of Elders of the former Luo Federation were stronger than them. If they sent reinforcements, their overall strength would be greatly reduced. How could they be weaker than them? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the experts of the Human Federation gathered at the edge of the star area behind them and watched from afar instantly became excited, their chests heaving up and down. Even the eyes of the other 7 powerful figures of the Federation, who were standing in the void far behind D-Air, were blazing with brilliance. Their faces were filled with thick, undispersible anticipation, which was rapidly spreading, however. The roar of thunder in the giant black hole in front of them continued, and it was getting louder and louder. It was clear that the battleship army coming through the wormhole was getting closer and closer to the exit of the wormhole. However, even after waiting for 2 hours, all they could hear was the sound of the ship, but they couldn't see it. The giant black hole was empty. Not to mention a battleship, not even a single strand of hair could be seen floating out of it. Rumble. Just as the experts from all sides were beginning to feel a little impatient, the roar of thunder from the giant black hole in the void hundreds of millions of miles ahead suddenly became louder. Subsequently, a colossal figure that no one had expected charged out from within the enormous black hole. Even an enormous wormhole that was almost 50,000 kilometers in diameter was barely enough for it to pass through, and this clearly showed how enormous and terrifying its size was. At this moment, the void fell into a dead silence. Everyone opened their mouths wide and gasped, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. After a few seconds, someone cried out in surprise. What? This is the Immortal Star? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4787. Rumble. With an earth-shattering boom, an unimaginable behemoth charged out of the gigantic black hole. It was so massive that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Even a gigantic wormhole with a diameter of nearly 50 million kilometers was barely enough for it to pass through. It was obvious how massive and terrifying its size was. The moment this behemoth rushed out of the giant wormhole, the entire vast void fell into a deathly silence. All the experts who saw this scene with their own eyes opened wide. At the same time, they sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their eyes widened. After a few seconds, someone cried out in surprise. What? This is actually an immortal star? Along with this exclamation breaking the silence, numerous exclamations of shock and astonishment instantly resounded in the sky, and they covered the heavens and the earth as they surged over like a furious tide. How is this possible? The science and technology faction actually teleported an immortal star over? It's no wonder they made the wormhole's diameter so terrifying. In fact, with a diameter of nearly 50 million kilometers, it's barely enough for an immortal star to pass through. If the wormhole was any smaller, it would be stuck inside. A miracle. This is definitely a miracle. Moving a gigantic planet and all the living beings on it from one starry sky realm to another starry sky realm. What kind of heaven-defying means is this? It would probably take at least a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence to do it. This is too shocking. It's amazing. definitely a big deal. The Human Federation can finally hold its head high. We don't have to suffer the humiliation of the demonic palace in this piece of the untainted world anymore. SSS. Quick, look behind the immortal star. Good, you still have other big guys. Boom. Rumble. Along with the earth-shattering cries of astonishment, a second big guy rushed out of the giant wormhole that had just emerged from the undying star. This was also a star, but it was only slightly smaller than the immortal star. It was clearly one of the 9 satellites around the immortal star. This was still not the end. Rumble. After the first satellite charged out, in less than half an hour, the second satellite charged out of the gigantic wormhole and headed towards the immortal star that had already floated to the right of the wormhole. This scene was so shocking that it once again stunned the countless starry sky powerhouses in the surrounding void. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and once again, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets from staring. What happened next made everyone a little numb. The stars that rushed out of the giant wormhole were all familiar. They were the satellites that surrounded and protected the undying star. There were originally 8 such satellites around the immortal star. With the addition of the immortal star, there were exactly 8 satellites and 9 satellites. They stood in the space of the third universe's science and technology faction. Now, after the immortal star charged out, there were exactly 8 satellites that charged out of the gigantic wormhole. They were the 8 satellites that had stood around the immortal star in the space of the third universe's science and technology faction. It was not until 6 hours later that these 8 satellites all charged out of the gigantic wormhole and gathered around the immortal star that had descended first. Their formation and position in the space was exactly the same as before in the space of the third universe's science and technology faction. It was exactly the same in the void of the camp, showing a 3-dimensional 9 palaces. During this process, the entire vast void of the universe had completely fallen into a dead silence. Other than D-Air, who had a faint smile on his face, even the other 7 powerful figures of the Federation who stood in the void behind him had the same expression. Their faces were full of shock. Let alone the other experts of the Human Race Federation further away. As the undying star's 9 palaces system fully descended and reappeared in the space to the right, the deathly stillness lasted for another half an incense stick's worth of time. Only then did the experts of the Human Federation wake up from their daze. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed drastically. Like a wave of astonishment, they once again resounded throughout the space. Is this too much of a dream? In the space in front of us, there is clearly a familiar star with 8 satellites and 9 satellites. Could it be that we have returned to the science and technology faction of the third universe? What a terrifying method! He actually teleported the undying star and the 8 satellites around it into the void of this fragment of the untainted world through a giant wormhole. What a terrifying method! He teleported the undying star and the 8 satellites around it into this fragment of the untainted world. This is clearly the rhythm of the human race's science and technology faction's complete migration. Now that the Emperor Star has arrived first, will the next be the Emperor Stars of the 3 empires and the capital stars of the various superpowers under the empires? That scene is simply terrifying. Even if it's just the human race's technological camp, the void territory it occupies is vast and boundless, with countless administrative planets. If all of them migrate here, what can a small demon palace amount to? No, listen, after a short silence in the gigantic wormhole in front of us, there is clearly another rumbling sound, and it is getting louder and louder. This is clearly the rhythm of things not over yet. Heavens, it won't be more stars descending one after another, will it? What kind of terrifying existence has awakened in our human race this time? This is simply too shocking, I can't imagine. Boom! Rumble. Sure enough, as the exclamations in the surrounding space resounded again, there was another rumbling sound from the gigantic wormhole that had just rushed out of the 9 gigantic stars. From the sound of it, it was clearly not any weaker than when the immortal star's 1 master, 8 satellites, and 9 palace had rushed out of the wormhole one after another soon. As the rumbling resounded, the surrounding space fell into a deathly silence once more. It wasn't just the countless champions of the Human Federation who were watching from the edge of the planetary system, who did not show any unusual movements. Even the immortal star and 9 palace that had just arrived did not have a single figure rushing out of the wormhole. It was as if the champions of the immortal star already knew about it all, and were not in a hurry to rush out of the wormhole. and were instead waiting for it all to be over. Whoosh! Rumble! Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, as an earth-shattering rumble of thunder sounded, another behemoth rushed out from the giant wormhole in the void in front of them. But this time it was no longer a round planet. It was a continent, or to be precise, a gigantic palace that was not much smaller than the immortal star. It was entirely silver-white in color and emanated a searing radiance. The Temple of Glory? That's the Temple of Glory. That's actually it? Legend has it that the Council of Elders at the headquarters of the 10,000 Net Federation is a silver palace the size of a star. It is also known as the Temple of Glory, but no one has actually seen it before. Is it finally showing itself today? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version. Chapter 4788. Whoosh! Rumble. With a thunderous rumble that shook heaven and earth, a behemoth rushed out of a giant wormhole in the distant void as everyone watched. And this time, the behemoth that rushed out was not a planet. Instead, it was a colossal palace that was not much smaller than an imperishable star. Like a colossal continent that stretched across the stars, it was entirely silver-white in color and emanated a searing radiance. After a brief silence, someone in the void quickly recognized the colossal palace, and exclamations of shock echoed like tidal waves. According to legend, the Council of Elders at the headquarters of the 10,000 Luo Federation was a silver palace that was as large as a planet. It was also known as the Temple of Glory, but no one had actually seen it before. In fact, it was said that it did not even exist. That was because there was no real conclusion all along. But now, with the arrival of this colossal palace that resembled a celestial continent, the legend was finally confirmed. The 10,000 Luo Federation was all but a name now, with the various races of the second universe no longer obeying their orders and withdrawing from the Federation. Now, only the two human factions were left amongst the various races and factions of the 10,000 Luo Federation. Be that as it may, the truth was that even the core leaders of the two human factions had never once underestimated the 10,000 Luo Federation or looked down on them. To the two human factions, they simply did not care about the so-called rallying power of the 10,000 Luo Federation in the second universe. What the leaders of the two human factions truly valued was the Council of Elders of the 10,000 Luo Federation, in other words, the silver-white palace that stretched across the void like a continent. The Temple of Glory was the Council of Elders of the 10,000 Luo Federation, and the foundation of the 10,000 Luo Federation. As long as it existed, the 10,000 Luo Federation's true depth and foundation would not be weakened at all. Ever since the 10,000 Luo Federation was founded, the two human factions and the various races of the second universe had provided untold amounts of cultivation resources. These resources were all used by the myriad Luo Federation's Council of Elders to recruit wandering old monsters in the starry skies. They would sit in the Council of Elders and become the so-called elders of the Federation of different cultivation bases and levels. As time passed, no one knew how many celestial champions were slumbering within the silver-white Temple of Glory. Still, one thing was for sure. Every elder of the Federation who had the right to stay in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal planet was at least above average immortal tier. The so-called sector overlords were existences that hadn't even reached the sempiternal realm. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter. As for the most powerful beings slumbering in the depths of the Temple of Glory, it was said that there were no less than 3 paragons of the ancients, but they would not awaken so easily. Even if it was just a temple, the Temple of Glory was exceedingly mysterious and had such shocking depth that no one would dare to underestimate it. At this moment, as it rushed out of the giant black hole and descended into the void of the primordial world fragment, the gazes of countless experts of the Human Federation gathered at the same time. They were all secretly guessing in their hearts. Inside this mysterious silver-white palace, now that it had awakened, what was the cultivation of the most powerful being that was guarding it? Rumble. Right at this moment, in the giant black hole in the distance in the void in front of them, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder rang out again without any warning around the void. Every Human Federation champion was taken aback. Then their eyes lit up and their breathing quickened, and they turned expectantly towards the giant black hole in the distance. They were certainly looking forward to it, and it was certainly worth looking forward to. First, out of the giant wormhole that was almost 100 million miles wide, the immortal star was the leader of the 8 planets and 9 planets. In other words, the immortal star was the entire planetary system. Then, before anyone could react, the Temple of Glory, which had always been a legend in the three main planes of the stars for tens of thousands of years, and which no one had ever seen with their own eyes, came roaring out of the wormhole, descending with a rumble. The two behemoths that had rushed out before were beings of that level. And now, with another thunderous rumble echoing from the giant wormhole, how could the third behemoth that was about to rush out be an exception? No matter how weak it would definitely be something extraordinary, that was certain. Everyone was guessing what the being that had rushed out of the giant black hole this time was. Only DR was still smiling faintly, clearly already knowing the result, and was confident. Whoosh! This time, the rumbling of thunder in the giant wormhole didn't last for too long. After only half an hour, a gray shadow rushed out of the giant wormhole with a sharp whistling sound. It did not go far, but stopped abruptly in front of the wormhole, standing side by side with the immortal 9 stars and the Temple of Glory. Everyone was left dumbstruck in that very moment. Their mouths were slowly hanging open, a look of astonishment appearing on their faces while their eyes were at a loss. This time, what was charging out of the wormhole was neither a planet like the 9 stars of eternity, nor a colossal continent like the Temple of Glory. Even if it was as massive as a planet, there was no way to tell what it was at all, since it was just a canopy. It was just a blurry gray shadow, standing there like a gray black hole. Grandmaster, that is? After a brief moment of blankness, the 7 great beings of the Federation who were hovering in the void behind all turned to look at DR at the same time. One of them asked tentatively, the look of anticipation on his face thickening. They were all ancient great beings from both human factions, and yet they did not know what that blurry gray shadow that resembled a planet was. Realizing this, the great beings of the Federation who were hovering in the void suddenly became interested. They all held their breaths and listened attentively, wanting to know the truth and origin of that blurry gray shadow. From DR smiled faintly. There's nothing else. Tianju Palace. Although the Tenju Celestial Palace was also a cultivation sect, its position was unique and transcendent. Although it was not like the Immortal Dynasty in name, which commanded the entire cultivation camp and had great authority, in reality, it was only one of the Tenju Celestial Palaces. Even if several other sects and countries joined forces, they were still far from being a match for it. Its position as the supreme overlord of the cultivator faction had already been established. The ancestral ground of the Tenju Celestial Palace was located in the First Palace, also known as the Sky Palace. The Palace Master of the Sky Palace was the highest leader of the entire Tenju Celestial Palace. The Second Palace was also known as the Sky Palace. The Palace Master of the Sky Palace was in charge of external affairs of the sect, and was in charge of communication with the Immortal Dynasty and the 10,000 Net Federation. The Third Palace was known as the Sky Palace. The Sky Palace Master of the Sky Palace was in charge of the punishment of the Tenju Celestial Palace. These 3 palaces were the most powerful and mysterious of the Tenju Celestial Palaces, and their positions were extraordinary. The Tenju Celestial Palaces were located in different environments. One was an incomparably huge celestial body, while the other was a boundless continent suspended in the void. The sky was round and the earth was round. However, the Sky Palace had never appeared in the eyes of the world. Who would have thought that it would actually appear this time? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4789. In the void of space outside the Terran Federation's planetary system, following the arrival of the Sky Extinction Palace, which resembled a star but was actually a blurry gray shadow that resembled a gray black hole, the gigantic black hole in the void ahead finally quieted down. There were no more rumbling sounds and no other beings rushed out. From the looks of it, the arrival of the Terran Federation's so-called reinforcements had finally come to an end. At the same time, in the void in front of the wormhole, 3 colossal objects were lined up in a row. The sight was shocking and eye-catching. On the left were the 9 immortal stars, with the main star at the center and 8 satellites surrounding it, forming a 3-dimensional 9-palace layout. On the right was the Temple of Glory, which resembled a gigantic continent. It was silvery white and dazzling, exuding a sacred and awe-inspiring presence that made people not dare to look at it directly. In the center was the most mysterious Sky Extinction Palace. It resembled a star, but was merely an almost circular blurry light. It was gray in color, and its interior was so dark that nothing could be seen. It was so mysterious that it gave rise to endless fanciful thoughts. The three colossal objects came from the three major factions of the Terran Federation, and were all core existences. From this, it could be seen that although the two major factions of the Terran race still had a large number of subordinates in the third universe, they had not migrated here. However, the general trend of the migration was basically set, and the subsequent migration would be carried out gradually. However, those were not the issues that the Terran Federation champions who were now in the void of the Chaos Fragment were concerned about. They were more concerned about the 9 immortal stars, the Temple of Glory, and the Sky Extinction Palace that had arrived here. They were curious about the cultivation level of the strongest individuals that were in charge, and how many of them there were. Over the last few years, they had been suppressed too much by the magic hall that had appeared out of nowhere in the void of the Chaos Fragment. Everyone's heart was filled with resentment, and they could not calm down. Moreover, the master of the magic hall and Yixian, the Star Lord of the Sky River, were so powerful that even with the two of them working together, they only had a few barren supremacies fighting power. There was really no hope. Moreover, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races had recently risen as well. Whether it was the slave races of the first universe or the second universe, they were no match for the two major factions of the third universe. Now that the two major factions of the Terran race and the Temple of the Elders of the 10,000 Net Federation had arrived at the same time, it would be too disappointing if the peak existences in charge were too few and not enough to be brought out. Of course, no one doubted the number of superior beings and desolate supremes slumbering in the imperishable star, Sky End Palace, and the Temple of Glory. However, whether those pinnacle beings were still slumbering or had already awakened was completely different. It was impossible for all of them to have awakened. The only thing that the experts of the Human Federation in the surrounding void were hoping for was that the top existences that had already awakened could be as many as possible. They longed for the feeling of being able to hold their heads up high. These few short years of grievance and cowardice were simply like boom, rumble. Just as all the experts of the Human Federation in the surrounding void were secretly pondering, there was another earth-shattering roar in the void in front of them. Be it the immortal 9 stars, the Sky Extinction Palace, or the Temple of Glory, all of them moved. Inside the immortal 9 stars, countless fortresses and fortresses of various sizes rushed out from the atmosphere of the 9 stars and spread out in the void ahead. In a short time they occupied the void with a radius of nearly 100 million miles. There were countless battleships of all kinds. What rushed out of the Tianju Palace were starry battleships of various shapes and sizes. Without exception, they were all extremely large, and their number was also extremely shocking, more than 10 billion. As for the number of experts of the human clan in the battleships, the Tianju Palace was filled with them. It was easy to imagine. It was a sight that left everyone dumbstruck. The hazy gray shadow that represented the Sky Extinction Palace was only the size of a single star, and yet so many colossal starships had rushed out of it. From the looks of it, it would not be able to hold them all. Clearly, the insides of the mysterious hazy gray shadow must have been like a real black hole, with a world of its own. Or perhaps it was a mobile, independent world of its own. Aside from that, many warships and battleships were rushing out from the Temple of Glory on the right. Although they were few in number, numbering only 1 billion in total, every single one of them was a behemoth with a diameter of 1 million feet. Like the Sky River star, every single one of them was a superstar of the same class. In less than half a day, 3 frightening legions had appeared in the void before them. The total number of warships and starships was around 40 billion, and would not lose out to the Star Alliance or the Alliance of 10,000 races. Still, that might not be all of them. Who knows, there might be more warships and starships in the immortal 9 stars, the Sky Extinction Palace, and the Temple of Glory. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. We haven't seen each other for a few decades, and I didn't expect you to be a mid-level desolate venerable already. Congratulations! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, more than 20 figures rushed out of the immortal star. The leader was the immortal emperor. He was walking in the void with a smile on his face, and he was already saluting the imperial advisor, Dr. congratulating him. The aura that emanated from his body had reached the 4th level of the primordial great beings, and he was a mid-level great being. But in fact, the immortal emperor was not the strongest existence among the 20 or so figures. Among them, more than half were universe supremes, And there were also 12 primordial great beings like the immortal emperor. The 2 human race elders who were walking at the back were emitting the terrifying aura of a middle-stage desolate supremacy. "You are too kind, great emperor." Seeing the immortal emperor again after a few decades, Air showed a warm smile on his face. He waved his hand and replied politely, "Great emperor, you did not fall behind in your cultivation either. In the 3 main planes of the starry skies, you have also broken through to the mid-level great beings. Now that you've reached the intermediate almighty realm, you're even more worthy of celebration than me." As the 2 of them chatted, almost 30 figures rushed out from the Sky Absolute Palace and the Temple of Glory on the other side of the void. Their auras were so shocking that they attracted everyone's attention. As if they had agreed beforehand, the figures that rushed out from the Sky Absolute Palace and the Temple of Glory were 12 Universe Supremes, 12 Primordial Great Beings, and 2 Primordial Great Beings. When added together, the overall strength of the top leaders of the 3 factions of the Human Federation was simply shocking. There were a total of 36 Universe Supremes, 36 Primordial Great Beings, and even 6 Primordial Great Beings. Including Air, who had just broken through to the Desolate Venerable level, the Human Federation now had a total of 7 Desolate Venerables. Force. Whether compared to the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, or the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, the Human Federation was simply a force to be reckoned with. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website Chapter 4790. In the void, cheers resounded across heaven and earth like a tide that did not stop for a long time. This time, the Human Federation's combat power had greatly increased. The immortal 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory had all arrived at the same time. Compared to the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Magic Hall of the Forbidden Grounds of Rising Sun, the Human Federation was practically the strongest. Aside from the tens of billions of warships, there were 36 Supreme Beings, 36 Primordial Beings, and even 6 Supreme Beings of the Ancients, including Air, who had recently ascended to the Desolate Supreme level. The Human Federation now had a total of 7 Desolate Supremes. It was definitely something worth celebrating. When the countless champions of the Human Federation received the news, they instantly felt a sense of exultation. They were finally turning the tables. Boom! Rumble! In the void, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. The warships that filled the vast void automatically parted to the left and right, leaving a wide void passage in the center. Then the immortal 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory moved one after another, following the void passage and heading towards the depths of the planetary system, occupied by the Human Federation. Soon they disappeared. The planetary system was very vast. From now on, the immortal 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory would be stationed in the deepest part of the planetary system, guarding the Human Federation and giving orders. Of course, if the situation called for it, they could sail out from the depths of the planetary system at any time like the other warships, traversing the void of the universe and engaging in all sorts of wars. After the immortal 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory entered the depths of the planetary system, the sea of warships that had retreated to the sides started moving as well, slowly entering the planetary system. When everything was over, the champions of the various factions of the Human Federation, who had gathered at the edge of the planetary system, returned to the planetary system in joy. Then the entire Federation would celebrate for 3 days. Because from now on, they would no longer have to be enslaved by the Magic Hall of the Forbidden Grounds of Rising Sunday. A heavy burden was lifted from their shoulders, and they could make a comeback. This scene did not escape the eyes of the scouts of the other forces in the distant void. Although the current 5 great alliances had become part of the Magic Hall, the entire vast and boundless chaos fragment had been peaceful for 2 years because of this. But in the past few months it felt like a storm was brewing again. First was the arrival of the All-Evil Legion. Then, they mysteriously submitted to the Magic Hall, and became the 5th Legion under the Magic Hall. Everyone was in an uproar, and everyone was uneasy. Shortly after, the blood-devouring War Lion brought the Blood Dragon and the Green Rock War Lion over to the Star Alliance, which caused an uproar. Without waiting for all the forces to come back to their senses, the alliance of 10,000 races formed by the original slave races of the first universe also sent a huge reinforcements. Both the regular forces and the high-end forces of the primordial age were not inferior to the Star Federation. They were qualified to compete with the Magic Hall. Under such circumstances, the higher-ups of the other small forces were naturally restless. They had already sent out scouts to wander around the chaos fragment occupied by the 5 great alliances. They were monitoring the situation in real time, so that they could make appropriate countermeasures if there were any unusual movements. In fact, it was not only these idle small forces that had sent out scouts. The Alliance of the Survivors and the Ominous Beast Alliance of the 5 Alliances, and even the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races, whose strength had skyrocketed, had already sent more or less scouts to quietly wander in the void of this fragment of the untainted land. Not only did they monitor the movements of the other forces and alliances, but they also paid close attention to the reactions of the Magic Hall. And now such a shocking event had happened on the Human Federation's side. The 2 factions that formed the Human Federation and the core of the former Senate had arrived at the Chaos Fragment at the same time. The commotion was so great that the scouts of the various factions and alliances who were wandering in the Chaos Fragment were drawn to it at once. In fact, the entire process of the arrival of the immortal 9 stars, Sky Extinction Palace, and the Temple of Glory had been witnessed by the scouts, and would be reported back to the leaders of the factions behind them as soon as possible. At this moment, as the domineering huge army of the Human Federation entered the star field one after another, the scouts of the major forces and alliances who were watching all this from the distant void also began to retreat one after another. On the left side of the space, a few Emperor-level Undyings stepped out of the space, their expressions extremely solemn. From the back of an abandoned planet in front of them, a large battleship with a diameter of 100,000 meters sailed out, surrounded by hundreds of medium-sized battleships each with a diameter of 10,000 meters. These Undying Emperors were the upper echelons of this scouting team. They were originally scouting this star field and unexpectedly witnessed the entire process of the Human Federation's powerful reinforcements descending in a domineering manner. When they thought about how the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Human Federation of the 5 Alliances had skyrocketed in strength, leaving only the Alliance of the Survivors and the Alliance of the Ferocious Beasts, these immortal emperors' hearts sank to the extreme. Instinctively, they turned to look at a corner of the chaos fragment in front of them at the same time. Over 100 ferocious beasts were rushing out from the back of another giant abandoned planet, their bodies exuding a heavy aura. This was a scout team from the Ferocious Beasts Alliance, led by 2 ferocious beast commanders who were both immortal emperors. At this moment, they rushed out from the back of the abandoned planet where they had been hiding. They originally wanted to return to the Ferocious Beasts Alliance immediately and report the shocking scene they had just witnessed to the leaders of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance. Suddenly, the 2 ferocious beast emperors seemed to have sensed the gazes of these immortal emperors, and they subconsciously turned to look at them. The moment their gazes met, both parties saw a touch of heaviness and worry in each other's eyes. Ferocious beasts and the survivors had always been mortal enemies in this chaos fragment void. But now, perhaps because they were in the same situation and were similarly isolated, the moment their gazes met, the 2 ferocious beast emperors and the leaders of the survivor scouts felt a sense of sympathy for each other. Roar! Retracting their gazes, the 2 ferocious beast emperors lowered their heads and roared in shame. They did not stay any longer and immediately left with the hundreds of ferocious beasts behind them. Sigh! On this side, the few immortal emperors of the survivor scouts exchanged glances with a desolate expression. At the same time they shook their heads and sighed. They did not stay any longer. With a flash of their bodies, they leaped into the large battleship that was slowly approaching them. After that, they led the survivor scouts and quickly left, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 4791. In less than 3 months, the void of the fragment of the untainted land, which had been quiet for only 2 years, was stirred up again, and undercurrents were surging again. As for the Magic Hall, the army of all evil joined in and became the 5th army under the Magic Hall, increasing the overall strength of the Magic Hall once again. Although this attracted the attention of all parties, the most shocking thing was the Star Alliance, the Alliance of all races, and the Human Federation, which were now outside of the Magic Hall. Originally, the 5 alliances together were no match for the Magic Hall. In one battle, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Ghastly Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Skyrock were all defeated and fled. But now, any one of the three alliances had the strength and qualifications to fight against the Magic Hall. First of all, the Star Alliance had the Blood Dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Battle Lion clan moving in. The Alliance's military strength had increased by 20 billion battleships and 25 primordial great beings, as well as the bloodthirsty War Lion, which could reach the 7th level of desolate supremacy under its secret technique. Once the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock returned, they would instantly have 3 primordial great beings and 25 primordial great beings. The alliance of all races was even more powerful. The space rats, hell ants, giant ferocious, and slime demons had also moved in. The alliance's military strength had increased by 40 billion battleships. Furthermore, there were 24 late-stage primordial great beings and 4 mid-stage primordial great beings. Overall, the alliance's overall strength had surpassed that of the Star Alliance. Even without the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 ghastly demon crocodile, they could still compete with the Magic Hall. However, the Human Federation was even more powerful. With the arrival of the immortal 9 stars, the Sky Extinction Palace, and the Temple of Glory, whether compared to the Star Alliance, the Alliance of all races, or the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, the Human Federation was practically the strongest. Aside from the tens of billions of battleships, there were 36 supreme beings, 36 primordial great beings, and even 6 supreme primordial great beings. In addition to D-Air, who had just broken through to the Desolate Supremacy realm, the Human Federation had a total of 7 Desolate Supremacies. Both the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races had the strength to contend with the Magic Hall, but they didn't have much of a chance of winning. Therefore, if the Human Federation started a war with the Magic Hall, even if Yi Xian, who had disappeared after the battle 2 years ago, appeared again and joined forces with the Master of the Magic Hall, the Human Federation and the Human Federation would only have a 50-50 chance of winning. Of course, a full-scale war of this magnitude wouldn't break out so easily. But for the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Human Federation, even if they weren't going to war anytime soon, they had to declare their independence from the Magic Hall. 3 days after the Human Federation's reinforcements arrived, a legion of fortresses sailed out of the star field. 3 figures rushed out of the flagship in the center. All 3 of them were primordial great beings. 2 of them were humans, and 1 of them was an old man with a feral presence. Of the 2 humans, one was the neverless emperor of the human race's technology faction, while the other was Zhu Wuqian, lord of the Sky End Palace. As for the other old man whose body was emanating the scent of a feral, he was the cardinal of the Temple of Glory, named Xiaohong. Although the Human Federation now had 7 supreme primordial great beings, beings of this level usually wouldn't care about the affairs of the Federation, and wouldn't show themselves easily. They had more important matters to attend to, such as matters related to the awakening of the slumbering ancestors of their race. Therefore, the Human Federation was now led by these 3 supreme primordial great beings. As for D-Air, he mysteriously disappeared after the arrival of the Neverwither Emperor. He wasn't just the Grand Tutor of the Neverwither dynasty, but also the leader of the automaton race. Before the arrival of the Neverwither Emperor, he had no choice but to preside over the Human Federation and lead everything. Now that he could free himself, he naturally had to take care of the affairs of the machinery race. After all, the void fragment of the primordial world had changed abruptly. This was very likely a sign that the end of the primordial world was coming. Therefore, the machinery race also needed to be properly arranged, and now with the appearance of the 3 supreme primordial great beings, Zhu Wuqian and Qi Xiaohong, the various factions and scouts of the Alliance who had been lying in wait at the edge of the planetary system were at once invigorated. Soon, the divine senses of the 3 supreme primordial great beings reached them one after another, echoing throughout the void. I am Zhu Wuqian, Master of the Sky Extinction Palace, and Qi Xiaohong, Master of the Temple of Glory. Today, I lead the Human Federation and represent the Federation in declaring that I am no longer associated with the Magic Hall. I hope that the Master of the Magic Hall would have some self-respect and not make a mistake. Boom! Rumble! With that, the 3 supreme primordial great beings turned around and rushed into the flagship fortress behind them. The entire army immediately turned around and rumbled back to the Human Federation. At the same time, several figures rushed out of the planetary system occupied by the Federation. These were 4 powerful primordial great beings, and they were the current leaders of the Space Rat, Infernal Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime. As for the four supreme primordial great beings who had awakened from their slumber, they didn't show up either. Around the edges of the planetary system, there were also scouts of various factions and races waiting. When they saw the appearance of the four supreme primordial great beings, they seemed to realize something and all of them perked up. I am the leader of the space rat, infernal ant, giant ferocious and evil spirit slime. Today, on behalf of the Alliance, I declare that from this moment on, the Alliance is no longer associated with the Magic Hall. The same scene played out in the planetary system occupied by the Star Alliance. However, the situation here was different from that of the Human Federation and the Alliance. The supreme primordial great beings of the Human Federation and the Alliance didn't show up. However, the three supreme primordial great beings of the Star Alliance showed up at the same time. Moreover, they didn't even come from inside the planetary system, but from a distant place outside the planetary system. At the forefront was the blood-devouring lion, whose aura was fierce and tyrannical. Although he was only a rank 7 supreme primordial great being, no one dared to treat him as a supreme primordial great being. This could be seen from the fact that even the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock, who were both rank 1 desolate great beings, were following behind the blood-devouring lion. After 2 years, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock had fully recovered from their injuries, but their expressions were gloomy. As desolate great beings, they had been beaten twice by the Master of the Magic Hall and Yixian, the Master of the Sky River Star, and had to flee. This kind of humiliation was so deep that they would never be able to raise their heads again until they were cleansed. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock showed up in person this time. Of course, another reason was that all the clansmen and armies of the Blood Serpent, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans had been captured by the Demon Hall in this fragment of space. They had formed an army of captives. Now that the blood-devouring lion, the ancestor of the Battle Lion clan, had arrived, it would be a joke if they didn't show their attitude. Chapter 4792. Roar! Roar roar! Sedan-devouring Mad Lion brought the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Rock back to the edge of the starfield where the Star Alliance was located. They scanned the surroundings with their godly consciousness and found a large number of scouts from other powers and races lurking in the distance. They immediately roared. As the ancestors of their races and supreme beings of the primordial era, they would not lower themselves to quarrel with scouts from other races and powers. Instead, they took advantage of this opportunity to announce the independence of the Star Alliance. After each of them let out a heaven-shaking roar, the three of them immediately sent out their divine senses. The divine senses enveloped the entire area, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly, revealing an endless amount of coldness. From now on, the Star Alliance will be separated from the Magic Hall. As for the people of the Blood Dragon, the Cyan Rock, and the Battle Lion race and the battleship army captured by the Magic Hall, we urge the Master of the Magic Hall to release them as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will start a war. Roar! Deep in the starfield occupied by the Survivors Alliance, in a giant Cyan Life Star. This giant Cyan Life Star was where the headquarters of the Survivors Alliance was located. In the eastern part of the star, there was a towering mountain facing the sea, and there was a palace at the peak of the mountain. This was the headquarters of the Survivors Alliance. Now in the palace, there were more than 200 figures, all of whom were Universe Knights or above. More than half of them were Universe Knights, more than 100 of them were Universe Masters, more than 40 Universe Masters, and 24 Universe Supremes. Besides them, there were 4 great beings of the primordial era. As for the supreme beings of the primordial era, there was none. Such a high-level battle force was a little shabby compared to the Star Alliance, the Alliance of Myriad Races, and the Human Federation. Therefore, at this moment, in the hall of the Alliance headquarters, a group of senior executives of the Survivors Alliance who were attending the meeting had a rather worried and awkward expression on their faces. Among the 4 great beings in the palace, 3 of them were at the middle stage of the primordial era. The 2 of them had just woken up recently, and did not participate in the previous battle of the Magic Hall. The other one was the one who led the army of the Survivors Alliance and the other 4 alliances 2 years ago. 131, the old man who tried to force the Magic Hall to abdicate. At that time, his cultivation was at the 7th stage of the Desolation era. He was brutally beaten up by Yixian and rewarded with a large amount of purple gold and 9 colored divine herbs. After returning, The black-robed Almighty immediately went into seclusion and had just come out. Although he had only been in seclusion for 2 years, his cultivation level had successfully climbed from the Desolate Antiquity rank 7 to the current Great Perfection rank 9, which was the half-step Desolate Venerable. With such a terrifying speed, even the higher-ups present were shocked and puzzled, but they didn't dare to ask. The strength of the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Human Federation has skyrocketed. A few days ago, they announced their withdrawal from the Magic Hall. The 3 Baron Supremes of the Star Alliance even threatened to start another war. Turning his head, the black-robed Almighty glanced at the hundreds of higher-ups in the hall and paused. After a short while, he sighed and continued, "Now all the big and small forces and races in the void fragment of the untainted land, including the Magic Hall, I'm afraid that they have set their eyes on us and the Beast Alliance. After all, in the previous war, the 5 alliances joined hands to force the Magic Hall to abdicate. In the end, they all became the subordinates of the Magic Hall. Now, 3 of the 5 alliances have expressed their withdrawal from the Magic Hall. Naturally, the Survivors Alliance and the Beast Alliance have become the focus of attention. This is clearly the rhythm of being roasted on the fire." Speaking of this, the black-robed Almighty sighed faintly and looked at the crowd again. "Everyone, what do you think about this matter?" The higher-ups in the hall looked at each other bitterly. Finally, their eyes all converged on the other 3 powerful figures in the middle of the hall. In the whole hall, there were only 4 powerful figures from the remote antiquity. Now, when the black-robed Almighty asked the question, the others didn't dare to speak. Only the 3 powerful figures in the middle of the hall were qualified to express their opinions. The 3 of them frowned at the same time and looked very serious. They turned their heads and exchanged glances. Then they sighed slightly and expressed their opinions one after another. The current situation of the Survivors tribe is very awkward. Even in the Holy Land of the tribe, there are not many powerful figures and desolate masters who are sleeping. There are less than 10 powerful figures and only 2 desolate masters. None of those fellows from the 3 main starry skies are good people. This can be seen from the battle 2 years ago. As the 4 desolate supremacies with the strongest battle strength in the Allied forces, they actually turned around and fled after being tortured. They did not even care about the countless subordinates in the Allied forces. This kind of shameless person really can't be plotted with. That group of fellows from the 3 main starry skies is not a good person. This point can be seen from the battle 2 years ago. As the 4 desolate supremacies with the strongest battle strength in the Allied forces, they actually turned around and fled after being tortured. They did not even care about the countless subordinates in the Allied forces. It's a pity that we haven't found the passage to the Hongmeng Void yet. Otherwise, the Survivors tribe can all enter the Hongmeng Void and jump out of this circle of trouble. Even if we can only contact those seniors who have gone to the Primordial Void, we wouldn't be in such a dejected state like we are now if 7 or 8 desolate venerables from the Primordial Void came. In my opinion, the Survivors Alliance should not participate in this matter for the time being. We should keep silent and wait to see what happens. Yes, this is the safest way to deal with it. With the current strength of the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races and the Human Federation, especially this time when the Star Alliance threatened the Magic Hall, I'm afraid that the Violent Ape will not let it go. If there is no accident, the war between the 3 alliances and the Magic Hall will start again soon. At that time, whether it is the Magic Hall or the envoys of the 3 alliances, we can politely refuse any request on the grounds that the powerful figures of the alliance are all in closed-door training and can't make decisions. After the war is over, we will look at the final result and make a decision. This is indeed the safest way at present. Hearing this, the powerful figure in the black robe frowned. He turned his head and glanced at the other 3 powerful figures of the middle stage remnant on his left and right sides. His eyes revealed deep meaning, but he didn't reject their proposal. Halfway through, he paused slightly and then continued, "So, the Survivors Alliance will keep silent for the time being? I can take advantage of this time to go into closed-door training again. If there is no accident, I will be able to smoothly break through to the First Order Primordial Master in the near future. If this goes well, I will announce an important decision at that time." Upon hearing this, the hundreds of high-level officials of the Survivors Alliance in the hall were startled. Then, all of them were horrified and gasps resounded throughout the hall. The Lord in the black robe broke through 2 levels in just 2 years and became a half-step desolate master. Now he was going to go into closed-door training and claim that he would be able to enter the First Order Primordial Master in a short time. To them, such words were simply a fantasy. It was too unbelievable. Chapter 4793. The Beast Alliance. Just like the Survivors Alliance, the vast star field occupied by the Beast Alliance was now shrouded in a cloud of gloom and fog. News about the arrival of reinforcements from the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Human Federation had already spread to every corner of the Star Alliance several days ago, and their strength had skyrocketed to the point where they could challenge the Demon Hall. Since then, the ferocious beasts in the countless inhabited stars in the entire expanse of the starry sky had become inexplicably uneasy. Low and deep roars could be heard from time to time, and they revealed boundless bewilderment and exhaustion. Since the war 2 years ago, the 5 great alliances had basically faced the same situation. They were all extremely embarrassed and could only submit to the supreme power of the Magic Hall, as if they were struggling at death's door. If everyone was like this for a long time, they would slowly get used to it. Even if they were unwilling, they wouldn't have the ability to resist and wouldn't dream about it. But now, among the 5 great alliances, the Star Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, and the Human Federation suddenly had the situation reversed. Overnight, they had the foundation and strength to challenge the Magic Hall. Such a scene for the Beast Alliance was really caught off guard and found it hard to accept. Now, the 3 great alliances that had joined forces to force the Magic Hall to abdicate had successively announced that they were leaving the Magic Hall. Of the 5 great alliances, only the Survivors Alliance and the Beast Alliance were left. They were the focus of attention from all parties, almost becoming the focus of countless eyes. This situation was tantamount to putting them on a rack to roast, which really made people restless now. Of the 5 great alliances that had joined forces to force the Magic Hall to abdicate, the other 3 had come ashore and escaped from the Sea of Bitterness. Only the Survivors Alliance and the Beast Alliance were still struggling in the Sea of Bitterness. In fact, in the war 2 years ago, although the Survivors Alliance was finally forced to submit to the Magic Hall, in fact, the Beast Alliance was even more miserable than them. At that time, the Survivors Alliance's 7th-stage black-robed powerhouse was beaten up and lost his face, but at least he kept his life and immediately withdrew with the entire army of the Survivors Alliance. But the Beast Alliance was different. Although they also had a 7th-stage powerhouse, the Beast Ancestor, who had to pay a heavy price to activate the secret bloodline technique and forcibly raise his strength to the supreme stage of the Ancients, but in the end, he was still blown up by the Sky River Star's master, Yixian. After the war, the Beast Alliance even paid a huge amount of compensation. Yixian's entire army was disgraced, and the Beast Alliance was forced to flee back to their base camp in embarrassment. It could be said that the ferocious Beast Alliance and the Human Federation suffered the most in that battle. They lost more than one of their high-end combat forces above the realm of mighty figure. Now the Human Federation had risen again, and in this void fragment of the universe, they even had the confidence and strength to surpass the Magic Hall. But on the side of the Beast Alliance, there was still no supreme stage of the Ancients. When they fled back to their base camp from the Magic Hall, there were only a dozen Universe Supremes left in the entire Beast Alliance, including the higher-ups who stayed behind to guard the base camp. Over the past 2 years, the Universe Supremes of the Beast Alliance had gritted their teeth and successively awakened another 9 Supreme stage of the Ancients from their ancestral land. But they still couldn't compete with the Magic Hall. So they didn't dare to make a public announcement. These 9 Supreme stage ferocious beasts who had been awakened didn't even go out to show their faces. They had been holed up in the depths of the star sector occupied by the Beast Alliance. Originally, these 9 Supreme Stage ferocious beasts had planned to remain dormant and quietly wait for the Supreme Stage of the ferocious beasts in the depths of the ancestral land to wake up one by one. But now the situation had suddenly changed, and this kind of countermeasure was obviously no longer appropriate. The 3 alliances announced their withdrawal from the Magic Hall in a short period of time. Among them, the Star Alliance even threatened the master of the Magic Hall, saying that with the temper of the ferocious ape, a war would most likely break out soon. When that time came, whether it was the Magic Hall or the 3 alliances, which had greatly increased their strength, would definitely send envoys to the Survivors Alliance and the Beast Alliance. Now both sides were in high spirits. The Beast Alliance didn't know how the Survivors Alliance would deal with it, but on their side they obviously couldn't and didn't dare to offend either side. In such a large alliance, there wasn't even a single supreme stage of the combat power. No matter what they did, they didn't have the confidence, and no matter what choice they made, they were destined to be bullied by their powerful allies. The only way to change this situation was to make themselves stronger. So these 9 Supreme Stage ferocious beasts finally made the decision to go to the ancestral land in the depths of the star sector and awaken the supreme stage of the ferocious beasts in the ancestral land. Even if there were only 1 or 2 Supreme Stage ferocious beasts, at least there would be top-level combat power that could hold up the fort. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. After making the decision, the 9 Supreme Stage ferocious beasts, who had agreed to meet to discuss everything, set off at once. Their figures turned into streaks of light and shot toward the depths of the star sector. This star sector was originally a top-level forbidden area, and the one who guarded it was an ancient Supreme Stage ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, since the major races and forces of the 3 main dimensions of the starry skies, as well as the magic hall of the forbidden land of rising sun, that Supreme Stage ferocious beasts had fallen. Later, when the various ferocious beasts forbidden areas in this star sector decided to join forces and establish the Beast Alliance, the reason why the headquarters of the alliance was chosen here was because there was an unknown ferocious beast holy land in the deepest part of this star sector. The outside world didn't know about this matter at all. Even the higher-ups of the survivors' star sector, who had always been mortal enemies with the ferocious beasts, didn't know about it. Even among the various ferocious beasts' forbidden areas in this star sector, only a few of the higher-ups of the strongest forbidden areas knew about this matter. It was said that the bloodline ancestors of the various ferocious beasts' forbidden areas in this star sector had all gone to the primordial void countless years ago. However, at that time, in order to preserve their bloodline, some of the ancient ferocious beasts' ancestors had stayed behind and opened up an independent void similar to a blessed land and a paradise, and then entered it to hibernate. This independent void was in the deepest part of the galaxy occupied by the Ferocious Beast Alliance. The 9 ferocious beast almighties guarding the Ferocious Beast Alliance had been awakened one after another in the past 2 years. Therefore, no one knew better than them how many ferocious beast almighties and ferocious beast desolate venerables were still in hibernation in this independent void. And now, these 9 supreme stage ferocious beasts had gone to this mysterious independent void with the sole purpose of awakening 1 or 2 supreme stage ferocious beasts' ancestors. In this way, even if they couldn't compete with the Magic Hall or the 3 independent alliances, they could at least ensure that the Beast Alliance wouldn't be wantonly suppressed by the Magic Hall and the 3 alliances. This way, they could relax and quietly wait for all the Supreme Stage Ferocious Beasts and Desolate Supreme Stage Ferocious Beasts hibernating in the independent void to fully awaken in the future. Chapter 4794. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A faint whistling sound rang out. 9 rays of light blasted over from a distance. In the blink of an eye, they stopped abruptly in the void one after another. They were 9 ferocious space beasts, all of which were about 100,000 feet in size, but they were of different races. These 9 ferocious beasts were the strongest in the Ferocious Beast Alliance, the 9 ferocious beasts. They had now arrived at their destination. As their figures stopped abruptly, their eyes flashed as they looked at the void in front of them at the same time. There, in the void about 100 million miles away, there was a light gray light cluster that looked about the same size as an ordinary star. It was quietly standing there like a gray-black hole. It was actually just a void passage that was jointly opened by some ancient desolate supremacies of the ferocious beasts. It had always been standing there, unremarkable, but it was the holy land of all the ferocious beasts in this chaotic world fragment void. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Boom! The 9 ferocious beasts lined up around the light gray light cluster. Without any hesitation, they acted immediately. There was a thin crack in between their eyebrows. 9 light beams of different colors shot out from it, bringing a whistling sound in the void. These light beams were the bloodline light beams formed by the 9 ferocious beasts burning their soul blood. At this moment, they shot out and gathered together in the blink of an eye, forming a larger and more dazzling light beam. In a flash, they rushed into the light gray light cluster, and there was no more sound outside the light cluster. The 9 ferocious beasts were not in a hurry. After they gathered the light beams that contained their bloodline aura and shot them into the light cluster channel, they waited quietly. At the same time, he was secretly guessing which existence would awaken from his deep slumber. This time around, time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a day had passed. However, These 9 ferocious beasts were not impatient at all. They were still very quiet because they were awakened in this way. No one knew better than them about everything. In fact, if there were no accidents in the independent cave on the other side of the light cluster channel, there should be 1 or 2 desolate supremacies that had awakened. However, after sleeping for such a long time, even if their consciousness returned, they would still need a certain amount of buffer time. The full recovery after a long period of sleep was originally a gradual process. If they were too anxious, it would not be good for them. There was a hidden danger. Roar! Roar! Another day had passed. Finally, there was movement in the gray light cluster. 2 roars came one after another. It was clear that they did not belong to the same existence, but the aura revealed was the supreme desolate supremacy realm. The 9 ferocious beasts waiting outside the gray light cluster were stunned at the same time. Then their faces showed a joyful expression, and they cried out softly, 9 desolate supremacies. The 9 desolate supremacies. Desolate supremacies. The 2 desolate supremacies have awakened and are about to descend. My ferocious beast federation will finally not have to endure that vexation anymore. At least we can protect ourselves. Listening to the movement, this time it seems to be the wolf supremacy and the insect supremacy who have awakened. These are 2 7th-order late-stage desolate supremacies. They are definitely not to be underestimated. Xiao xiao. Roar. As the soft roar sounded, from the gray light cluster in front of them, 2 light rays shot out in an instant and landed in the void between the 9 ferocious beasts. They were a silver wolf and an insect that looked somewhat similar to a rhinoceros beetle. They must be the wolf supremacy and the insect supremacy that the 9 ferocious beasts had just mentioned. At this moment, the wolf supremacy and the insect supremacy of the Fern Beast Alliance had awakened and rushed out of the independent cave. Although their bodies were not huge, and they did not show their bloodline true form, only about 10,000 feet tall, the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was extremely terrifying. Without exception, both of them were late 7th-order supreme desolate supremacies. They were stronger than the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile. Why did you wake us up? There are already 9 of you gathered here. Is there anything that you can't solve? At this moment, as they descended, the 2 desolate supremacies who had just been awakened swept their gazes across the 9 ferocious beasts in the surrounding void. The questioning voice was also transmitted, and there was a hint of displeasure in it. According to their original plan, this hibernation would only end at the moment when the Great Desolate Era fully descended. At that time, even if they could not reach the 9th-order desolate supremacy, it was still very possible for them to reach at least the 8th order. But now, because they were awakened early, their cultivation strength was only at the 7th order. It would be difficult for them to break through again in this regard. The 9 ferocious beasts who had awakened the wolf supremacy and the insect supremacy were obviously well aware of this. At this moment, when they saw the other party directly asked about this matter as soon as they arrived, the 9 ferocious beasts felt embarrassed and shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Then they used their divine sense to communicate. In just a few breaths, the complicated situation in this great desolate world fragment was roughly explained and explained. The master of the magic hall? Yi Xian, the heavenly river star master? Does he have such a powerful combat power? Even the scarlet unicorn and the 9U demon alligator are not his opponent? Strange, among the creatures of the Great Desolate Era, there were no such 2 existences. Could it be that they rose up in the later generations? How could they reach such a height? After understanding the situation clearly, the displeasure on the faces of the wolf supremacy and the insect supremacy disappeared. It was replaced by a touch of suspicion and confusion. They had been hibernating for countless years. Now that they had just woken up, they heard that 2 such powerful existences had risen in the later generations. In this great desolate world fragment, even the veteran desolate supremacy, the scarlet unicorn and the 9U demon alligator were not their opponents. The shock in their hearts was naturally imaginable. Huh? You just said that the heavenly river star master Yi Xian has a supreme treasure. Are there 9 black dragons pulling the Luan? As soon as they finished explaining the general situation, the 2 insect supremacies suddenly turned their heads and looked at the 9 ferocious beasts. Their eyes flashed as they asked. The 9 of them were stunned at the same time and nodded subconsciously. Their faces were also showing a confused look. It really is him. How dare he rampage at the edge of the Great Desolate Beast Alliance? He is really arrogant. After getting the answer, the insect supremacy's body was instantly filled with a monstrous murderous aura. Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Looks like the heavenly river star Lord Yixian that you guys were talking about has come. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be very far away. Although that Luan carriage is a primordial treasure that can conceal its presence and avoid detection, the arachnids possess a unique bloodline talent that can't be hidden from him. Seeing that the insect supremacy had left, the wolf supremacy also turned his head and looked over. After saying that, his entire figure instantly turned into a faint light. In a flash, he rushed into the void and disappeared. This was clearly the rhythm of a battle that was about to break out. Everything happened so fast that the 9 ferocious beasts were completely caught off guard. They turned their heads in shock and exchanged glances with each other. Only then did they come back to their senses and followed. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4795. Whoosh! In the void, a black ray of light shot past at an extremely fast speed, just passing by the edge of the star field occupied by the Beast Alliance. This ray of light was the demon dragon's imperial carriage. However, Yixian was not in the Phoenix room. Only the 7 girls were there. They had just finished their seclusion and walked out of the forbidden land of sunrise, using the demon dragon's imperial carriage as a means of transportation. They wandered in this void to relax. Since they were here to relax, the 7 girls naturally adjusted the power of the demon dragon's domain. Although the curtain-like mist in the front yard of the demon dragon's domain had already been lowered, it didn't completely cut off the area. Even looking from the outside, one could vaguely see the scene inside, but it was hazy and charming. Rumble. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the void. In front of the void where the demonic dragon imperial chariot was flying, a huge crack opened. From within, a space bug clan member with long tentacles darted out, looking extremely ferocious. Its body was originally only about 100,000 feet long, but the moment it rushed out of the crack, it instantly expanded. In less than half a breath of time, this space insect race was already as big as a star. Compared to him, the demon dragon imperial carriage was actually not that big. It was too eye-catching at this moment. Such a huge space bug suddenly rushed out in front of them. The 7 girls reacted immediately, and the demon dragon's imperial carriage came to an abrupt stop in the void. Immediately after, a soft cry of surprise came from the front yard of the Phoenix room. Supreme Primordial? It's actually at the late stage of the 7th order. This is troublesome. Damn bug, this sovereign hates bugs the most, but this time I met such a big one, and I can't beat it, it's really infuriating. Boom! Rumble. Before the 7 girls' soft cries of resentment could be heard, an earth-shattering roar came from the left side of the Beast Alliance's star field. Turning his head to look, he saw a huge silver wolf the size of a star pouncing towards him at a high speed. Behind the silver wolf were 9 other beasts of different bloodlines, all of which were mighty figures of the primordial era. As for the silver wolf's cultivation level, it was the same as the space bug tribe that appeared first. It had reached the Supreme Desolate Realm, and it was at the 7th rank of the Supreme Desolate Realm. It was a powerful late-stage Desolate Venerable. In the blink of an eye, another late-stage 7th rank Desolate Supremacy had arrived. Other than that, there were 9 other Desolate Primordial Great Figure ferocious beasts like them. In the blink of an eye, 11 figures had already formed an encirclement around the demonic dragon chariot that had stopped abruptly in midair. This was clearly the rhythm of their attack. The expressions of the 7 maidservants had already changed. Amidst the thick resentment that could not be dispersed, there was also a faint trace of worry now. The 7 of them had recovered to the peak of their cultivation in their previous lives, which was the Desolate Antiquity Great Perfection Stage 9, or Half-Step Desolate Supremacy. Although he was only a half-step Desolate Venerable, the 7 sisters had a tacit understanding of each other. If they were to fight together, even a true primordial sovereign might not be able to do anything to them. But this only referred to the early-stage Desolate Supremacy, but now, among the 11 huge figures that surrounded the demonic dragon chariot in the distance, there were actually 2 primordial sovereigns, and they were both late-stage 7th-rank Desolate Supremacies. With such powerful strength, even if the 7 sisters and the 9 powerful demonic dragons were to join forces, they would not be able to shake either of the 2 late-stage desolate supremacies. In the face of such a situation, escaping was the only choice. No matter how unwilling they were, there was nothing they could do. Thinking of this, the corpse ancestor Hitorigami immediately moved. The demonic dragon chariot that was originally motionless in midair turned into a ray of light in the blink of an eye, and rushed to the right side of the space. There were 2 mighty figures that were guarding in the distance. The defense line was relatively weak, and it was the best place to break through. Roar! Screech! Seeing that they were treated as soft persimmons by the other party, the 2 mighty figures that were blocking in front of them were instantly furious. They raised their heads and roared. The aura in their body instantly surged to the extreme. It was clear that they were going to block with all their strength. You can't escape. At this time, an incomparably arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the void, revealing endless disdain. Buzz! As this voice sounded, in another direction in the distance, the 2 long antennae on the forehead of the huge space bug clan that was like a star suddenly trembled violently. With the appearance of the tremor, there was a low buzzing sound that was so high that it was terrifying. At this moment, ripples that were as fine as scales appeared in the vast expanse of space within a radius of 10 billion kilometers. It was like a pool of still water that was suddenly wrinkled by a gentle breeze. This was clearly due to some kind of bloodline talent of the insect lord. Although it did not completely seal off the void, it affected its structure. The direct result of this was that the demonic dragon chariot, which was originally shooting forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly slowed down. Furthermore, it slowed down to a point that made one's hair stand on end. It was like a cheetah that had suddenly charged into a quagmire. It was trapped deep in the quagmire and couldn't move at all. This insect is not simple. It has mastered the extremely strong power of the space law. The void within a radius of 10 billion miles is affected by the power he used. It is impossible to escape now. Seeing this scene, corpse ancestor Hitorigami's face instantly turned gloomy. As she whispered, she once again changed the power of the demonic dragon chariot's domain. The only thing we can do now is to be trapped here and wait for Master to rescue us. Fortunately, the Imperial Chariot is a remote ancient supreme. In addition to the extreme luxury, the most important thing is defense. Although these 2 7 Empress Desolate sovereigns are powerful, even if they join forces, it will take at least a day to break through the Imperial Chariot's power domain. Speaking up to this point, her words paused as a helpless expression appeared on her face. She shook her head and bitterly smiled. I hope Master can make it in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid we 7 sisters will be in trouble again this time. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As soon as corpse ancestor Hitorigami's voice fell, there was a faint sound of breaking through the air. The 11 high-level beasts of the Beast Alliance were approaching, and there was even a voice of divine sense. Huh? There are only 7 girls? Where is the Sky River Star Lord Yixian? Get out here, I will meet him. These words came from the wolf sovereign on the right side of the void. At this moment, as the figure approached about 100 million miles, the 11 figures came to an abrupt halt again at the same time. Then the wolf sovereign, whose body was like a star, suddenly opened his bloody mouth. A lightning-like crescent moon slashed out at an extreme speed that was almost faster than the speed of light. This is just a warning. If you don't show yourself in 10 breaths, I will tear apart your chariot. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4796. The Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. Inside the Magic Hall. Yixian hadn't been in seclusion recently because he hadn't fully assimilated the gains from his last breakthrough into his body and soul. Although his state of mind was strong, it wasn't time for him to enter seclusion again. Unless there was another earth-shattering battle, the demonic hall had already ruled the world in this fragment of the primordial world. Even the blood-colored Qilin, the 9 netherworld demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood flood dragon, and the azure skyrock were hiding and did not dare to show their faces. As for the others, it could be said that although this great desolate world fragment was vast and boundless, it wasn't an easy task for Yixian to find an opponent to have a good battle with. Perhaps this was the feeling of being lonely at the top. Just as Yixian was sighing with emotion, the void of this great desolate world fragment suddenly started to change. The 5 great alliances that had originally submitted to the Demon Palace actually announced their withdrawal in a short span of a month, leaving them alone. It stood. On the Star Alliance's side, the Blood Dragon, the Azure Rock, and the Battle Lion all moved over. The Alliance's military strength increased by 20 billion battleships, 25 primordial beings, and the blood-devouring lion that could reach the 7th-ranked Desolate Supremacy under its secret technique. With the return of the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, their combined strength increased by leaps and bounds. As for the alliance of 10,000 races, the Space Rats, the Hell Ants, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Slime all moved over. The alliance's military strength increased by 40 billion battleships, 24 late-stage primordial beings, and 4 mid-stage primordial beings. Even Yixian couldn't help but be a little speechless at this kind of strength. As expected of an ancient race, they had a rich foundation. For primordial beings had arrived. What really shocked him was the Human Federation. The Immortal 9 Stars, the Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory had all arrived at the same time. Aside from the tens of billions of battleships, there were 36 supreme beings, 36 primordial beings, and even 6 primordial beings. In addition to D-Air, who had just broken through to the Desolate Supremacy realm, the Human Federation had a total of 7 Desolate Supremacies. Compared to the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Magic Hall of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, it was a one-sided affair. It could even be said that even the Magic Hall was no match for the Human Federation. This sudden turn of events caught Yixian off guard. Not long ago, he had lamented that it was so difficult to find someone to fight a good fight with. But now, there were more than a dozen supreme masters of the remote antiquity in the void of the fragment of the untainted land. Any one of them had the qualifications to fight him head-on. For a moment, Yixian couldn't even decide who to attack first. But then he suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. It was the presence of the Demon Dragon, a primordial treasure that had already been refined by Yixian. If there was any unusual movement with Yixian's current cultivation base and strength, as long as they were in the same universe inside, he could instantly sense it. In that instant, his expression changed abruptly. It was extremely gloomy, and his words were extremely cold. The Beast Alliance? How dare you attack my Imperial carriage? I don't know who to attack first. Since you're here to die, I'll grant you your wish. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian's figure flashed, and with a faint sound of breaking air he disappeared. At the edge of the Beast Alliance's planetary system, whoosh, 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 the Wolf Sovereign, whose body was as large as a star, suddenly opened his bloody maw. A lightning-fast crescent moon slashed out at an extreme speed that was almost faster than the speed of light, heading straight for the besieged demonic dragon Imperial carriage. At the same time his voice came out. This is just a warning. If you don't show yourself within 10 breaths, this sovereign will tear down your Imperial carriage. Boom! The dignified late-stage desolate sovereign actually took advantage of fellow Ye's absence to bully his retinue, and even said that he would tear down his Imperial carriage. You have such big words. Have you asked this, Lord? Just as the Wolf Sovereign's voice fell, a shocking explosion suddenly came from the void not far behind him. Then, a voice that was clearly filled with laziness came out. There was not even a crack in the void, but the figure of the master of the Magic Hall strangely appeared out of thin air. Moreover, it was clearly in its complete state. Its body was 60 million miles long, which was bigger than the Wolf Sovereign and the Insect Sovereign, which were the size of stars. 2 circles. Bang! Almost at the same time as the figure appeared, Yixian did not hesitate to attack. He punched out diagonally and hit the Wolf Sovereign's right rib. In an instant, his terrifying figure, which was like a star, was sent flying backwards. In the void, there seemed to be a faint groan. It was obvious that although this punch did not seriously injure him, he was definitely not much better off. The current Yixian, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, had reached the 7th order of the desolate ancient sovereign, which was equivalent to the Wolf Sovereign. However, if he were to add on the fact that the boundless energy and blood within his 60 million kilometer body would increase his cultivation by 1 level, then his peak combat strength would be comparable to that of a desolate sovereign of the 8th step. Yixian was originally determined to obtain this punch, and at the very least, he would be able to injure Lang Zun. However, the final result disappointed him. After all, the other party was an ancient late-stage desolate sovereign. Although he was caught off guard and did not dodge, the power within his body had already been mobilized. That was why, although he was sent flying, he was not seriously injured. You are quite resistant to beatings. Unfortunately, none of you can leave today. Walala. Turning his head and glancing in the direction where the wolf sovereign was sent flying backwards, Yi Xian's voice had just fallen when the sound of splashing water could be heard. The entire body of the violent ape collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the universe. Roar! Roar! Screech! Immediately after, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, shocking roars and whistling sounds rang out. In the midst of the shocking boundless sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in an instant. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient demonic ape. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the star violent ape. One was a skeleton without any flesh and blood, just a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. One was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its body was a black fog. Even its pair of eyes were only 2 purple lights, which looked extremely strange. In just a short breath, the 3 Blood Sea avatars had been condensed, and the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all at the 7th order of the desolate ancient sovereign. But in fact, the true combat strength of these 3 Blood Sea avatars, due to the support of the boundless vitality in the 60 million mile long body, had all reached the level of an 8th order desolate sovereign. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4797. Roar! Roar! Screech! As the Blood Sea spread across the sky, the 3 Blood Sea clones raised their heads and roared at the same time. Their violent aura filled the sky, and the void trembled because of it. The expressions of the 9 ferocious beasts who had gathered around changed at once, and they subconsciously retreated hundreds of millions of miles away. This was a completely instinctive reaction. The Demon Hall Master's ferocious reputation was too resounding, and he had long left a shadow in their hearts. At this moment, when they saw the 3 Blood Sea clones appear, their sense of danger dropped sharply, and they retreated reflexively. At the same time, the Wolf Lord, who was sent flying by Yi Xian's punch, and the Insect Lord, who was hundreds of millions of miles away in another direction, had a drastic change in expression. Blood Sea secret technique? You've actually completely comprehended the power of the clones. What's your relationship with the Master of the Blood Sea? No, this is the Master of the Blood Sea's supreme secret technique. How could it be leaked so easily? But this person is clearly not the Master of the Blood Sea. His aura is too unfamiliar. What's going on? The Wolf Lord and the Insect Lord were like the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile. They were all existences that had lived from the beginning of the primordial era to the present. Therefore, they naturally saw through Yi Xian's Blood Sea secret technique at a glance. In the beginning of the primordial era, the Master of the Blood Sea was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Void Tortoise, the Golden Divine Dragon, and the primordial Yaksha. He had once used this unique secret technique to dominate the world. However, they could not figure out how the Blood Sea secret technique of the Blood Sea secret technique had fallen into the hands of an outsider. It would have been fine if it was just the tip of the iceberg, but it was clear that the other party had completely comprehended it. Roar. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with the nonsense? Ignoring the other party's confusion, the cosmic violent ape immediately raised its head and let out a furious roar. Then, with a flip of its hand, the big-headed black cudgel appeared in its hand, and it was dragged by it as it charged toward the Insect Lord. I hate bugs the most in my life. Son, in today's battle, let's destroy them first. Screech! Almost at the same time, the skeleton avatar of the 3 Blood Sea avatars also raised its head and roared fiercely. A cold light flashed in its eyes. Its figure flashed, and it turned around and shot toward the Wolf Sovereign, who had just stabilized his body in the distance. A gloomy voice rang out at this moment. Big Wolf Dog, you are mine! Xiao! A faint whistling sound rang out, and the Black Mist doppelganger of the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers instantly appeared behind Lord Insect without uttering a single word. It was clear that the skeleton avatar was going to temporarily stall the Wolf Lord. And then the Flesh Avatar and the Black Mist Avatar would launch a pincer attack to kill the Insect Lord. I have to say the idea is not bad. Realizing this, a look of disdain flashed across Insect Supremacy's eyes. His gaze swept across the approaching Violent Ape and Black Fog avatars in front and behind him. He sneered, "Unfortunately, even if all of you have battle strength that is comparable to an 8th rank Desolate Supremacy, and even if all of you join forces besieging and killing me, but wanting to kill me is still a bit of a fantasy." At the end of his words, his tone changed, revealing a thick sense of ridicule. "Late-stage Desolate Supremacy is not so easy to kill. Is that so?" In front, Violent Ape took over the conversation and sneered casually. However, the movements of his hands did not stop at all. The big-headed black stick that was originally behind him was instantly raised high, and like a spine of heaven and earth, it smashed towards Insect Supremacy's head. And 1t/fall. This black stick is actually also a desolate ancient treasure? Seeing the big-headed black stick, Insect Supremacy was slightly shocked, but he quickly recovered. His figure shot to the left, and a mocking tone came out of his mouth. "Your battle strength is comparable to an 8th rank Desolate Supremacy, and you even have a desolate ancient treasure level big black stick in your hand. The power of this blow is amazing. If it was a middle stage Desolate Supremacy, it is very likely that he would have died here. Unfortunately, this sovereign is a late stage 7th order, so dodging your attack is not difficult. No matter how terrifying the attack is, if it can't hit the target, it's just a joke in the end. Violent Ape, your ferocious power can only crush some low-level existences. Facing a late-stage Desolate Supremacy of the same cultivation level, you're only SOSO. What can you do to me?" Huff! Before he could finish speaking, a howling sound that sounded like the howling of a violent wind suddenly came from behind him. At this moment, the Black Mist Avatar made its move. It did not attack the Insect Supremacy together with the Violent Ape. Instead, it waved its hand towards the left side of the Insect Supremacy. As he waved his hand, a 9-colored light that looked like a firefly shot out. Its speed was extremely fast, faster than lightning, and at the same time it shot out, it expanded explosively against the wind. In less than half a breath of time, this originally insignificant 9-colored light that was as small as a firefly had already evolved into a vast and boundless 9-colored sea of flames, completely sealing off the left side of the Insect Supremacy. Now he could either stop abruptly and forcefully resist the big-headed black stick that was smashed down by the Violent Ape, or he could only continue to dodge sideways and crash into this 9-colored sea of flames with an astonishing aura. Without a doubt, this was a very difficult choice. For the Insect Supremacy, the only meaning of these two choices was to choose which method to use. To bury himself and disappear into thin air. Shinong 9-colored flame? That's impossible. Screech. Almost at the same time that this 9-colored sea of flames suddenly appeared in the void, the Insect Supremacy, who had a mocking smile on his face, instantly changed his expression. As his body shook violently, an incomparably shrill cry of alarm and ruthless howl came out of his mouth at the same time. His huge body that was originally dodging to the left also came to an abrupt stop at this moment, barely stopping at the edge of the 9-colored sea of flames. This was his choice. As an ancient existence that had lived from the beginning of the ancient era to the present, the Insect Supremacy naturally understood the terror of the Shinong 9-colored flame. In his opinion, if he rushed into the 9-colored sea of flames like this, the result would definitely be death. However, if he stopped abruptly and forcefully resisted the big-headed black stick that was smashing down from above, although it would definitely be extremely miserable, it would probably only be a 9 out of 10 death. It was just life. No matter what, at least there was still a glimmer of hope. Do you want to ask for the last glimmer of hope? Unfortunately, you are thinking too much. As if he had guessed the other party's thoughts at this moment, the corner of the Violent Ape's mouth slowly revealed a disdainful smile. At the same time, the big-headed black stick that was raised high in his right hand also used all his strength and instantly fell down. Bam! This explosion was earth-shattering. The Insect Supremacy's body did not move in the void at all. He did not even need to aim at all. He was smashed by the big-headed black stick that was falling down from above. In the blink of an eye, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which was swept up by the Violent Ape and absorbed into his body to begin the blood essence condensation. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4798. Yixian's three avatars moved at the same time. The blood avatar temporarily held back the wolf sovereign, while the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar attacked the insect sovereign from the front and back. One used the nine-colored flame sea to block the insect sovereign's path of retreat, while the other swung the big-headed black stick. With just one blow, the insect sovereign, who was caught off guard, had its head smashed open and died. All of this happened too quickly. No one could react in time. When the wolf sovereign, who had just clashed with the blood avatar, regained his senses, the insect sovereign's body had already exploded into a bloody mist. It was absorbed into Yixian's body and sent into the Shenong treasure cauldron to be refined by the blood essence. He already had a desolate supremacy blood essence in his hand, which he had obtained by accident. Now that he had killed the insect sovereign, he had obtained another desolate supremacy blood essence. The number of desolate supremacy blood essences in his hand had reached 2, turning his head. The wolf sovereign, who had just clashed with the blood avatar, trembled violently. He could not believe what had just happened, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The 9 ferocious beasts, who had already retreated to the distance, trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out in shock. How is this possible? The insect sovereign was blown apart by a single blow? This is a late-stage rank 7 desolate supremacy. It has lived since the distant primordial era until now and has only just awakened. Hiss! What terrifying combat strength! The 3 Blood Sea avatars of the Magic Hall Master already have the combat strength of a rank 8 desolate supremacy. In addition, the big-headed black stick is a primordial supremacy. The insect sovereign was caught off guard and was killed. More importantly, the 9-colored flame sea. The insect sovereign could have dodged the big-headed black stick, but because of the 9-colored flame sea, it had no choice but to stop abruptly. Even the insect sovereign is afraid of the flame, not daring to touch it even at the risk of being smashed to death. What is it? It looks like... Heavens, that is the Shenong 9-colored flame. The heavenly flame of the primordial treasure Shenong treasure cauldron. It has already grown to the level of 9-colored flame. This is the precious flame of the earth that even a half-step heavenly Dao expert would be afraid of. What? Even the Shenong treasure cauldron is in his hands? What kind of monster is this? As cries of alarm rang out, the bodies of the 9 ferocious beasts trembled violently, and they subconsciously wanted to retreat again. Yixian's skeleton doppelganger and Black Mist doppelganger were about to charge at the wolf sovereign after killing the insect sovereign. With a thought, Yixian immediately issued a command. Screech! Screech! Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless! Almost in the next instant, 9 earth-shattering roars suddenly rang out from the area where the demonic dragon was situated in the distance up ahead. Just a moment ago, Yixian had activated the demon dragon chariot's inner defensive field with all his might. As a result, the 9 silent demon dragons suddenly moved. The 9 black dragons had already fallen countless years ago, but after being refined by Yixian and the 9 dragons' azure Luan carriage into the devil dragon imperial chariot, they were basically puppet-like existences. As long as the demon dragon imperial chariot's inner field was activated, they could be activated like puppets and rush out to kill the enemy. Previously, Yixian was limited by his own cultivation base, and was unable to display the true combat strength of these 9 demon dragons. But now this problem no longer existed. As the earth-shattering roars rang out, the Luan carriage's shaft that was bound to their bodies instantly retracted. The 9 black dragons that were no longer bound instantly soared into the sky. Their bodies that were originally only 100 feet tall rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Rumble. The movement was so loud that the universe erupted with a rumbling sound. In less than half a breath, the 9 black dragons had already reached 100 million feet in size. Each of them raised their heads and roared, instantly spreading out in all directions. From the periphery, they sealed off an area. Immediately after, the corpse ancestor, drought demon, and the other 7 desolate ancient cultivators also soared into the sky. The 7 desolate ancient cultivators were the corpse ancestor drought demon, the corpse ancestor Ho Qing, the desolate Electra lady, the mysterious maiden of the 9th heaven, the 9-tailed celestial fox, the celestial phoenix maiden, and the Zixia fairy. In the distant desolate era, They were once known as the 7 Great Desolate Ancient Cultivators and were famous for a time. Later, an unprecedented battle broke out in the Desolate Ancient Era, and all 7 of them fell. Although they had been reborn for some time in this life, they had not shown their faces in the outside world. Even if they did, it was in the primordial void. What's more, after being reborn in this life, whether it was their appearance or aura, they were different from their previous life. Not to mention the Wolf Sovereign and the 9 ferocious beasts blocked by the 9 black dragons in the void. They had never seen them in the distant Desolate Ancient Era. Even if they had seen them, they would definitely not recognize them now. In this life, they had just fully recovered their cultivation base to the peak of their previous life, reaching the great perfection of the 9th stage of the Desolate Ancient Era. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to come out and relax, adjust their mentality, and then go back into seclusion to break through to the supreme Desolate Ancient Realm. But now that they had encountered such an unlucky thing, it really made them feel suffocated and angry. Previously, because Yi Xian had not arrived, they knew that they were no match for him and did not want to be at a disadvantage, so they stayed in the demonic dragon imperial carriage and did not rush out. But now that Yi Xian had arrived, the 7 girls could no longer hold back. Almost at the same time when the demonic dragon imperial carriage was activated by Yi Xian and the 9 black dragons soared up, they had already rushed out of the carriage's vestibule. The 7 girls had a tacit understanding, and at this moment, rushed out of the carriage's vestibule and seemed to form an incomparably mysterious joint attack formation that was invulnerable. At the same time, an incomparably cold voice came out from their mouths as they rushed out and chased after the 9 ferocious beasts. Old fogies, weren't you all very arrogant just now? Now that we have come out, where do you all run to? There are 9 of you, and only 7 of us sisters. In this battle, you all have the advantage, so why are you so panicked? Is running useful? The 9 black dragons formed a formation and trapped you all around. If you are not a desolate supremacy, you will not be able to break through in an instant. This battle you all have to fight, even if you don't want to. Screech! Screech! At the end of the sentence, the 7 girls raised their heads and roared at the same time. The half-step desolate supremacy cultivation of the 9th rank great perfection in their bodies was activated to the extreme in an instant. Waves of extremely ferocious oppressive aura swept out. In the blink of an eye, it gathered together and turned into a monstrous murderous aura that even the primordial supremacy would be shocked. It rushed towards the 9 ferocious beasts who had just been blocked by the formation formed by the 9 black dragons. It rumbled and crushed. Seeing this scene, the 9 ferocious beasts trembled violently. They turned their heads and looked at the 9 black dragons that had formed a formation in front of them, trapping them in this star field. They could not break through in a short period of time. After exchanging glances with each other, their eyes instantly burst out with a fierce light. Roar! Roar, roar! In desperation, the 9 old fogies immediately raised their heads and roared. The chi and blood in their bodies were pushed to the extreme, and their bodies rapidly expanded. The expression on their faces instantly became extremely ferocious, revealing endless madness. Chapter 4799. Boom! Rumble! In the void, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The 7 primordial cultivators, including Hitorigami, Ho Qing, Desolate Electra Lady, Empyrean Maiden, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Xixia Fairy, were fighting against the 9 mighty ferocious beasts of the Beast Alliance. Although there were 9 mighty ferocious beasts, their cultivation levels were different. The strongest among them was only at the Great Perfection Stage 9 of the Primordial Era. However, the 7 primordial cultivators were all Great Perfection Stage 9 of the Primordial Era, or half-step desolate supremacies. Even if there were too fewer of them, they did not need the help of the 9 black dragons that were responsible for sealing this corner of the void to help. It could be said that they could easily kill the 9 mighty ferocious beasts. Screech! Screech! Hitorigami and Ho Qing were the first to attack. They rushed to the left and each locked onto a mighty ferocious beasts. They raised their heads and roared. In an instant, corpse-like evil spirits gushed out of their bodies. They rolled like a raging river and majestic like the ocean. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 giant heads that were as big as stars. They opened their ferocious mouths. In just one mouthful, they swallowed the 2 mighty ferocious beasts. Immediately after, a chilling crunching sound was heard. The two ferocious beasts only let out a few miserable howls before they fell silent and died. The desolate Electra Lady and Empyrean Maiden rushed to the right. There were also two mighty ferocious beasts in this direction. They were also locked onto by the two ferocious beasts. They each rushed to one of the ferocious beasts and attacked instantly. Gotcha! There was not even a rumbling sound of thunder. Instead, the sound of lightning suddenly rang out in the void. A golden lightning bolt that was tens of thousands of feet thick suddenly appeared above the head of a mighty ferocious beast. It struck straight at the top of its head and instantly caused its body to explode. This was the desolate Electra Lady's attack. Her golden lightning was a special lightning bloodline that was related to the power of laws. In addition, the ferocious beasts were weaker than her by a few levels. It was only natural that they would be killed in one strike. After ending all of this, the desolate Lady of Lightning waved her hand, and an invisible force swept out, gathering all of the majestic chi and blood that was formed after the body of this ferocious beast exploded. He immediately compressed it into a ball of blood that was about 10 feet in size and kept it in his body. He was going to give it to Yixian later so that he could condense it into a blood essence for him. Ming! At the same time, the Nine Heavens Maiden also made her move. A green mist gushed out from her body and instantly enveloped her entire body. In less than half a breath, this green mist, which was already comparable to a giant star, actually expanded and contracted in an instant, transforming into an incomparably huge ninth heaven mystic bird. Both its beak and claws emitted a green sharpness. It flapped its wings and flew up, pouncing on the back of a powerful ferocious beast. With just a swipe of its claws, it instantly tore apart a powerful ferocious beast whose aura had long been locked onto. Bang! Almost in the next instant, the body of this powerful ferocious beast exploded into a mist of blood. The ninth heaven mystic bird waved its claws, and in an instant, an invisible force swept out, gathering all of the majestic chi and blood that was formed after the body of this powerful ferocious beast exploded. Ming! Screech! At the same time, in the void in front of the left, there was also an incomparably resounding clear cry, as well as a soft whistle that revealed an endless sense of laziness. Turning around, it was the Celestial Phoenix Maiden's nine-tailed celestial fox who was making a move in this direction. The Celestial Phoenix Maiden had the bloodline of the true phoenix in her body, and at this moment, had already manifested her bloodline true body. She had transformed into an incomparably dazzling supreme true phoenix, mighty and gorgeous. Her entire body was bathed in the true phoenix heavenly fire, imperceptibly exuding a sense of disdain and arrogance. At this moment, as this gigantic supreme true phoenix stretched out her neck and let out an incomparably resounding clear cry, a great river of flames formed from the endless true phoenix heavenly fire instantly sprayed out from her mouth. In just half a breath, it had already completely enveloped the powerful ferocious beast whose aura had already been locked on. An incomparably shrill howl was heard. This powerful ferocious beast's body was bound by the great river of flames of the true phoenix heavenly fire, and could not move at all. He only struggled for a breath of time before his entire body exploded, and all of the majestic blood mist was sucked into the supreme true phoenix's stomach. As for the nine-tailed celestial fox, at this moment, she had also revealed her bloodline true body. This was an incomparably charming snow-white jade fox. Her fox fur was as white as snow, and her hair was silvery, shining with the round luster of jade. The jade fox's body was not very large, only about 10,000 feet long. Behind her, 9 furry tails of the same color swayed without wind, but the speed was very slow, imperceptibly exuding an extremely languid feeling. The strange thing was that the 9-tailed celestial fox clearly did not do anything unusual. She only raised her head and let out a soft howl, but the powerful ferocious beast whose aura was locked on by her suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He just floated in the void like that, his eyes staring blankly, and he did not do anything else. Following this scene, the 9-tailed celestial fox finally stretched her back. Her figure was like a leopard cat as she stood on her hind legs and stepped on the soft fox steps. She seemed to be very far away, but with just one step, she had already arrived beside this powerful ferocious beast. Bang! She still did not need to make a move. After the 9-tailed celestial fox approached, she just lightly brushed her 9 fox tails on this dazed ferocious beast, who seemed to have fallen into some kind of illusion. His huge physical body had already exploded with a loud bang. And just like that, his body and soul were destroyed, of course. This powerful ferocious beast's physical body exploded into a majestic blood chi that could not be wasted. The nine-tailed celestial fox raised her head and inhaled. All the blood mist that was about to spread out in the void instantly turned into a river of blood and entered her body. She would give it to Yixian later on to condense the blood essence of the powerful ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, 6 of the 7 gorgeous cultivators had already made their moves. It was as if they had killed a powerful ferocious beast in an instant. At this time, an earth-shattering roar came from the left front. Fairy Wuxia, one of the 7 gorgeous cultivators, had finally made her move. Boom! Rumble! Fairy Wuxia was still in her human form, and even her body shape had not changed. However, the powerful ferocious beast that she had locked onto had a body like a giant star. Compared to the two, Fairy Wuxia was not eye-catching. However, at this moment, along with the earth-shattering roar, endless purple mist gushed out from her seemingly petite body. It rolled like a river and gathered under Fairy Wuxia's feet. In an instant, it had gathered into a purple ocean. Imperceptibly, a supreme and majestic aura spread out. Fairy Wuxia's eyes flashed, and her figure, who was standing on the sea of clouds, instantly disappeared. The sea of mist that exuded the endless Myrtle Emperor's aura also surged and turned into a giant purple dragon. After a clear roar, she had already arrived in front of the powerful ferocious beast. She raised her forelimbs high and pressed them down with a loud bang. The powerful ferocious beast's huge inner body exploded with a bang. Chapter 4800. In a short period of time, the 7 gorgeous cultivators attacked almost at the same time. Each of them killed a powerful ferocious beast. It only took 3 breaths of time, so short that it was almost negligible. After 3 breaths of time, only 2 of the original 9 powerful ferocious beasts of the Ferocious Beast Alliance were left. Although these 2 ferocious beasts were the strongest, like the 7 gorgeous cultivators, they had also reached the Great Perfection Stage 9, which was the half-step Desolate Supremacy realm. But at this point, the annihilation of these 9 ferocious beasts was unavoidable. It was as if it was destined. The 7 gorgeous cultivators were fighting 7 against 2. In addition, there were also 9 powerful black demonic dragons in charge of sealing this corner of the void. If they were to let them escape, it would be too ridiculous. The 7 gorgeous cultivators were all existences that had experienced the Great War of the Desolate Era. With their rich experience, it was naturally impossible for them to make such a mistake. Roar! Whoosh! Seeing this scene, the black fog avatar in the distance waved his hand and retrieved the 9-colored flame sea that filled the void. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, he immediately turned around and rushed into the distance. The skeleton avatar was the same. It held the big-headed black stick in its hand and let out a shocking roar. In the blink of an eye, it followed behind. In front of the 2 billions of miles away, the flesh avatar, Bao Yuan, and the Ferocious Beast Alliance's Wolf Lord were fighting fiercely. Although Bao Yuan's cultivation realm was the same as Wolf Lord, he was only a late-stage 7th-stage Desolate Supremacy. However, his true battle strength was comparable to a late-stage 8th-stage Desolate Supremacy. The battle had only lasted for a dozen breaths of time, and Wolf Lord had already fallen into a disadvantage. Although it was not to the extent that he could only defend and had no power to fight back, it was not far away. However, he was a powerful late-stage Desolate Supremacy after all. If Bao Yuan alone did not use the Fallen Sky Bao and other powerful abilities, and without the big-headed black stick and Shinnong Cauldron in his hands, it was impossible to kill him. In fact, Bao Yuan did not have such thoughts at all. He only wanted to delay Wolf Lord and prevent him from attacking the 7 gorgeous cultivators. At the same time, he could not get away. Obviously, he did it because whether it was the 7 gorgeous cultivators, the skeleton avatar, or the black fog avatar, the battle was almost over. Roar! Damn it, a dignified Desolate Supremacy, are you planning to bully me with numbers? At this moment, the skeleton doppelganger and the black mist doppelganger roared and charged over. However, they were held back by the violent ape and were unable to extricate themselves. The wolf sovereign's eyelids twitched as he raised his head and let out a furious roar. You're speaking as if you weren't bullying the weak with numbers. Bao Yuan curled his lips. Yixian's spiritual sense voice resounded as well. It could be heard clearly in the entire void. Now that it's your turn, you're using such words to provoke me. To think that you're a late-stage desolate supremacy. Do you have any shame? Moreover, these are just my 3 Bloodsea clones. I am the only one. If you are not convinced, why don't you make 3 of them yourself? FFF. These words were too hurtful. The wolf sovereign was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with grief and indignation. Of course, he could create a clone, but to have the same cultivation level as his main body was a fool's dream. Not to mention the late-stage desolate supremacy realm. He wasn't even at the early-stage desolate supremacy realm. At most, he was at the late-stage desolate supremacy realm. What's more, the more clones there were, the greater the impact on one's body. Now that he was being beaten up in his peak state, if he were to create a few more clones, wouldn't he be in an even worse state? Roar. Screech. At this moment, the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger had already arrived in front of him. They each occupied one side, forming a tripartite formation. Together with the violent ape, they surrounded the wolf sovereign. Phew! Without any hesitation, the black mist clone waved its hand, and a 9-colored ray of light shot out at an extremely fast speed. It was faster than lightning, and at the same time it expanded explosively against the wind. In less than half a breath, this originally insignificant 9-colored light had already evolved into a vast 9-colored flame sea, and it was spreading to the left and right at an extremely fast speed. It was clearly trying to completely seal off the space where the wolf sovereign was, leaving no room for escape. Shenong 9-colored flame? In that case, this stick should be the Shenong pestle. Moreover, in your hands, there is still a Shenong treasure cauldron that you have yet to use. Seeing this 9-colored sea of flames, the wolf sovereign's eyes flashed with a dark light. He was absent-minded for a moment, and his eyes were somewhat blank. Even the words in his mouth were like whispers in his sleep. He knew that he would definitely die today. Furthermore, after he died, the Ferocious Beast Alliance would not be able to escape this calamity. Even the independent grotto heaven where many ferocious beast almighties and desolate supremacies were still slumbering would fall into the hands of the demon hall. Today, this sovereign admits defeat, but don't be complacent. The beast clan will one day seek revenge. Thinking of this, the wolf sovereign seemed to have made some kind of decision. His eyes became incomparably firm, and his voice suddenly became sharp. Halfway through his words, he actually raised his head and roared. Roar! Explode! Bang! With the last roar, the wolf sovereign's huge body instantly exploded. This was the rhythm of his body and soul exploding at the same time. The energy was so majestic that even Yi Xian's 3 Bloodsea doppelgangers had a drastic change in expression at the same time. Whoosh! As the wolf sovereign's huge body exploded, a gray light shot out from his body and directly rushed into the Beast Alliance's star domain in the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, and it had disappeared in the blink of an eye. In this regard, Yi Xian did not intercept it, because this light had nothing to do with the wolf sovereign. It was not his soul that was trying to escape, but more like an energy imprint used to activate some kind of ancient formation. Of course, the more important reason was that he was completely unable to free himself at this moment. Although the wolf sovereign was a late-stage desolate sovereign of the 7th order, and now that his body and soul had exploded together, although he could injure Yi Xian, it was only a light injury at most. It was impossible for him to even be seriously injured. However, the 7 beautiful cultivators and the 9 black demonic dragons in the distance were different. If they were raged by this violent energy, the 7 beautiful cultivators would definitely be seriously injured again. This was definitely not what Yi Xian wanted to see. These 7 girls had just recovered their peak cultivation from their previous lives, and were planning to adjust their mentality before going into seclusion to break through to the supreme desolate realm. If they were to be severely injured at this time, it would be too big of a blow to them. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let this majestic and violent energy wreak havoc. If it was someone else, they would not be able to do anything even if they wanted to. However, Yi Xian was different. He had the Shenong treasured cauldron. Although the power of the late-stage desolate sovereign's self-destruction was terrifying, it was still far from being able to shake the Shenong treasured cauldron. It was not only a supreme desolate sovereign, but also a precious treasure of the great desolate era. How could it be destroyed so easily? Chapter 4801. Whoosh! As the wolf sovereign's huge body exploded, a gray light shot out from his body and directly rushed into the star domain of the Beast Alliance in the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although Yi Xian saw this gray light, he did not intercept it, because judging from its aura, the gray light clearly had nothing to do with the wolf sovereign. It was not his divine soul that was trying to escape, but more like an energy brand used to activate some kind of ancient formation. His guess was indeed correct. This was the truth. Facing Yi Xian, who was sitting on the Shenong treasured cauldron, and the Shenong exotic flame in the cauldron had grown to the level of a 9-colored flame. He knew that there was no chance of survival at all. Even if he self-destructed and wanted to escape with a wisp of his divine soul, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, the wolf sovereign did not do so. What he sent out was only a gray light that had nothing to do with him. This gray light shot out, and after entering the depths of the star domain where the Beast Alliance was located, it went straight to the gray light cluster that was regarded as a holy land by the countless forbidden beasts in the void of this fragment of the universe. And it disappeared into it at the first moment. Then an upheaval occurred. Boom! Rumble! An earth-shattering rumble resounded, and the entire void could be heard clearly. At this moment, as the undetectable gray light rushed into the gray light ball, the entire gray light ball that was as huge as a star was instantly like a giant head. It was as if a sleeping beast had suddenly awakened. As the earth-shattering rumbles continued, an invisible and mysterious power spread out from the gray light ball. All the star beasts in this area, no matter how strong or weak they were, could sense it clearly. Roar! Roar! Screech! At this moment, all the ferocious beasts in the innumerable planets of the Ferocious Beast Alliance roared, revealing endless joy and excitement. They felt the call, the ancient call from their bloodline. All of a sudden, as if they were on a pilgrimage, all the ferocious beasts in the universe rushed out of the life stars where they were staying. They used their fastest speed to rush to the source of the ancient bloodline call, which was the gray light cluster that seemed to be the awakening of the dormant ferocious beasts. At the same time, an extremely terrifying suction force suddenly emanated from this mysterious gray ball of light, and it was only effective towards the ferocious beasts in the starry sky. However, the stars in space weren't affected at all. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the gray light cluster slowly rotated, it became like a gray vortex. An extremely terrifying suction force came, and the large number of beasts that were converging toward the gray light cluster in the void instantly increased their momentum by more than 10 times. A series of piercing noises rang out. This was the noise caused by a large number of ferocious beasts in space being sucked into the gray light ball as their bodies turned into streaks of light. All of this happened too quickly. In just a dozen breaths, there were countless ferocious beasts in the vast galaxy occupied by the Ferocious Beast Alliance. But now, more than 70% of them had entered the gray light cluster. Hum! A low hum sounded, and the rotation of the gray light cluster came to an abrupt stop. Then it quickly condensed inwards, turning into a speck of light in the blink of an eye, and disappeared. Roar! Roar roar roar! Screech! In the void, countless ferocious beasts roared and howled. In the vast star field occupied by the beasts, there were still nearly 30% of the ferocious beasts left, but now it was as if they had been abandoned. Among the shocking roars and howls, there was nothing that could be seen. It was filled with anger and desperation. Walala! As the wolf sovereign's physical body exploded, Yi Xian's 3 blood sea clones instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that merged into the vast sea of blood beneath his feet. Almost at the same time, the entire vast sea of blood quickly condensed into a single point. On the contrary, the 9-colored sea of flames that was originally rolling in from all directions suddenly soared in power, enveloping all the violent energy of the wolf sovereign's explosion. Whoosh! At the same time, a ray of light shot out. As it expanded in the wind, it turned into the Shenong treasure cauldron. It was as huge as a star standing in the void. The weak blood light immediately rushed into the treasure cauldron. Then from the mouth of the Shenong treasure cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored mist, an incomparably powerful suction force came out. The 9-colored flame that had just enveloped the violent energy formed by the explosion of the wolf sovereign's physical body. The sea disappeared in an instant. It was pulled into the treasure cauldron and sent to the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, where it began to condense blood essence. And this would also allow the number of desolate sovereign blood essence in Yi Xian's hands to break through to 3. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking rang out, and Bao Yuan's figure rushed out of the cauldron. However, he had already returned to his original height. With a wave of his hand, the Shennong treasure cauldron that was as large as a star turned into a ray of light and rushed into his body, disappearing. Screech! Screech, screech, screech! In the distant void, the 9 black dragons raised their heads at the same time and let out a heaven-shaking screech. Then, with a flash of their bodies, they rushed towards the demonic dragon carriage. There was no need for them to form a large formation to seal that corner of the void, because the remaining 2 powerful beasts had been killed, and the 7 gorgeous cultivators had stopped. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After turning their heads and exchanging glances, the 7 gorgeous cultivators waved their hands at the same time and sent out 1 or 2 blood beads that were about 10 feet in radius. They were the blood beads that they had obtained from killing the 9 powerful beasts. With their abilities, they could only compress the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the 9 powerful beasts to this extent. Therefore, they could only give it to Yi Xian, and let him send it into the Shennong treasure cauldron. With the power of the 9-colored flame sea in the treasure cauldron, he could completely refine it into a powerful treasure pill. Previously, the supreme expert's blood essence in Yi Xian's hands had already been used up, and he had refined a batch of level 29 desolate sovereign pellets. Now there were only a few desolate sovereign pellets left in his hands, and each of the 7 great beauties gave 1 to him. Now that he had obtained 9 more blood essences, as long as he was willing, he could refine another batch of level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pills at any time. However, Yi Xian clearly did not plan to do so. Even if 2 of the 9 blood essences were of the highest quality, if nothing unexpected happened, it would only be able to refine 7 level 29 desolate sovereign